All right, chat. We're back. Lethal military, China fear-mongering, brought back that fucking bipartisan border bill nightmare shit. Unbelievable. Build the walls. For real. Are we going to watch the Project 2025 training tapes? We can maybe start one today. They're really long, and I'm sure they're really boring, so I'm kind of scared to watch them. I'm scared we'll be bored to death.
What do I do with 50k urination points? Oh no, non un baguette.
Eris Ice Tea, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for the 5 months. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You mentioned John Oliver yesterday. Yeah, true. There is John Oliver about hospice. Anyone get a notification? I didn't. I just checked on a whim. Twitch notifications don't work, and Twitch Mobile is kind of broken in general right now. Twitch Mobile's effed in the A, I'll be honest. I tried to use it the other day for the first time in a while, and I was like, bro, this sucks.
I love how Italian TTS pronounces favorite.
She-Hulk is my favorite movie. Sanrio.deb, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you so much. The Uncommitted National Movement posted a Jon Stewart clip I wanted to look at. Let me zoom this out. My cup is full. I used to like Jon Stewart. I don't like him as much anymore. He's kind of a huge lib. He has a lot of hang-ups on the Democratic Party. Does not see them as they actually are. Does not see capitalism as it actually is, for the most part. Very American exceptionalist, etc. But he does cover the right kinds of stories, for sure. I feel similarly about John Oliver. They have the same like liberal boundaries for the most part. John Oliver just doesn't have like Democratic Party loyalty like Jon Stewart does. Which is why I think I like John Oliver more. Yeah, ignore the genocide. Joy. It's a pretty good clip. I'd like to see the full thing. Hassan confirmed he was kicked out of the DNC because of interviewing the uncommitted movement and wearing a pro-Palestine flag. Or wearing the Palestinian flag. I watched the speech last night. I'm not watching it again. That was why he was kicked out of the DNC. I thought it was a joke. No, he was. Yeah, they want fucking nothing to do with the Palestinians. The DNC. It's nuts. Who was? Hassan. Abi. Look at this. This was Trump at the border. Looking really good, sir. Sir! You look very nice. I'm a better looking person than Kamala Harris. I said he looked crazy, and we were looking at him like low resolution. This is such a high resolution picture. What is this? What is this? What is this? What? It's like unintelligible. It might be like reflected in the sun or something. I don't know what that is at all. Why does he look burnt? Bro. He might have got... He might be sunburned. Actually. He looks like he has shit on his face. This is crazy. How do you look like this? He was in Las Vegas today. Where is it? Is he sunburnt?
We have
Oh, they redid his makeup. Dude, they spray tanned the shit out of him.
And now the states will get the vote. And, you know, if you look at many of the states are up right now, and they're getting the vote, and they're getting the vote that the people want. They wanted the vote.
They blasted him.
And like Ronald Reagan, you know, I've gone through it a lot. But you're going to have choice, and you're going to have different things that you can talk about. But when you get into that issue and reproductive rights, I think what we've done is so right. What the Democrats do, take a look at what they're doing. They have the governor of Minnesota has the right to kill a baby after birth. After birth. This isn't abortion. This is after birth. Because he's got that. And think of it, in Minnesota, he's got that right. And how can you have...
You want to leave it to the states. That's the state law. You left it to the states. What do you mean? This doesn't make any sense.
A right like that. And they're actually the... And every legal scholar wanted it brought back to the states. They brought it back to the states. The states are voting on it right now. A lot of them are voting on it right now. And I must say, Ohio became much more liberal in the sense of that vote. You know that. Kansas, much more liberal. Others, I guess, different. But it brought it back to the people. Nobody wanted it. Nobody wanted it to remain in the federal government.
It's an upside-down world.
And it won't be in the federal government. It will never be in the federal government. It will be in the states where everybody wanted it. And if you go back and look back 10 years, 15 years, everybody wanted it. Legal scholars, everybody wanted it brought back to the states.
Dude.
And that's where it is.
Everybody wanted it? Oh yeah, RFK dropped out. I said he did it yesterday, but he actually did it today. He dropped out and endorsed him.
Ex-president, so a lot Latin people believe in you, and I know a lot of dreamers right now.
Is that actually going to help Trump? Not really. No. RFK was getting like, what was it, 6%? It's not enough. And I don't think that transfers immediately to him. I think they just go undecided and probably end up voting for Kamala Harris.
Process to come in. We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. We don't want people that are murderers, that are drug dealers, coming in from jails. We don't want that. We want people to come in, but we want them to come in through a system legally.
24 of them came in
and we're going to
last
open that
year,
system
and that's
up.
just
We need
too many.
people. We need workers. We need a lot of people. And we want them to come into our country, but we don't want to come in from prisons.
Titan
We don't
online,
want
my mom and
gang
dad are
members.
taking what Kamala said as serious as I am. How do I help them understand? They're both libs BTW.
No, dude, that speech is for libs. Libs love that speech. That's like the moment. They don't care about anything. You can't convince them.
No taxes on tips or Social Security benefits. Taken together, that's
Brainworms for Trump,
taxes.
baby.
She's increasing taxes, and her increase on corporate taxes and even businesses like this, it's going to drive businesses into other countries. Because, you know, other countries we have great international corporations. They can go anywhere. They can go into other countries. If they're offered better deals, they'll leave the United States, and that's what she's going to be doing. She'll force businesses, big businesses, to leave with all the jobs and everything else, to leave us, to leave this country and move to Europe and many different places and they're always fighting for our businesses, and many businesses have left. But we don't want that. And if they charge too much on taxes, these businesses, especially the big ones, they're international businesses, they're going to leave the United States. You're going to lose all the jobs, all the income, and we're going to end up being a third world country. And in many ways, because of the bad job that Kamala's done on the border, she was the border czar. Now she's trying to say she wasn't. But she ran the worst operation. I have the endorsement of the border people, the border unions, the ICE, every law enforcement group just about in America has endorsed me. What she's done on the border is so bad and so dangerous for our country, and it's going to ruin our country. We have to stop.
We're back.
We will have 100 million people come in from all over the world, not just South America. And this country will be a whole different place. It'll be a banana republic. But in many cases, when it comes to elections and borders, it already is.
So my question for you, Mr. President. response to that?
Well, I'm going to have to see, because I haven't seen him yet. I'm going to see him in a little while.
Mr. President,
What's happening?
here
to
is
see him.
availability of land. One of your policies is saying releasing more federal land, building houses.
Yeah.
How will you enact that here in Southern Nevada? Because that is a huge issue here in Southern Nevada. It will be in the coming years.
Well, we want to have land so we can have housing built in certain areas like this area. They don't have the housing. And we have so much land, and we want to put it to use. So we're going to have land released, and on that land, we're going to build housing. We're going to have housing built, and it'll be great for Nevada, and it'll be great for other areas.
And we're gonna drill, baby, drill.
I just want to follow up because I didn't ask my question before. So between all of that, between lowering the corporate tax rate, extending tax cuts, and proposing for tax incentives, you propose all that without any changes to entitlement benefits. That's talking about trillions of dollars added to the deficit. How do you plan to pay for it?
Growth. We're going to have tremendous growth.
Drill, baby, drill.
We're gonna have tremendous if you remember when
Dude,
I
I
gave
hate
the
this.
largest tax cuts ever given,
And that'll create
we
growth.
had a much lower rate, but the following year we took in more income. With a lower rate, we took in more income. And companies like Apple and others were bringing money in from Europe and other places. They were bringing in billions of dollars that they would have never brought in except for what I did.
pay taxes. What
Also,
do you
just
mean?
getting back to this other question, like Ronald Reagan before him on the abortion question, I happen to believe in exceptions.
So what?
I think
He's
it's very
what? He's
important,
gonna
but
cut
I
taxes
say to
on
people, you have to
Apple?
follow your heart. But
And that'll
probably
create
you're
growth?
85% of the people that agree with that in terms of just Republicans. But you have the life of the mother, rape, and incest. I happen to believe in the exceptions.
Then why don't you
So that the
believe in Roe v.
Democrats
Wade
are
that
the radical
enforces
ones
those?
because they will do abortions and approve abortions in the 9th month, the 8th month,
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
and also after
I'm Brian
birth,
Kilmeade.
which is basically the execution of the baby in some cases. If you look
Dude,
at
yes,
Minnesota,
keep talking about
they
this.
have the right to do that. You have a man now who's running
And
for
you think
vice
that's
president
fine.
who signed a bill to sell tampons in boys' bathrooms, okay? Not to sell them, to give them. The exceptions to me is...
Not to sell them
very
even, to
important.
give them.
Some people don't
That's
agree,
bad
but for the
business.
most
He should be
part,
selling
they
them and
do.
making money.
think
I
it's
would
up to
run the
probably
business.
85 or
I would sell
90%.
them.
But if you
if it
look
were
at
me.
the voting, and it's so interesting to see, this issue is tearing
Not
our
even
country
selling
apart.
them, giving them.
And it's really not tearing our country apart anymore because now people get to vote, and they get to vote in their state. And for the most part, they believe in the exceptions, and they want the exceptions. It makes it a much easier way. At the same time, you have to follow your heart. You have to do what's right. But we brought it locally. It'll never be in the federal government again. It should have never been there. And again, for 52
that's
years,
nuts.
from the beginning of Roe v. Wade, people have wanted to get it out. And
Dude,
many
this is just
presidents
a
have
lie.
tried. They were unable to do it. And I just want to thank 6 very brave and brilliant Supreme Court justices.
He's just talking about the conservative movement, I think. When he says for years everyone wanted it, he means everyone in the conservative movement. That's the only way I can think.
Arizona now, and I'll see you.
Donald Trump making those remarks after his speech.
All the legal
in,
scholars in the conservative movement.
after the RFK Jr.
Yo,
endorsement
are you okay?
there. And we did learn,
Sir?
Donald Trump did say just moments ago that RFK Jr. would be at the rally as well. So that goes to show you
Where?
who the special guest will be tonight here at the Glendale rally. Live look right now in Glendale.
Oh, wait, this
as
isn't
Donald
even the
Trump will
rally.
be having that about 7 p.m. Eastern right here on Live Now.
Okay, I'll watch that. So yeah, RFK's dropped out, which I think is funny. Ah! I did see the Theo Von cocaine thing. It's just nuts, dude.
Not just yeah.
That's
And it was
down and that's down and dirty.
No, I would just do cocaine. That was really yeah. So not just yeah.
That's
And it was
that's down and dirty, right?
Yeah, and this is this.
It's down and dirty.
I mean, it was
But you don't anymore.
No, I don't do it anymore, man, and I'm not doing
Is
it.
it too much? Too much to handle?
Some of the stuff started
Too
to get a
much
real
to handle.
rattle in it too. I don't know where we were even getting it from in this country, but yeah, it started to make me feel like I was a mechanic or
So
something.
the thing you go back to then is alcohol for the most part.
Right, yeah, but what I want probably is cocaine, but I know that if I have a drink, then it'll be like, okay, well, I had a drink, then I can do this.
Is cocaine a stronger
Oh, yeah.
up?
Yeah. Cocaine will make
So you're way up with cocaine more than anything else you can think of.
Cocaine will turn you into a damn owl, homie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You'll be out on your own porch, you know, and you'll be your own street lamp. You're freaking.
And is that a good feeling? Well,
No,
it's a
horrible.
miserable feeling.
But you do it
as
anyway, just like the guy you're saying with the scotch. No, I would just do.
That's nuts. Is it a good feeling? Looking really good, sir. Sir. Wait. Oh, this is live? Oh.
Sorry to keep everybody waiting. 16 months ago, in April of 2023,
Wait, I'm not listening to this whole thing. Here's a clip instead of that.
great causes drove me to enter the trades in the first place, primarily. And these are the principal causes that persuaded me to
quiet.
leave the Democratic Party and run as an independent. And now to throw my support to President Trump. The causes were free speech, a war in Ukraine, and the war on our children.
Well, if it isn't the Epstein brothers.
We were the party of
God
labor.
damn it! I knew it! Son of a bitch!
Of the working class.
I knew it was going to
The
do that.
Democrats were the party of government transparency and the champion of the environment.
It's Russell Brand. Ew. Fuck you.
Our party was
You
the bulwark
gross
against big
bastard.
money interests and
God, no wonder. Ew. Everyone involved in this. Donald Trump, RFK, and Russell Brand is just a bunch of fucking sex offenders. Jesus Christ, perverts.
corporate power. True to its name, it was the party of democracy. As you know, I left that party in October because it had departed so dramatically from the core values that I grew up with. It had become the party of war, censorship.
Damn, direct hit on RFK Jr. Yeah, Democrats are the party of war and censorship. That's why I'm endorsing Donald Trump. He hates war and censorship. It's the Epstein brothers. It's become real. I can't believe this. The Epstein brothers, as announced by Russell Brand. God, this is all so icky. Yeah, I can't even understand him. This man never had a chance to be president. Americans don't take him seriously because he sounds like that. I'm sorry, it's the truth. He can't get his points across. It's the same reason people don't like Joe Biden. And he's just like not even trying to be a contrarian. He's just straight up like, yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. Like, okay, great. It's not complicated. People act like they support Trump for all these complicated reasons when it's just like the most selfish, immediately satisfying grievance politics you can imagine. Just the left has gone too far. Woke is crazy now. And that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Joining us now.
All right, here's what we were going to listen to last night. Trump on Fox News talking about Kamala's speech. So here's the thing. The speech last night was so bad. It was so bad. It was such a middle ground, like, institutional liberal 2020 Kamala Harris style campaign. I heard the wheels on the bus go round and round just in the back of my head, echoing through the entire speech. Like, rough times, extremely rough times. And now we're going to have, get ready for another, I said last night, get ready for another media cycle of Bordazar. Bordazar. She was the Bordazar. Why is the border a problem? Why don't I, as a Fox News anchor, why don't I never shut the fuck up about the border? What do you, I'm freaking out about the border. And yet she is the Bordazar. And that's what you're going to hear for the rest of the election, I guess. I guess we didn't want to, like, change the subject, because that's what happened. Like, you're doing a feeding frenzy on everything Kamala Harris has ever said about the border, which is all, like, stupid and embarrassing because she was put on an embarrassingly symbolic position on a losing issue on purpose by Joe Biden because he didn't really want her to have any political success. Definitely an intentional move. But it's just a feeding frenzy on all of the, like, worst talking points. It's a losing battle, and Fox News is just gonna fucking light her up on this. Bordazar. They've had all this time to polish this fucking talking point so they can hit it as hard as possible. Kayleigh McEnady's not gonna shut the fuck up about the border. She's like, immigrant caravans, Bordazar. Like, it's just gonna get worse.
We told y'all Kamala would be another kill Harry and y'all didn't listen. We were right too early as usual. Sorry, I'm just pissed.
No, it's okay. I knew. I was just working my magic of manifestation. And it failed. I thought the wall was inherently conservative. How can a Democrat support that? See, that's a really, really, really good question. Is this an appropriate time to bring the nickname Kamala? Yeah, I mean, that's what she showed us last night. Kamala came out.
45th President of the United States.
Let's see what Trump has to say.
President Donald Trump. Mr. President, thank you for joining us. You were truth socialing along this speech. What is your first reaction to it real time tonight?
Well, the biggest reaction is, why didn't she do the things that she's complaining about? All of these things that she talked about, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do everything. But she didn't do any of it. She could have done it 3.5 years ago. She could do it tonight.
See, why didn't she say border crossings are at a lower point now than any point during the Trump administration? Why didn't she say that?
By leaving the auditorium and going to Washington, D.C.
Sound like a baby.
And closing the border. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border and created the safest border we've ever had in the history of our country. She could have done all of these things, and she could still do them. She's got 4.5, 5 months left. She can go there right now. She can do all of the things, many of the things that she's talking about and complaining.
Okay, I guess that's just such a lame line of attack. Just do it. You do it.
About it was a lot of complaining. She didn't talk about China. She didn't talk about fracking. She didn't talk about crime. She didn't talk about 70% of our people are living in poverty. She didn't talk about housing, really. The trade deficit. She didn't talk about child trafficking that she's allowed to happen because she was the border czar and she presided over the weakest border in the history of our country. It's an invasion. I was there today, as you know, Brett. It's an invasion of our country taking place at our border, our southern border.
She did talk about China. I was annoyed at the fact that she talked about China.
Total invasion.
He did hit
and
a
now
button,
it's starting at our northern border also, through Canada. And she didn't talk about any of that because she talks, but she doesn't do. It's no action. But, you know, look, other than that, it was a nice-looking room.
Mr. President, Martha McCallum here. She said that she is promising middle-class tax cuts, and she says that if you are elected, it will cost Americans $3,900 more a year in increased taxes. She's tying all of that to this Project 2025. That's where that number is coming from. What do you say to that?
Well, she knows I have nothing to do with Project 25. They throw it out.
Oh, my God, he can't say it. Project 25. It's almost like he doesn't want a clip of him saying, I disavow Project 2025. It's like suspicious.
A group of people got together.
It's literally like stand back and stand by. It's like, why can't you're like, why can't you say this?
A thing, I haven't even seen it. I don't want to see it. I told them specifically, I don't want to see it. People know where I stand. I lower taxes. She's raising taxes. She's going to give a tax increase of 4 to 5 times what people and companies are paying right now. The country will go into a depression if they do it. She didn't talk about interest rates. I mean, the interest rates are now getting close to record rates. People can't do business. Nobody can borrow money. People can't go to the American dream and buy a house because they can't afford the interest rates. And even if they could, the money isn't available. She didn't talk about any of that. No, if she got in, look, she's a Marxist. She always was. She always will be. She's going to leave the border open. I was there today, and the Border Patrol, as you know, gave me total endorsements and all of that. I've gotten endorsed by almost every major police group in the United States.
How insane is it that we were just listening to him say this verbatim in Las Vegas? God.
A Marxist with open borders. She's not going to have any fracking in Pennsylvania. She's going to close down the oil and gas industry.
Yeah, notice we didn't hear anything about energy, which sucks because, like, at this point, it's like the Republicans have said that the Green New Deal already fucking happened. So if she came out and was like, I support a Green New Deal, which at one point, as a senator for California, she did. In 2020, she went back on that. But,
R2-D2, you found a cigarette.
If she endorsed the Green New Deal now, what the fuck would Republicans say other than what they already say? They already say you already did it. They're just going to say, like, what the heck is this? It's the Green New Deal too. Like, they don't, like, you can literally use their own messaging against them so effectively if you actually cared about, like, winning. I don't know. They're, like, making America better. I love fracking.
And our country is going to go bust. She didn't talk about the $35 trillion, which I was going to start paying off with liquid gold that we have right under our feet.
God, when he says liquid gold, he sounds like an old prospector. Liquid gold!
Start paying off debt, lowering taxes still further. And, you know, she wants to raise the taxes on corporations. What they're going to do is pick up and move to another country, like the pharmaceutical industry moved to Ireland and they moved to other places. Many of these industries will just they're international companies. If she raises taxes like she wants to do on companies, there go those jobs. I'm more interested in the jobs than the companies. But there go those jobs. And what's going to happen, Martha, they're going to pick up, they're going to move to another country. They're going to pick up and move to another country. Wait,
what? He, like, restarted that line. He said they're going to pick up, move to another country, and then they're going to pick up and move to another country. Freedom Lover 212 says, please say congrats to my friend Darnell. She just came out as a trans bee and tell her you're proud of her. Congratulations, Darnell. We're all proud.
Pick up, they're going to move to another country. They're going to pick up and move to another country where they're going to be promised taxes at half the numbers that she's talking about and more than that.
Mr. President, on the issue of immigration, Vice President Harris, like many Democrats in this hall throughout this week, have used the bipartisan Senate bill and your efforts to lobby Republicans not to move forward with that.
I love that he's just like openly admitting that he did that. They're going to move to another country and pick up and move to another country after that. Oops.
Use the issue in this election as part of this speech. She said she will sign that bipartisan bill. She, to your point, doesn't talk about executive orders that could have been launched in the beginning of the Biden administration. But how do you respond to that? And are you ready to debate Kamala Harris on September 10th, given what you heard
tonight? That's coming up, chat.
Well, number one debate on September 4th at Fox, and she turned it down. Because, as you know, Brett, I was willing to debate with you and Martha. Well, I was going to debate on September 4th. She turned it down. And I'm willing to debate on, I don't like ABC. I think ABC is probably the worst of the group. but I'm willing to do ABC. I was willing to do CNN with Joe Biden, and you saw what happened there. I mean, CNN does not treat me or Republicans very good, but I was willing to do it because it was the only way I could get to debate him and ask him how that turned out. But look, I am willing to debate, and I think we should do much more than one debate. But you know better than anybody, I'm ready, willing, and able because I told you yes, and she turned.
God, he's just spitting. He didn't say anything about the bipartisan Senate bill, by the way.
You down.
And on the immigration issue?
On the immigration, it's very simple. The bill was horrible. It would have allowed millions of people to pour into our country. Would have been.
It's so awesome. Millions of people are pouring into our country, and if you pass a bill that builds more of the wall and funds the Border Patrol more, it makes more millions of people come into the country. It allows millions of people in. It's like, yeah, what? You just want no immigration then? You just want no immigration? Like, again, what number feels good to you?
Horrible. It was a horrible bill. It was a joke. She doesn't need a bill.
I guess he's just admitting that he sabotaged it.
I didn't have a bill. I closed the border. I had the safest border in the history of our country.
Is that allowed?
I closed it up.
He's not a
As
politician.
president, now she'll have to get Joe to do it, but she could probably have a lot to do with that, right? Now Joe's missing. He's on a beach in California. But you know what? All she has to do, or all he has to do, is say, I want to close the border. The border is closed as of now. They don't need bills. They don't want to close the border. I stood at the border today in 100-degree weather, and I will tell you, it's a dangerous place. And I was being told by Secret Service and a lot of other law enforcement, sir, it's really dangerous here. I think it's time to leave. You wouldn't believe the things that I saw at that border. She's the border czar. Now she wants to deny that, but she's the border. In any event, she was in charge of the border. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border so unsafe as this one.
Dude, they can turn off. The DNC is over. You can turn off the audio. Fox News editors, goddamn, asleep at the wheel. This was like midnight, but still. It was only like 10:30. What the hell?
20 people, 20 million people
I guess midnight on
have
the East
poured
Coast.
into our country. Many of them from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylum, and record number of terrorists.
It's like, now I can't hear either. Thank you for playing both. I can't fucking hear anything.
And other countries are releasing their prisoners from their jails. They're emptying out their jails into the United States of America because of her incompetence and her bad border policies. She is a horrible, horrible person to run this country. We won't have a country if she gets elected.
Let me ask you this, sir. There has been
That's
a
right,
huge
chat.
appeal and momentum for women voters. She's
won't have
trying
one
to
anymore.
pull the youth vote, the Hispanic vote, the black vote back in her direction. Polls show that she's having some success in that at this point. So what are you going to do? What's your strategy to rebuild the momentum that you had with those voters?
No, she's not having success. I'm having success. I'm doing great with the Hispanic voters. I'm doing great with black men. I'm doing great with women because women want safety. They want safety.
Nuts.
And they don't have safety when they have somebody allowing 20 million people into our country, many of them very dangerous people.
I don't like the way he said black. I'm gonna say it. I don't like the way he said black.
No, it's only in your eyes that they have that, Martha. We're doing very well in the polls. We're leading in most of the polls. And in the swing states, we're leading in almost...
See, notice the kind of confusion on the anchors' faces right now, especially Brett Breyer or whatever. Brett Bayer. That is because what he's saying is completely untrue. Very confusing.
Most every one of them.
Mr.
In
President,
Michigan,
let me interrupt.
the auto workers
No, you're
are
not.
voting for
I'm
me
Brett
because
Kilme.
you're not going to have an auto industry if she gets elected.
Mr.
They're going
President,
to
two
all
quick
electric
things.
cars. All electric cars are going to be made in China. And you're not going to have, you literally will not have an auto industry. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed of themselves. They sold the workers down the tubes.
Two quick things as we wrap up here, Mr. President.
China.
Tomorrow,
Talk
do you
about
expect
China.
to be endorsed by...
Like, she did, first of all. She was like, we have to be, like, superior to China or some shit. He's a straight up fascist shit.
By Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And are you making a specific effort in Georgia to
Hold
make
on.
up, if you will, with the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp?
Well, I just saw Brian on a very good man. Did you ever hear of a man named Sean Hannity? And he was interviewed by Sean Hannity, and he was very nice, and he said he wants
sold
Trump to
their
win, and he's going to
workers.
work with me 100%, and I think we're going to
man
have a
named
very
Sean
good
Hannity.
relationship with Brian Kemp, and that was on just before you people went on with that speech that we just listened to.
And RFK Jr.?
It just happened, and as far as RFK, I've had a great relationship with him over the years. I respect him. He respects me. I have no idea if he's going to endorse me. I know he's got a news conference. We happen to be in
Yeah, he
the
did.
same state.
He did, by the
Arizona
way.
will be in the same state, but in quite different parts of the state.
The great,
But it's
late great
possible
Hannity
we will
Lecter.
be meeting tomorrow, and we'll be discussing it. He said,
Ever
look,
heard
he
of
was
Sean
treated very
Hannity?
unfairly by the Democrats. He would have beaten Joe Biden in a Democrat primary. I have no
RFK?
doubt about it. And they made
that's
it
funny.
absolutely impossible for him. They made it that you have to
Yeah.
get 60-70% of the vote just to get in. And you know
Mr.
what?
President.
In the end, the Democrats did the same thing to Joe Biden. They threw Joe Biden out of the party.
And that's
they
why
did
we
the
saw a
same
different
thing
night
as they did to
tonight.
RFK.
Mr. President, thank you so
very
much
much, sir.
for the time. We
Okay, thank you
appreciate
very
that
much.
live feedback.
Hey, Sean.
That's nuts. What? Like he did not have a lot to say. Everyone is so weak. You know, Trump would have gone on for hours. Oh yeah, they gotta shut him up. They're like, okay, Mr. President, thank you so much. Shut the fuck up. We're done with you. Like, Fox News does like Trump. Like, obviously the anchors personally like him, but they do have like a tolerance for him for sure. That like is turn offable. When they started departing from like the election propaganda, you know, they weren't saying that Trump won in 2020. They were actually pretty critical of Trump. Let It Be piano cover? What? No. I don't want to watch that. Okay, we watched this. Greg Gutfeld. Tonight's episode brought to you by coffee.
Important Stewie Griffin lore URL.
TM. Stewie Griffin lore? Anyway, yeah, like I was saying, Fox News definitely has like a tolerance for Trump, and it's like sometimes you notice it come out a little bit when they get like annoyed. It's funny to me. They like, you can tell that they want him to say what they want. Like it's like there's like a parasocial relationship where like if he's not saying what they want to hear, he's not. It's just, he never said it, and it's not real.
That wasn't my fault, Donald Trump. He's still talking, by the way. Happy Thursday, everyone. So earlier tonight, Kamala Harris officially accepted her party's nomination for president. God, I hope Joe doesn't find out about this. You know, I tell you what she said.
They act like he didn't speak at the first night.
But we're still having it translated. She arrived at the arena just as you'd expect. In fact, here's a shot of her limo.
Yo, what? Okay. Translated, is that, and then, 1-2 punch.
Nice.
Her
Nice.
husband, Doug Emhoff, was in such a
What a good response to a joke. Nice.
celebratory mood, he knocked up 2 nannies. 2. Tim Waltz's former high school football players introduced him on Wednesday, but people on social media pointed out that Waltz only served as an assistant coach, mostly assisting them with their tampons. Donald.
He said people pointed out on social media. I think he means lied on social media. Timer 10 minutes. Yeah, that's nasty, bro.
Trump vows to impose tough new sentences on illegal migrant criminals, including the death penalty. In other words, he's sending them to Chicago.
You know who's sending immigrants to Chicago? Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott, illegally busing them in a mass human trafficking operation that's been going on for a year now, if not longer. They've trafficked hundreds of thousands of undocumented people.
Harris' support for a bail fund continues to haunt her as more examples of crimes committed by those released come to light. The Minnesota Freedom Fund paid bail for an assailant who killed someone a week later, a habitual DUI driver who later crashed and killed a passenger, and a serial arsonist who tried to burn down a mosque. So it's a murderer, a drunk driver, and an arsonist, otherwise known as the Democrats' base. That was a long walk.
Dude, you were part of a bail fund for a protest and you happened to commit an unrelated crime later on? That must mean it's connected to the bail fund. Because, you know, they should have been in prison forever for protesting in the first place, and then they never would have committed those crimes if we never let them go for the crime of protesting.
Last night on her walk to the podium, a sheet of paper fell from Nancy Pelosi's pantsuit. It actually turned out to be the warranty card for her face. Terrible! How dare you laugh at that? Meanwhile, in her ancestral Indian village, people are cheering for Kamala Harris's presidential bid. A woman claiming to be the village mayor wished her good luck.
I was literally just about to say he's gonna make an Elizabeth Warren joke. I was literally going to say he's gonna make an Elizabeth Warren joke. I knew it. I heard it coming. I literally heard it rolling up. I think I can see the future. Oh, no, not a different kind of Indian? Yeah, no. It doesn't matter to Greg Gutfeld. Doesn't matter.
Wrong Indian! Wrong Indian! Stevie Wonder performed at the DNC last night. They specifically asked for a blind performer because their delegates are so ugly. Aw, that's so mean. They call you racist.
And that's the worst thing you could ever accuse someone of being. Dude, people call like Hassan racist. It doesn't stick when it's not real. Because when someone's racist, it's like you're usually able to glean it from the things that they say and do. So if they're not racist, it's usually like observable. I don't know. They call you racist. You can kill them now. It's like, wow. Normal. Yeah, did
Finally,
you see
the
the
Taliban.
last image? Yeah, why would they call him racist?
Chat, why would you... Wait. Why would anyone call him racist?
Formed at the DNC, ugly. Oh, that's so mean. They call you racist. Finally, the Taliban is trying to jumpstart the Afghanistan tourism industry. Their new slogan, come for the hiking, stay for the goat sex. All right.
Dude. Disgusting. Hog. So racist.
Let's do a monologue. No more goat sex for you people. Is the Democrat convention a complete invention? Let's talk about the event that just happened.
I hate his Dr. Seuss flow. I want him crushed by a big anvil from the sky in a cartoon.
And the last 4 years, that didn't. It's a mirage, a consensual hallucination where a bunch of brainwashers agreed to pretend that our most recent president was Donald Trump. I know, we wish. If that were the case, we'd have a border wall, Middle East peace, and a first lady who's not mixing hemlock into her husband's applesauce.
Wow, that photo is airbrushed. Holy. This is such a funny side-by-side. You don't even have to do that. Yeah, we would have peace in the Middle East if Trump was president. Totally, dude. Totally. Peace would be achieved by, you know, nuking Gaza.
But it's a fantasy world where Kamala Harris has no fingerprints on anything except the wine fridge. And why? So the Dems can claim they're charting a new way forward. Yes, Kamala's charting, which replaces Biden's sharding. It's as if she bears no responsibility for the old way she claims to be leaving behind. It's like Brian Kilmeade coming to work dressed as a plumber after clogging all the toilets in the Fox News building.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
The Dems promise us joy after 4 years of misery that they created. Sorry, we've seen what their version of joy looks like.
Wow.
Obviously, they want you to forget Cam was VP and that Joe was P, which he still is, by the way. He's the first sitting president who's mostly horizontal. So they screw up a country, then say they'll unscrew it. It's like a criminal offering a great price on good years after they spent 4 years slashing yours. But how can you promise restitution for a crime you claim you didn't commit? In order for this ploy to work, voters have to believe the border has been secure, while at the same time believing she's going to fix it. We have to believe prices will come down, while also believing Bidenomics has been a huge hit. We hear that they're bringing patriotism back, so join us in saluting the flag while our delegates burn it. Of course, the voter is left to ask, how can you promise something you've already had 4 years to deliver, but actually condemned? This White House linked patriotism to right-wing extremism, and pessimism was a must as long as Orange Hitler roamed free. And how can you have joy if America is irredeemably racist? But the Harris-Walz campaign is like a donut, a ring of puffy fluff with a great big hole in the middle. It's no wonder Brian Stelter's mouth is always watering.
That picture.
What that hole needs is an actual candidate. See, it's worse than the emperor having no clothes. It's the clothes having no emperor. Just a pantsuit on strings. The Democrat-controlled media claims America doesn't know.
Yeah, could this be an Obama's third term? Or sixth term, do you think, chat? They said that last night on Fox News. We heard that. They were like, this could potentially be Obama's third term. Obama.
No emperor. Just a pantsuit on strings. The Democrat-controlled media claims America doesn't know Kamala yet, but that's the plan. On CNN, Aaron Burnett suggests Kamala should just keep doing what she's doing, namely nothing.
Showman, you've interviewed Kamala Harris.
Yep, a few times.
She hasn't done a big interview in a while here, and certainly not since announcing. Are you going to talk to her soon? What do you think? What do you think she should do, or does she do better to ignore all those calls to talk and just keep doing what she's doing?
Oh, thank you, Aaron.
That wasn't
It's not
her
often the
advice.
media tells the truth. And
What?
here she is saying it. If it helps you, just ignore us. It's like a referee encouraging a basketball team that's up 6 points with a minute left
He's
to play
inferring
keep
so
away
much
until the
from this.
clock runs out.
That's
That
so
way she won't
sad.
have to answer for her awful ideas, like helping to put violent thugs back on the street or her fake work as the borders are. But they
Borders
have a
are.
solution. It's low T men. Right, Ms. Bash?
They are doing so
Let's
in
go.
trying to put forward male figures.
The Democratic Party. Whoa, double. The Democratic Party is the party of. No, I didn't swear. Goated. The Democratic Party is the party of femboys and low T men.
Tim Walz being one of them. Doug
Estrogenated.
Emhoff last night, who can speak to men out there who might not be the sort of testosterone-laden, gun-toting kind of guy who wants
They had
to
a
listen
car.
to Hulk Hogan.
Wow, that
No,
must make a
Dougie.
Democrat male feel really good.
Bro. Come on, man. They look so similar. Like, yeah, Greg has better hair. If Greg's hair was worse, which it will be one day, I mean, what's the difference? It's also funny because the first joke he made was about how, I guess he, like, slept with, like, a maid or something at one point. I don't know if this was before they were married or what. I don't care. Literally just a non-story. So it's like, even still, like, not only is he married to the vice president, which is, boss, a nanny, yeah, whatever. But he also gets pussy. Sorry. It's like shitting on Hunter Biden. Sorry, dude. Dougie fucks. You admitted it yourself. Dougie fucks. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, you're mad. You're mad because Dougie fucks.
I do give Doug Emhoff's testosterone
Dung
credit. He had enough
Emhoff.
for his first wife and his nanny. And Tampon Tim, he's so manly. He supports women.
Bro, Greg, you've never been married, have you? You're not married now.
Can
Bozo.
someone tell Feminion from the Overlord Games to shut up?
Dougie fucks.
Getting their balls waxed. Meanwhile, Jones claims there's a new
Weirdo.
muscular patriotism. Tampon Tim, he's so manly. He had enough for his first wife and his nanny.
Yeah, look,
And
he
Tampon
fucks.
Tim, he's so manly. He supports women getting their balls waxed.
What a dud.
Meanwhile, Jones claims
Weird.
there's a new muscular patriotism.
We've hit the weird
I haven't
threshold.
seen so many there's a muscular patriotism associated with Kamala Harris. There's a musculature to what she's saying. She wants to fight. She's not afraid. I want to fight for this.
She's not. Dude, he doesn't mean like physical, like big muscles, like Hulk Hogan, big muscles. He's talking about like action, energy. What? Pete Buttigieg doesn't have big muscles. Well, I don't understand. Also, Hassan's there, so it's like you can't really make that argument anyway. But like, whatever.
Is he talking about Kamala or Michelle?
Oh,
See,
nice.
it's muscular patriotism when they do it. When you do it, you're just one step away from painting a Confederate flag on the roof of your Camry and lighting a cross on your neighbor's lawn.
Well, not me, Greg. You, not me. You're saying me, but you mean you. You're using what people have said to you and being like, you're saying that about everybody. It's like, no, man, you.
Funny, usually when Dems are shouting USA, it's followed by sucks. Meanwhile, since the Harris campaign won't reveal their policies, the Trump campaign did it for them with a new website called Kamala2024policies.com. It's got sections like fighting to set murderers free.
Let's go.
Abolish borders.
Whoa,
Bring
babes.
back the Green New
Let's
Deal.
go.
Eliminate private.
Bring back the Green New Deal. Where did it go? I thought it already happened. Did Joe Biden cancel the Green New Deal?
Health insurance. It's
Let's
a
go,
Christmas
dude. This
list
is
for
awesome.
crackpots. All stuff Cam said over the years, which she...
Like, obviously the first one's the most dramatic, but the other three are actually, like, legit, like, good policies.
now denies. So can you believe those
So
evil
funny.
Republicans
Ah.
actually quoting their opponent?
Dude, he looks like an
It's
alien.
funny, they denied Joe Biden
Such a
lost his
funny
mind
picture.
until it was seen by everyone. And now they're acting like we're the ones with dementia for remembering everything that they're trying to forget. But we can only hope that by December, Joe and Kamala will both be distant memories. Welcome tonight's guest.
Oh, Lord.
Even Stevie Wonder complained about his outfit.
Dude, the peanut gallery is always so bizarre. It's like circus freaks.
Founder of StudioTSD.com, Michael
Whatever, dude.
Loftus.
Studio TSD, everyone's favorite thing.
She finds it exciting when two men are fighting. Host of Outkick the Morning,
Okay.
Charlie Arnold.
Author of America on Fire,
Soon it will
Blingus
be trespassing
Dimbo.
for her to be in the maternity ward. New York Times bestselling author and Fox News contributor Kat Tiff. And the last time he played Twister, 14 people died. New York Times bestselling author, comedian, and former NWA World Champion So, Michael, you and your hobo friends watched the speech at the nearest shelter down in Midtown. How was it received?
Luckily, we had an empty can of beans
Yes.
and a piece of string, and we listened. And then it all came to a close. This wonderful advertisement for lies and debauchery.
Advertisement.
But she said she's going to secure the border.
Debauchery?
How is she going to do that?
I don't know. Hopefully she knows somebody.
Yeah.
Hopefully she has a contact. she
Maybe in the
can
White
call.
House?
Wouldn't that be something?
Yes. Somebody that's...
Dude, he's literally a goblin. He's laughing like a little demon. I hate him so much.
There already.
Right?
Maybe a vice president?
Someone who knows what's going on.
This is nuts. This is like unhealthy.
Yes.
That's been the craziness of this whole thing until we watch the balloons drop like thousands of immigrants pouring across the border. Ooh.
Dude, this might be Greg Gutfeld, I'll be honest.
B. Crumb was a Kowakian monkey lizard born on the planet Kowak. He escaped his planet and made his way to Quinn Space Station.
Yo.
Despite being intelligent, he was treated like a pest, and when the station's owners tried to exterminate him...
I didn't know this lore for Salacious B. Crumb. Explained. The
he fled
legend
the station
of
on the
Salacious.
first ship he could find. It just so happened that ship belonged to Jabba the Hutt. Crumb began gorging himself on Jabba's food until the Hutt returned. Furious, he tried to eat the small creature, but
Gut-filled
couldn't catch it.
lore.
Salacious leapt up into the rafters, knocking food all over Bib Fortuna, which amused Jabba. The crime lord offered him a job as his palace court jester. As long as Crumb made Jabba laugh at least once a day,
I like this.
the monkey lizard would have food and a roof over his head. If a day ever went by where Salacious was unable to make Jabba laugh, Jabba would eat him. The deal worked in Salacious's favor, and Jabba grew very fond of him. However, most everyone else in the palace that was subject to his teasing and ridicule wanted to kill him. His sense of humor grew increasingly sadistic, and often involved making jokes about visitors Jabba fed to his pet Rancor. Salacious Crumb accompanied Jabba to the Pit of Carkoon to witness the execution of Han Solo and Luke Skywalker, but was instead killed in the following battle and explosion of Jabba's sail barge. That's it for today. Please subscribe.
He fucking died. R.I.P. Greg Gutfeld.
Look, there's a red one, there's a white one, there's a blue one. He must be sad. Give him all your stuff. Please. All those balloons now can buy a house in Oregon with no money down.
Don't be rude.
What? Yeah, it's crazy. I'll be nice about Kamala Ding Dong. She put on a clinic in terms of the hi, oh, you're here. That fake thing that they're like, what in the world? You're here. Oh, hi. Like, she's got that part down.
Right.
Right? Like Tim Waltz, he still rushes it. He does the, whoa, you're here. Hi, my heart.
Dude, conservatives like to make fun of Tim Walz, but they just don't have anything. He's too fast.
Oh, you got away. Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, he doesn't fucking milk it, and he gets to the issue. That's actually why I like him a lot. His speeches are always awesome because they're short, they're sweet, they're simple. He speaks simply. He gets up there and he's like, hi everyone, let's go, team. And then he talks and then he leaves. Conservatives don't like that either, though.
Yeah,
don't take too long.
It's like they sped up the tape with him.
Yeah,
I need to get.
You need the Benny Hill music.
Charlie.
Head coach, combat, head coach.
What?
Charlie, imagine being a Democrat male and being told that, you know the good thing about you? Low testosterone.
A Democrat male.
Sadly, I'm sure that most of these men
such
take
a
this
demon. Then he starts like chirping, like
as a compliment. They're like, oh my goodness, low testosterone. I've been waiting my whole life to hear this. Honestly, I hope most of these low T males that are at the DNC, I hope they're, taking a little detour going to the vasectomy truck. Because they are the last people that I would like to reproduce in this country. But when you really look at the whole...
Okay, so you're like into birth control, I guess. That's cool.
Democratic Party as a whole, calling them sheep is the best synonym for them. I mean, they really are weak-bodied, weak-minded. Just a month ago, nobody, and this still blows my mind, nobody was talking about Kamala Harris as being an acceptable presidential candidate.
They were going to dump her.
Nobody. But suddenly they had to pivot quickly, and they realized, okay, we've got a DEI meal ticket ready to go.
Yeah.
And when you look at the past, I mean, even just in March, the Washington Post, which we know is an ultra-liberal publication.
Oh, shit. Oh, my bad. Wait. I heard ultra-liberal.
Yeah. No, you know he's
hit
got
me like a
game.
brick.
Yeah,
Well,
like...
but then again, very calm.
Yeah, still, we can clap. Meal ticket ready to go. Are weak-bodied, weak-minded males that are at the DNC. I hope they're,
males.
taking a little detour going to the vasectomy truck. Because they are the last people that I would like to reproduce in this country. But when you really look at the whole Democratic Party as a whole, calling them sheep is the best synonym for them.
Yeah.
I mean, they really are weak-bodied.
We just repeat everything Donald Trump says, regardless of whether or not it's actually even based in reality at all. But they're the sheep, though.
Weak-minded, just...
Like, there were literally Democrats outside of the DNC, the undecided Democrats, or the undecided delegates, protesting, doing a sit-in in the DNC and outside the DNC. But no, you're right, they're sheep, you're right.
A month ago, nobody, and this still blows my mind, nobody was talking about Kamala Harris as being an acceptable presidential candidate.
They were going to dump her.
Nobody. But suddenly they had to pivot quickly, and they realized, okay, we've got a DEI meal ticket ready to go.
Yeah.
And when you look at the past, I mean,
Wow, that's racist.
even just in March, the Washington
Wow,
Post,
that's
which we know is an
racist.
ultra-liberal publication, they had an...
Did she just say the Washington Post is ultra-liberal?
Even just in March, the Washington Post, which we know is an ultra-liberal publication...
Does anyone know who owns that? The Washington Post, I mean. A Marxist revolutionary communist by the name of Jeff Bezos. Yeah, Lex Updog.
They had an opinion piece titled, "For the sake of our country, Vice President Kamala Harris should step aside."
Yeah.
No one liked her then. They still, we can clap.
That was definitely because of the economic policy.
They still don't like her now.
Yeah.
But she was met with a thunderous applause that would not die down until she said good evening like 55 times to start her speech.
It's like it reminds me of that movie Green
Can
Card,
we clap?
you know, where like the United
Please?
States wants to stay in the country, so they got to marry Kamala. That was a terrible analogy. Kat, it is true though, when you look kind of at the Trump supporters, they're all scary dudes. Dana White, you know, Kid Rock, rappers, MMA fighters. Then you look over at the Dems and it's Seth Rogen. And Seth Rogen.
Yeah. I mean,
Seth Rogen.
although honestly, I'd never heard Doug Emhoff talk before the other night.
Yeah.
And I was kind of like, he actually was kind of charming.
Why did he
Which
say
I
it
was surprised
twice?
by, but then I shouldn't have been. Because, like,
Yeah.
you have to be charming to impregnate the nanny.
Yes,
Like, you
exactly.
can't-
Dude, they're admitting it. He fucks, dude. Even she's like, damn, I kind of like Dougie. I have no idea why the media class is so into Dougie. I don't know why. I don't see Dougie's Riz. Maybe it's just me.
Yeah. No,
I
you
don't-
know,
I don't know.
he's got game.
Yeah,
But
like-
then again, okay, I have to explore this.
Does he?
Impregnating the nanny means you're lazy.
Yeah, you can't go out and cheat.
You can't
You
go
have
out
to
and cheat.
cheat
It
at
has to
home.
be delivered.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, she's right there. It's like, no, go.
Or, but who's to say that he wasn't doing both?
Yeah, that's true.
Who's to say that the nanny was
All right,
there,
wow.
but then also out? Who knows? But I also
What?
think they did a better job, the Democrats, of the rumor. But I don't know who started this rumor that Beyonce was
Yes.
going to be there tonight. But I want to know who started this rumor and how do I get that person to start this rumor for my own show?
What? What the fuck? You were watching the DNC because you thought Beyonce was gonna be there? You could have looked at the schedule. There wasn't a surprise guest. That's not how it works. She has a show? Yeah, I guess so. Daytime, probably.
Like, because people at the end were still hanging out.
Yeah.
After she was done, like, people didn't want to leave because they were still convinced. Like, I'm going to be in Thousand Oaks in a couple weeks. Who's going to spread the rumor that Beyonce is going to be there?
No, but you know, you hit on this. They needed people to.
Also, it's like I saw something that I believed on Twitter. That's what you're saying. You saw it on social media, and you thought it was real. I think you're just stupid. TMZ said it? Okay, that's stupid.
Stick around.
That's crazy that they said that.
Yeah, but how did they convince? I was
They
like,
don't.
where's
They used
Beyonce?
Beyonce.
They
They
leaked
said-
it. They Yeah. leaked it like it was happening. I was
So
watching
people
the show.
would stick around for
Yes.
Kamala.
Of course, yes, of course.
That's that is so sad.
But it's brilliant. But they did it. People believed it, including me. I was like, well, we might probably going to be getting to bed real late because Beyonce.
Yeah.
Never been happier to not see Beyonce.
I know. Well, Democrats got 99 problems.
But the truth
Yeah, maybe Beyonce's a Republican.
ain't one.
But the truth ain't one. Nicely done. Nicely done. All right.
Like, I love when conservatives get mad at people for, like, being liberals, like, at celebrities and stuff, because it's like, unless they're just, like, a rich person and that's, like, it, it's like, what do you expect, man?
No Beyoncé, only pink we've got SQRVY, we've got SQRVY, we've got SQRVY,
Yeah, we only got
Y.
pink. We only got pink. Listen, it doesn't make sense for Taylor Swift to be a Trump supporter. Like, it does and it doesn't. Especially now. It makes sense on the billionaire white woman front. But the woman front makes less and less sense as the Roe v. Wade conversation comes into play, right? She endorsed Biden in 2020. Yeah, like, stuff like that is, like, so stupid to me. Like, if you can't, like, identify someone's political leanings just by, like, observing their behavior, like, why do you even care about politics? You know what I mean? Especially, like, like a celebrity. Someone's, like, in the public eye. What is this? Her politics and feminism begin and end with her. Well, there's many celebrities that is absolutely the case. I think politics for most people is self-serving. Like, most people are motivated by selfish reasons. I think the kind of person who's involved in politics for, like, the greater good of, like, underprivileged people is a rare person, even in voters. You know what I mean? People just want, like, low rent. They want low bills, low gas, no war. I don't care about Beyonce's opinion, but there's also inferences that you can make. And it's just, like, shocking to me that Republicans get surprised when people become, like, out themselves as liberals. It's surprising when someone like, when like a game designer ends up being a conservative. I mean, less and less so these days. But, like, it's surprising because it's a diverse industry, you know? Like, it's hard to be conservative in that industry unless you're just completely independent. Scott Cawthon, for example. He's a Trump supporter. It's weird that he's a Trump supporter. It's not weird that, like, Neil Druckmann is a Biden guy or whatever. You know what I mean? Or, like, the Sony Santa Monica studio guys, like Cory Balrog is a, or Barlog is a liberal. You know what I mean? Can you tell me the politics of this? What is this?
In the cubicles, representing for my Java homies. In by 9, out when the deadlines are met. Check it. We code hard in these cubicles. My style's nerd chic, I'm a programming freak. We code hard in these cubicles. Only 2 hours till your deadline, don't sweat my technique. Sipping morning coffee with that Java swirl. Born to code, my first words were hello world. Since 95, been Java coding, staying proud.
This sounds like early Childish Gambino. This sounds like because the internet. It feels like it's from 2013. I mean, yeah, 2011. I was closer because the internet is also from 2011 or 2012. Wait. (2013). Fuck. I thought it was from 2011.
I've heard the weird allegations, and I think there's a little projection going on there. All right, I'm not weird. They're the weird ones. They want to sterilize.
This is nuts. He sounds exactly like JD Vance. Holy shit.
9-year-olds with puberty blockers, okay? Whereas I want those 9-year-olds to carry their uncle's babies to term. I'm not the weird one. Tim Walz is the weird one, all right? He wants to put tampons in every girl's bathroom at every public high school, all right? Whereas I, a common sense conservative, think that girls should stay home during their unclean days. When I accepted Donald Trump's request to run on the ticket with him, I gave a big kiss to my wife, I gave her a big hug, because I was happy and I have a good relationship with my wife. And she has to do that. It's in our prenup. Tim Walz, when he accepted, he went in front of a stadium of people and gave his wife a good old Midwestern handshake. And you don't think that's weird? A real man would finger his wife in front of all of us so that we could see that he's not gay. If Tim Walz had a good relationship with his wife, he would have tongue kissed her at that rally in front of all of us. That's just a fact. He would have tried to get in there, you know? I'm not weird. I'm not weird for wanting to watch Tim Walz fuck his wife in front of a stadium full of people. Okay? Tim Walz, fuck your wife, Tim. Fuck your wife in front of us and prove that you are straight. I need it.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think JD Vance outruns that, and neither does Donald Trump. I'm not watching nerd versus geek rap. Oh God, no.
Right, Tyrus. What did you were watching the speech before the show?
You know, it's funny because I could feel my testosterone leaving my body as I watched.
Does that mean he came? I don't know how men work.
So I turned it off, did some push-ups, and attacked a low T guy. Sorry, Gene. On a serious note, now that it's over, I think the biggest round of applause needs to go to the Chicago Police Department because they protected. How much honor is in protecting a group that you know is excited about defunding you and demoralizing you?
Wait, what? Long-time channel member, first-time stream. What up? Sorry, I gotta run that back. I got distracted. I saw this clip. This is Tristan Tate coming out of oh God, coming out of jail. He looks insane, dude. Someone's in trouble. I think they might be done for this time. I don't know if they're getting away. They can't even leave Romania. Fingers crossed.
And most people would have walked off the job and be like, oh, no, these are your people. Allow us to walk them in. But they didn't do that. So I think that was probably the best part of the DNC was that the men and women that wear those shields, regardless of what is being... They're like,
God,
oh,
wait,
the biggest... funny because I could feel my testosterone leaving my body as I watched. So I turned it off, did some push-ups, and attacked a low T guy. Sorry, Gene.
You attacked someone? What does that mean?
On a serious note, now that it's over, I think the biggest round of applause needs to go to the Chicago Police Department.
Oh, Jesus.
Because they protected... How much on...
The biggest round of applause needs to go to the Chicago Police Department. Because no one's nice to the police anymore.
Honor is in protecting a group that you know is excited about defunding you and demoralizing you.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm gonna lose my mind. Do you want to show the clip? Play the clip where they talked about defunding the police. Do you know what they did say? They said they brought the QAnon sheriff onto the stage, the Sound of Freedom sheriff, and had him talk about how great police funding is now and how he needs more. Money, 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 he said. Ronan's getting pissed. I don't know what this guy's freaking out about.
And most people would have walked off the job and be like, oh, no, these are your people. Allow us to walk them in. But they didn't do that. So I think that was probably the best part of the DNC was that the men and women that wear those shields, regardless of what is being talked and done to them, they showed up and they did their job. So,
dude, what is being done to them? Can he get the boot out of his throat? I think Ronan's H word, but he doesn't eat for another hour. He has to wait. What's being done to them, bro?
So I think that's the most important thing.
Nice. Good point. Good point. All right, shall we move on? What a great beginning to an awesome show. And stick around because Beyonce will be in the E Block. Beyonce is going to be showing up in the E Block, and we're going to do a recipe segment with Steve Ducey.
Vasectomies in the van.
Vasectomies with Beyonce.
I just don't understand. I don't understand, like, how they think Beyonce would tolerate being on Fox News. Do you know how much negative press that would generate for someone like Beyonce that is so unnecessary on so many levels? I mean, being at the DNC even is an example of something that is just, like, unnecessarily negative. Like, she could just not do it and have no repercussions for that versus doing it and getting, like, blasted on Fox News for doing it. You know they would have went nuts. This whole segment was gonna be about Beyonce and how it's in... Beyonce now endorses mutilating children and abortions as soon as the baby's born. Beyonce's doing the abortion. Shoot the baby in the head with a gun. Then sell it for profit. Like, that's what they think. They were ready to do that. And instead they were like, I saw it on Twitter. What, you have an Italian flag above you? DEI? Yeah, true. It's true. I love Fox News. The copium from the speech is just like... I mean, I don't know. They just, like, ignore what she did say, and then they focus on Bordazar. That's, like, the most we've seen, you know? I feel like this was just like a summary of the entire last week of news cycle. Do you feel me? Like, no new talking points, no new angles. It's just like recycled, like, here it is. Here's what we've been hearing for the last entire week about Kamala Harris. Maybe it's just me following the news as closely as I do. But it's like, it should be illegal for me to see ads here. True. Here. Fox News takes years off my life. Yeah, it really does. And this is just like particularly a bland one. Tyrants are having a field day on Harris? Okay, I gotta see this.
Want to bring in Michael Walsh?
Okay, chill. Okay, not Walls. This guy's actually named Waltz. Key difference here. Michael Waltz.
Congressman out of Florida, member of several committees dealing with national security, also former Green Beret colonel. Sir, good to have you on. Are you buying what she was selling as you heard it last night?
You know, Bill, it would just be laughable if it weren't so serious. This week is the 3-year anniversary of the Abbey Gate bombing. Zero mention of Afghanistan, which she proudly took credit for in other interviews, patting herself on the back as being
she
the
was
last
supposed to talk
person
about
in the room.
Afghanistan?
So
she talked about building the most lethal military in the world. What do you mean? What's the damage?
Says that she's going to be tough on tyrants.
Afghanistan.
But tyrants have been on the march. They have been having a field day on her watch. The last 4 years, the Taliban have taken over Afghanistan. Putin has invaded Ukraine.
I like how there's no figurehead in the Taliban, or at least not one that like American like Fox News cares about at all. So it's just like the Taliban. The tyrants are the Taliban, all of them. Is there a leader? Yeah, probably. Does he know his name? No. Doesn't matter. Getting out of Afghanistan was good, though. Yeah, but 14 soldiers died. I don't know what to tell you, man. Honestly, like, pulling out of Afghanistan was so objectively good. There's no way to pull out of an illegal occupation in a perfectly clean way. It's the nature of war and imperialism. We should have never been there, you know. It's over with. I'm just glad it's done. The media absolutely turned on Biden when the Afghanistan pullout happened because it's like, wasn't done the right way. And it's like, dude, there's just like, this is like something that never even should have been. And like, how do you do a clean pullout? Donald Trump was just not going to do it. We forgore our tanks. You don't bring those back. You never do. You don't. That's not how it works. You don't. We don't have anywhere to put them. They're old tanks. We have new ones now that we built since then. America literally would rather just replace it and build it. They expect it to get blown up anyway. They don't care. Like, there was no, like... Yeah, and it was just Trump's plan. But there was... Exactly. There was no, like... There's no clean pullout. I don't know. It's the American military. And, like, the government that we were supposedly, like... That's what she said. The government that we were supposedly propping up immediately crumbled. That was, like, the main problem, because we shouldn't have even tried to do that. The Afghanistan security forces were demonstrably a failure. Like, everyone knew. Everyone knew. What was Donald Trump going to do? Kill all the Taliban? There was no real resistance. So ridiculous. Dougie would do a cleaner pullout. Yeah, extremism in the region was fueled by American presence anyway. It's like, it's just nuts. Do you think the reception to the Afghanistan pullout would have been better if Trump did it? No, I think the media would have covered it the exact same way, to be honest. If anything, they probably would have been more harsh. But they were super, like, just the fact that they were just buying into Fox News narratives. Like, it was a crazy time. They were straight up just saying, like, Fox News shit about, like, American imperialism and defending the State Department. And, like, how Joe Biden was disastrous and making us look bad across the world. And how we're leaving so much equipment there. Like, it was nuts.
Hamas has invaded Israel. China is on the march. Heck, just this...
What do you mean? No, it is not. Where? China's on the march. Two? Yeah, Hamas has invaded Israel. What? Wait, what? Wait.
Have been on the march. They have been having a field day on her watch. The last 4 years, the Taliban have taken over Afghanistan. Putin has invaded Ukraine. Hamas has invaded Israel. China is on the march. Heck, just this week, Maduro stole yet another election. So, I mean, I guess she was saying this is going to be a continuation of the last 4 years of Biden in terms of her foreign policy, which is appeasement first. Can we find yet another concession? Weakness on the world stage, and we see the world on fire as a result of it.
Yeah, she mentioned that she had met with Putin, was it 5 days before the war started? You know, the transition for that was...
And, like, yeah, China has invaded Hamas in Afghanistan. It's just, the Americans have no, like, geographical instincts, because... in the American mind, America, the United States, is a planet around which the entire universe revolves. So they don't need to know anything. Zelensky, not Putin. No, I think she met with both. She met with both of them. So yeah, you could just, like, crisscross applesauce whatever conflicts and whatever groups wherever. China is Hamas, and they're on the march to Israel. Like, I don't know. Whatever, who cares? An American politician needing to know anything about actual, like, foreign policy? No, it's all terrorists and China, and those are both really scary, and we have to explode them with our most lethal military in the world. And this is bipartisan.
All the NATO allies together, but I think the point is, well, stop the damn war. Don't let it happen.
Yeah.
You know, that Ukraine
and it's
war
beautiful bipartisan.
forced every government in the world to choose a side. And we're still living with it today. I want to transition to Gaza because apparently,
Afghanistan was the original sin, though, Bill. It really was.
I understand your point on that. We've talked about that in the past.
The original sin.
Sinwar was promoted about a week ago, and apparently, reportedly.
Hey, why? Why did he get promoted? It's almost like they killed the leader of Hamas while he was engaging in diplomatic negotiations. That's crazy.
That he's saying, let me survive, okay? Now, you know what all the leaders of Hamas have done. They left Gaza. They're living big lives in Qatar. It's almost like, it was almost a tell. As soon as you heard that a week ago, that he was looking to get out of Gaza alive. Is that how you saw it?
Oh, absolutely. And that's because Hania is dead, and that's because who was the previous political leader in Qatar.
Qatar? Dude, I love how far we're even getting from normal. How it's said. Qatar. How cultured of you, sir.
Israelis took out. So he wants to now go get out of the tunnels of Gaza after sacrificing tens of thousands of his own people to turn global opinion against Israel. That was always their strategy and plan. And the Biden-Harris administration have played right into it. Now it's time to go live the good life, sitting in five-star hotels in Qatar, ponied up with Iran. The most laughable line of the night was that she was going to be tough on Iran when it has been billions of dollars, concession after concession, using the Russians as an intermediary with the Iranians. The Iranians are the original sin behind all of terrorism in the Middle East, backed by Chinese money. And they have.
Oh, God. What did I say? What did I tell you? It's all terrorism in China. Twitter user Cat Turd. Did he say that? Oh, Cuttered. The Iranians are the original sin. I just hate this. I hate this. I hate this, like, just blatant Iranian fear-mongering. It's so pathetic. It's so hysterical. It is so American exceptionalist. This is warmongering. This is straight-up warmongering. Like Hillary Clinton style warmongering. This guy's shaped like a thumb. Yeah, true. He did not get tummy time as a baby.
5 U.S. service members are in the hospital that were attacked just last week, and they haven't said.
Bro. It's becoming harder and harder to even comprehend the death count in Gaza. I hope people understand that.
A word.
And that's just the short-term immediate deaths. And he's talking about 5 service members in the hospital. There aren't, like, structural, like the hospitals that existed in Gaza before October 7th are all gone now. They're building field hospitals. He does kind of look like Mike Lindell. That's true.
I want to move back home here. Thomas Crooks, now dead. Thankfully,
we're getting a little coverage on the Trump shooter.
His bullet did not land. All right. So now we know he's got encrypted messaging accounts with people in Belgium, people in Germany, people in New Zealand. I don't know what you make of that. And I just want to roll this video of him at the rally along the souvenir line, I guess you could say, in Butler, PA that day. You say you are not satisfied with what you're hearing from the FBI. What do you mean by that?
Well, we've had multiple FBI briefings now.
Yeah,
the
what, you
task
think he was
force
a
just
leftist?
had one yesterday. Of course, engagement with the Secret Service. On the one hand, it's still shocking how little we know. They still are not ready to talk to Crooks's motivation. They have not been able to get into all of those encrypted accounts. Yet, in the same breath, they're very quick to say he acted alone. How did he build those IEDs and not trigger any type of alerts with a remote detonator that was fully functional?
Yeah, that's all stuff that doesn't get covered as much as he had like IEDs. He built some like pipe bombs that had detonators or had a detonator, and they were in his car. No one knows what those were for, or like what his plans were.
No, how?
I mean, supposedly the FBI has all this, so they probably actually do know and just haven't published it. It was definitely, I mean, I think without a doubt, Nazi radicalization or just far-right radicalization in general.
Was he able to establish these encrypted accounts, and why, and what were they doing? And when you have this overlaid at the same time with ongoing Iranian plots, one of which was just intercepted last week with a Pakistani national that had put a down payment on hitmen, were recruiting spotters, were recruiting protesters as a distraction. I'm just not yet convinced, and I don't see how they're coming to that conclusion.
Brian, so just pretend this is Brian.
Brian.
So quickly, given that in the same briefings, they're saying we still don't have very much information on him.
Well, more to come on that.
Is he trying to say Iran trying to assassinate Trump? There was supposedly an Iranian plot to assassinate Trump, which, I mean, deserved. Makes sense.
Brian.
We tend to forget that he assassinated Iran's second head of state as president of the United States. So, to be honest, it makes sense. Like that, was that ever true? I think it is. Whether it's like a real, like actual active threat, or if it's something from like a while ago, or like an old plan, I don't know. I don't know the specifics. But, yeah. You can't be surprised when you, as president, assassinate literally the vice president, a war hero, and like a revered general in that nation, and just be like, whoa, dude. I think that's why Trump hasn't talked much about it, to be honest. I think he doesn't want people to think too much about it. He's just under threat. That's all. That's all he wants. That's all he wants people to think. Speaking of the shooter, there's a little more information.
Let's bring in Republican Congressman Chip Roy of Texas, a member of the Judiciary, the Rules, and the Budget Committees.
Member of the Thumb with Goatee Committee, John Fetterman.
A lot of people say it's shocking that these 5 members of the Secret Service were put on leave. A lot of people would say, why didn't this happen weeks ago? What do you say?
Yeah, John, it's a great question, right? We're now 41 days removed from the former president of the United States and the current frontrunner and the now nominee for the Republican Party nomination, who got shot. It wasn't just an attempt. He was literally shot, and it's by the grace of God that it wasn't a life-threatening wound. And now what we find out is that the very same Secret Service that was immediately pointing their fingers at local law enforcement, they are now have 5 of their guys, I think it's 5, whatever this number that today announced, that are on leave.
I support Iran's attempts. Listen, it's not that I support any attempt like that. I disavow political violence of any kind, officially on paper, on the record. But off the record, illegally. It's just, it can't come as a surprise. I think Trump will probably be under threat of Iranian retaliation for the rest of his life. Like, I don't feel like Iran gets less powerful as time goes on. The Obama administration tried to work out the Iran nuclear deal so we would have communication and transparency on what their nuclear programs and capabilities were like. And Trump threw that out because he wanted them to be an enemy. And he wanted to ultimately conquer them and own their oil reserves, you know? And I don't feel like the rest of the American, State Department really disagrees with that agenda, to be honest. I don't feel like that's a very far-fetched plan for him. And the United States in general. I think everyone's pretty much on board for that. For war with Iran, eventually, within the next 20 years. I feel like there's just been nothing but prep for that. As like a proxy war with China, ultimately. That's like the new Cold War, right? We're literally like just politically moments away, I feel, from doing an Iraq-style invasion because we think there's weapons of mass destruction there. You know what I mean? We're like, we threw out the Iran nuclear deal, so we don't know. So now we can invade on suspicion, just like we did before. What if they have nukes? We have to go find them. Notice that we don't do that to countries where we know they have nukes, like North Korea. We don't try to go take their nukes away because they'll nuke us. That's the whole point. It's awesome. But, a nuclear-equipped state that's not Saudi Arabia, that has a lot of oil reserves, again, that's not Saudi Arabia, is a problem for the United States and its allies. Saudi Arabia being chief among them, with regards to this conflict, or conflicts in the Middle East in general, and the price of oil and the availability of it in the global market. It's awesome. It's all about oil at the end of the day.
Leave after getting rid of Cheadle. But the fact is, you had local law enforcement, as we've seen from now the body cam footage, who are the ones saying, gosh, we told those guys, expletive deleted from their quote. We told those guys to post some guys up there on the roof, to post guys in the right place. We now know that we had Crooks, who was able to have a drone flying literally within 200 feet of the podium.
What? I didn't know that. Dude, he was literally, he walked around. Oh my God, the snipers literally saw him. He was walking around with a rangefinder, finding the perfect angle. He was flying a drone around. He was literally just like playing, just doing whatever. Literal hitman mission. No one was paying any fucking attention. They didn't give a shit. And that's not even on Secret Service. It's literally on the local police. They were the ones with the outer perimeter.
The same day that President Trump was there. They didn't post anybody on the water tower.
That's why I think the sniper, I think that's not a, that's a Secret Service sniper probably, that takes a picture at 5:14. I think that's a Secret Service sniper. Because I don't feel like there were local police snipers at that
hour. They didn't post anybody up on the rooftops where they needed to be. They didn't have their own drones flying. They didn't have answers with local law enforcement.
Yeah, why
said,
didn't they have at least
we got
one?
A guy here with a rangefinder and he looks suspicious, and they didn't do anything about it. So this is why a few of us are going to have our own hearing on Monday in Washington with two former snipers, Corey Mills, Eli.
Do you think it was because he was white? Well, yeah, of course. That's why they didn't take any threat seriously that he could have posed. And that he was a kid, too, I think. Partially. I think that's something that is definitely a factor. I don't believe that it was like... I don't think it was like... not because he was white. It was definitely because he was white as well. But he was also like a scrawny kid. Still school shooter coded, but cops don't profile people like that ever. Especially not when they're in like a gun YouTuber t-shirt. You know what I mean? They literally thought he was like a Trump fan, and they just didn't care.
Crane, who was obviously in the Navy SEALs, two great Americans, few of us, Andy Biggs, myself, Matt Gates, and we're going to have Dan Bongino, Eric Prince, and one of the counter snipers.
Dan Bongino? Direct hit.
From Butler We're going to do that hearing on Monday to try to get to the bottom of it, running in parallel with Mike Johnson's task force with our good friends Clay Higgins and Mark Green on it.
So let me ask you about that, because that's being described by some publications as a, quote, rogue task force going around Speaker Johnson. Other people are saying, look, the more light you can shine on this, the better.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I mean, that's our goal, right? When you've got two...
I wonder if Mike Johnson's putting up hang-ups because he doesn't want the election to be lost when people start putting together how seriously this kid was radicalized by Donald Trump's rhetoric.
People the caliber of Corey Mills and Eli Crane, hey, look, I'm just going to be going along as a former prosecutor
They don't want
to be
that
there
to
to
come
try to
out.
elicit the information. The American people deserve to know the truth. 41 days later, it is taking too long for us to get to the bottom of the fact that the former president of the United States, again, was shot. We cannot let that just slide away. It's not just incompetence. The incompetence is extraordinary. The DEI rules in Secret Service, the fact that they didn't have people there, all the stuff I just talked about.
DEI in the Secret Service. Not the local police that saw him, were aware of him, were reported that he was there and did nothing. It's DEI. It's black people and women. Which of the hogs in the local police force in Butler, Pennsylvania were like the DEI hogs? Notice he said Secret Service, but that's not like they were doing the inner perimeter. The Secret Service sniper saw him. So I guess that DEI did work out, didn't it?
All incompetence, but it actually starts to look like willful blindness and the fact that they actually didn't want to have all of the right assets there. We need to get the bottom of it. We need to seek the truth wherever it may lead. That's what Monday is about. And this is in parallel to Mike Johnson's task force. This is not a criticism of that. This is us seeking the truth with experts like Corey Mills and Eli Crane and Dan Bongino and Eric Prince, the people who know what they're talking about.
So we had July 13th, the president was shot. Thankfully, he turned his head at the last second. And yesterday, when he was at Montezuma Pass in Cochise County, Arizona, he held up that graph and said, this is the graph that saved my life. But at the same time that the president was there showing the graph that was saving his life, that saved his life,
beautiful graph.
The Cochise County Sheriff and sheriff's departments from neighboring counties were looking for this guy, Ronald Seiverd, who had threatened to kill Trump. I mean, is this the new normal, Congressman?
Well, I mean, it sure seems like a whole lot of hatred being stirred up about former President Trump is coming to fruition, as we saw happen in Pennsylvania and then we saw yesterday. Look, God bless President Trump for being willing to get out there and lead, go to the border, go do it irrespective of these, reports.
I want normal beer.
That we had that somebody was trying to attack him and kill him. And God bless the local law enforcement for doing the job of the federal government. Guess what? It's not just with respect to Secret Service, it's the border. It's local law enforcement in Arizona and Texas doing the job of Kamala.
Borders are. That's who killed Trump. Illegal immigrant.
Harris and Joe Biden's failed regime that have allowed now still over 100,000 people to be encountered in June and July. Just last week, we learned that there was an individual in Buffalo who has killed 23 people in Peru who was released into the United States. President Trump had the moms of people who were victims. She had Alexis Nungare, the mom of Jocelyn Nungare, the 12-year-old who was killed in Texas. Obviously, we know about Lake and Riley and all the others. How many Americans have to die?
They know all of them by name because there's enough to remember by name, because there's only like 24 people that have ever been killed by immigrants in the last was it a year or two? Or was that just last year? It's still like out of like hundreds of thousands. Like, it's just so marginal.
And by the way, thank you for your
It's less
reporting
than 30.
on all of the fentanyl deaths. And I know you've got an upcoming, I think,
Oh,
report
right. Well, of course, you have to think about all the fentanyl deaths.
on that. I was with a mom last night.
Fentanyl is not trafficked in by immigrants. It's trafficked in by American citizens. It's an American as fuck problem.
In Hayes County, Texas, where I live. She's a good friend 2 years ago. Janelle Rodriguez, her son died from fentanyl poisonings. 6 in the school district in which I live. This is on the hands of Kamala Harris. And any Republican out there, by the way, hand-wringing about President Trump, no. Step up right now and make sure we win in November to ensure that our borders are secure. Americans don't die. And by the way, the 320,000 migrants on top of the 85,000 migrant children who have been lost. They say they're pro-immigrant. They're kids. They're getting given back to the human traffickers and these cartels who are trying to kill them. It is mind-numbing that we're in this state of affairs.
On the fentanyl topic, I think what you're alluding to is a four-part Fox Nation series that I've been doing on the godfather of fentanyl, a guy named Eric Marquardt, who in Wichita, Kansas, cracked the code for how to make street fentanyl and the havoc that wreaked on America. But of course, we're always reporting.
If it wasn't a talking point, they'd call fent ODers druggies. Yeah.
On a daily basis, the tragedy of fentanyl coming across the southern border.
Yeah, interesting. All of a sudden, it's tragic, and everyone's a victim. That's like so weird for Republicans to say.
Congressman, thank you for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks, John. God bless you.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily
God bless
Campagno.
you.
Catch me.
Crack the code for fentanyl sounds too cool. Yeah, he's making it sound like Breaking Bad.
I'm in agony.
I'm in agony. That made me so mad. I mean, it's Fox News. I think it's so funny that somehow they were talking about the border while they couldn't stay focused on the Trump shooter. They are right. More should come of the investigation, but Republicans are definitely holding it up on purpose. Oh, this was a cool clip I was going to show chat.
You think it's
sorry.
morally right to perform this type of surgery? I was waiting for this question. It always comes up. Of course.
Gender surgeon.
Do you think it's morally right to perform this type of surgery? I was waiting for this question. It always comes up. Of course it is. These are patients who experience an immense level of distress. If you don't operate on them, we think about 1 in 5 will commit suicide. Well, don't operate on them. If you don't offer them appropriate support, counselling, and in the end, surgery. So the death rate's about the same as anorexia nervosa. Are we going to stop treating anorexics? Don't think so.
I don't think so.
No,
I don't.
So yes, I do think it's morally right. And if you're worried about the money, that takes care of itself. Somebody did a study some years ago which demonstrated that these patients, after their operations, move significantly up the socioeconomic scale, and then they carried the calculations forward and demonstrated they actually paid for their operations as a group with increased tax revenues. So they're not taking money away from everything else, they're actually paying.
I think he's talking about, like, that's like a British issue because they have the nationalized healthcare service. So people say, how can you pay for trans healthcare, which is, you know, a silly question. I thought that was great. That was it's interesting that Lad Bible posted that, but hey, props. I like that. Love hearing from experts that are normal. Okay, let's try this out. I'm scared it's gonna be boring. Project 2025. Private training video. Left-wing code words and language. Not this again? I hadn't seen any of it. We haven't even watched this. You're nuts. This is leaked by ProPublica. From, what was the guy's name? Like the pseudonym he used? It was like Arnold or something. Harold. It's hilarious.
Hi, I'm Katie Sullivan, and just a normal American woman. But
former acting assistant attorney general, Office of Justice Programs at the U.S. Department of Justice. I'm assuming this is all Trump administration shit. I'm just a normal American woman.
To the left, that makes me a cisgendered ethno-imperialist.
Oh boy. Oh my god. Okay. Just being normal makes you that? Hang on. Let's start this over. I'm having a hard time already.
I'm Katie Sullivan, and just a normal American.
Listen, I thought this was gonna be like, maybe it will still be. I thought it was gonna be like procedure, and here's how you fill out these forms, and the kind of rhetoric you gotta use on the on the campaign trail that's like serious, not immediately. Oh God, I didn't think it would be this culture war pilled.
Hi, I'm Katie
Hi.
Sullivan, and just a normal American woman. But to the left, that makes me a cisgendered, ethno-imperialist, birthing person with pronouns she, her.
The left gave you those pronouns? I'm sorry. You actually are choosing those right now.
Words like that
with a bonus hole.
Are quite a mouthful, and it's one America needs to spit out before we choke on it.
It's a mouthful.
In the eyes of many in the world,
I've seen this intro already in different, on the Project 2025 website, and I love that it says the conservative movement presents, just like the whole movement. You know it. From the inventors of racism, Jim Crow, segregation, anti-miscegenation law,
this every 4 year
they are literally a monolith.
ceremony we accept as
Please stop streaming when I'm at work. My schedule should always be accounted for.
Listen to me while you're at work.
normal is
Problem
nothing
solved.
less than a miracle.
In America, we understand that a nation is only living as long as it is striving.
Only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger.
This great nation will endure as it has endured, will revive and will prosper.
Whether we go forward together with courage or turn back to policies that weakened our economy, diminished our leadership in the world, America's future will be in your hands.
The Presidential Transition Project. They put MLK in this? Yeah, dude. He was a conservative. I don't know. Hidden Meanings, The Monsters in the Attic. Bro, did Jordan Peterson write this? The Dragon of Chaos in your attic?
Bethany, are your children afraid of monsters in the attic or under the bed?
Yeah, they have been, but we always tell them that they do not exist.
What is this, porn acting? We always tell them they do not exist.
Today we have news. There are monsters in Uncle Sam's attic.
It's the words, phrases, definitions that are used, which may look like one thing, but absolutely mean another. And it is scary.
During this training, we will identify the problem, discuss examples from our time in the federal government, as well as the 5 cross-cutting principles of the current administration.
This is literally giving me employee training flashbacks.
We will teach you how to unwind the words and phrases that have been so artfully layered into every document in the federal government. You can do this in any role at any level of seniority. This training will prepare
What
you.
the fuck are we watching? This is Project 2025. This is what they're trying to teach political appointees and how they're trying to have like staffers be trained in the Republican Party. I'm sure they're already using these to some degree. If it's not these actual things, it's something similar.
You to make changes and fast. The left continually pivots and assaults definitions and phrases. They twist words and phrases to support subconscious acceptance of a philosophy that was rejected or is against the grain of human existence, like, what is a woman? Perhaps the most effective tool the left wields is their ability to engage in constant subliminal advertising through their narrative, words, and phrases.
Why is the camera moving? The camera's moving away. It's running away. Do they have it on like a dolly? Why? They should have just got a closer shot of this woman. This shot is so awkward.
Marxism became socialism, then democratic socialism, and is now represented by the terms social justice and equity.
Now?
This is perhaps the most scary of all.
Katie, what brings to mind is the...
So Marxism, socialism, equity. That's like the most social justice, equity. That's the scariest one.
Quote, "He who controls the language rules the world." It's attributed to Joseph Stalin and other tyrants. And George Orwell stated, "He who controls language controls culture." Even more, Hitler and others lived by the creed. If you repeat a lie often enough, people will believe it. Without doubt.
Hitler and others. And the left is just like that.
It's true. Language is a powerful and often controlling tool.
Conservatives don't lie.
Career bureaucrats and the left are also using language to change culture and gain more and more authority, thereby upsetting the balance of power envisioned by our founding fathers. This, in essence, weaponized language against the American people.
This training is vital to you as a political appointee. If there's one thing you take from this training, it is to know when you start your job as a political appointee, every single word, phrase, and acronym must be vetted, and you must determine what implications every word has before publishing or moving forward with any official or internal document.
That's right.
All right. So now
I'm going undercover. I'm a Republican operative.
Now that we have identified the problem, let's give the viewers a taste.
Direct headshot. I need to test the wokeness of this. I need to see if this has DEI, which I think it might.
Of what we saw in the Trump
I think I see
administration.
DEI in this.
Bethany and I were both part of a coordinated effort in the Trump administration focused on trying to take back hijacked language and
Where did ProPublica get this? It was leaked.
definitions across the United States government and even at our engagements in the United Nations. From our experiences, we will teach you how to identify the left's progressive language, scrutinize career staff compositions for dangerous language, and how to combat their manipulative efforts, ensuring clarity of definition and conservative intention. Bethany and I are going to give you some examples of what we mean by this need to always
They're so
ensure
barred out,
clarity.
man.
But
They're like pre-2020 or this is like pre-vice presidency Kamala Harris. Wheels on the bus go round and round. Can the Heritage Foundation take it down? I don't think they want to. But maybe.
But in no way are we able to foresee the future and anticipate how the progressive left will continue to co-opt.
Is she like CG? What is up with her? What's going on here? I'm freaking out looking at her face.
Even more words and definitions. We can tell you the words and phrases.
Her eyes look like they're painted on the glasses. You know what I mean? It's like fucking me up. And then her mouth looks like pasted on.
Is being used today, but by the time you enter the administration, these examples may be obsolete. This will help you spot
And then she sounds like AI.
crucial issue areas to pay close attention to. We do not know what they will be calling men and women by the time you begin your tenure with the administration.
We don't know what... Dude, she can't even deliver it right. This is miserable. We don't know what they'll be calling women by the time you're in the political appointment.
Trying to dismantle America and rebuild it in their own image by using the art of deception, and words and definitions are their weapon of choice. Remember, words change culture. Bethany, with your extensive experience with both domestic and international policy issues, and
There's too much light on the pale woman. She's like kind of glowing. She's like the exposure is too high. It's like the contrast is hurting my eyes.
and in light of your role in
It's
in
not
leadership
like an even exposure here at all.
positions at USAID, can you walk us
The
through some
pale woman.
examples of how the left uses words, weaponizes really, words and definitions? And if you could do that in a context of the cross-cutting issues that are identified in the mandate for leadership.
In 2025, yeah.
And really,
Project
as we
25.
understand, the cross-cutting issues were identified because they are the pillars of the Biden administration. And so they've been layered into virtually every document in the federal government. If you could walk us through some of those examples,
Oh my
I
God!
think it would
What? That was like such a crazy question. It was so long.
be incredibly helpful.
I'd be happy to, absolutely. The 5 topic areas for today's discussion are centered on women, children, and family.
Let's go. How do we talk about
environment.
women? This is I like. Okay, are we talking yet? Like, we're just all we've seen are just segments, and what we will learn. Does it just keep doing this? I'm going insane. It's just been 10 minutes. In this video, we will go over the following segments. It just keeps talking about more segments.
Rights and border security, the gender cult,
Oh no!
and equity. The first
Any members of
topic,
the gender cult here? Type 1 in the chat if you're a member of the gender cult.
women, children, and family. I worked on international issues and very closely followed the language presented at the United Nations. And I saw up close and personal how this indeed is true. Language
This someone asked if this was hacked or leaked by the furries. No, it was leaked by Robert. It was a man named Robert.
is used
That's
to
the name
control
he used.
culture.
It was just Robert.
I'll never forget a conversation I had with the chief of staff at USAID. We are trying to provide alternative language for the highly controversial phrase comprehensive sexuality education, or CSE, which at the United Nations had come to mean not just typical sex education, but instead had been morphed into teaching and normalizing sex at very early ages, even as young as preschool. And for girls who became pregnant, that abortion was a preferable method of birth control.
Yeah. Yeah, encouraging sex at preschool age? Like, no. Teaching it, maybe. But, like, you're talking about, like, anatomy, probably. At that point. Not, like, actual sex. Just, like, reproductive organs. That's, like... I guarantee it's not even that. Yeah, like harm prevention.
Back to the conversation with the chief of staff. He suggested several alternatives, but each time I told him that, unfortunately, his recommended edit was also interpreted as CSE. Frustrated, he vented, "They have literally co-opted the English language." And it was at that moment
When you're stupid. Dude, they're using words to, like, have meaning. When I say words, it doesn't mean anything. You just look like an idiot. I'm sorry.
moment that I realized that the progressive left is controlling the language, redefining definitions, and by doing so, are ruling the world. On a positive note, despite all the angst that we did succeed on that negotiation. DevX published an article with the headline, "No mention of reproductive rights in declarations out of G7 development ministerial." You can read more about this in the course materials section.
Okay, so she was involved in like a G7 summit and like made sure that there was no mention of birth control. Yeah, cool, bitch. You suck ass. What, like, It's literally just a symbolic thing. You're just like asshole. Like, you are asshole. I don't know what else to say. And this is like the kind of shit that they're training you to do. Just represent America as the most ghoulish hogs on the international level, please.
Now, let's talk about the word abortion. The left got very creative years ago and started using different words to make abortion sound a little less like murder.
Maybe because it's not. Maybe it doesn't sound like it when they use those words because that's not what it is.
For example, sexual...
Yeah, why was it never called murder before?
and reproductive health, reproductive rights, sexual and reproductive health services, reproductive health services, sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights.
These are all woke terms.
Sexual and reproductive health and rights. All of these include abortion. For years, we knew that the terms above that I just mentioned had been used and that they were code for abortion. The left and the career bureaucrats at state and USAID told us, oh, no, no, no. But then when I was negotiating with Canada for the G7 Development Ministerial, I said, well, can we just use these terms and add that does not include abortion? And their response was telling. They said, what? But it does include abortion. Even with that admission, I had a difficult time convincing political appointees that these terms were co-opted. Another...
How can you have reproductive rights that don't include abortion? What are the rights then? You don't. You have a mandate to reproduce, not a right to choose. Like, that's what, like... And she's like, and I was talking to a Canadian delegation for the G7 Ministerial, and they said it included abortion. That's telling. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, everyone in the room looked at you like an idiot asshole. And that's telling to you. This is the Matt Walsh strategy. His whole, like, movie where he goes in and he sits down and he's like, oh, I'm Steve. And everyone's like, we know you're Matt Walsh. Why are you lying? And he's like, epic troll. They're like, get out of here, you freak, you fucking weirdo. He's like, yeah, you're mad. She's just doing that at the UN. Or whatever, G7 Ministerial, whatever the fuck that is. Bozo conference. Bullshit fucking busy work. This is so insane. Fake job. For real, like, on every level. Ugh.
Example hits closer to home and highlights how imperative it is for political appointees to ensure definitions are correct and explicitly followed. 3 days after President Trump took office on January 20th, 2017, he issued a presidential memorandum regarding the Mexico City policy. This became known as the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance Policy, or the expanded Mexico City policy. When I arrived at USAID in June 2017, I was the first political appointee in a bureau
so she worked for USAID.
And the sixth political appointee in the building. Despite President Trump issuing a presidential memorandum at the very onset of his administration to immediately change course and to protect life, even months later, his guidance was ignored. I remember hearing careers refer to this policy and even seeing documents that referred to it as the global gag order. I immediately told the career staff that we do not refer to it as the global gag order, but instead appropriately as the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance policy. To some, it may seem inconsequential, but it actually was completely undermining the president and the American people who had elected President Trump. So opposed to this policy change, the left actually started a new organization and an international movement called She Decides, which invited NGOs and other foreign governments to join and actively promote abortion
Stupid as
services
F.
and advocacy, essentially joining together to try to counter what the Trump administration was doing to protect life. Language.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. I just want to get through this. This is crazy, by the way. I just can't. She's like getting mad that someone like was offensive to Trump by proxy or something with like referring to legislation a certain way. Like, this is so like semantics focused. It's not even a culture war right now. This is just like diplomatic shit.
Matters. Bethany, it's incredible how the left is able to make killing children and babies a pro movement.
Give Ronin dinner but put on something else than
pro
the scary
movement?
woman.
Killing children and babies. Donald Trump is fine with it as long as it's up to the states. So what? So what? Who are you going to vote for, bitch? Who's saving your kids? Come on. Tell me. Asshole. Piece of shit. I mean, the Heritage Foundation wants a nationwide abortion ban. They do. This is why. And this is why, like, Donald Trump will probably cave to them. Because what conservative wouldn't make that natural conclusion after the Dobbs decision?
I mean, their narrative is just incredible and so opposite of what the reality of the situation is. We see that also with environment, right? So I remember when I was in school.
Like, it's so awesome that Roe v. Wade was overturned, trigger laws went into effect, more abortion bans happened since then. And yet, they have still been fucking pedal to the metal. They are murdering babies at 9 months, post-birth, killing children. Like, I'm sorry. When does this fucking end? Like, that's how you call for a national ban. That's like the language that you use.
School,
nuts.
In elementary school, we were taught that we were all going to be frozen over by an ice age. And of course, this was terrifying.
What? That's what climate change is to these people.
And then in the 80s, it was acid rain. We were all going to die from the acid rain. And then it moved to global warming, which I think, you know, most of the people watching this tape will remember. That was during the Obama administration.
Yes.
And then science comes along and disproves the global warming theory. And
yeah, science invented in 2016 when Donald Trump was elected.
Large part, and we have one of the most.
It owned Obama. Science comes along and owns Obama.
Frigid winters ever known.
And that's
then
good.
The next thing you know, they're calling it climate change.
Yeah. They call it global warming, and then it get too cold, and now they call it climate change because it get too cold and get too hot. This doesn't make sense to me. Climate change get cold, global warming get cold, climate change get hot and cold. I don't know. I don't get it. Now I'm just confused. So that must mean they're wrong. Because I don't understand. Only two genders, cold or hot. Global climate change, global warming.
Now, I always understood that climate change meant seasons. Our climate does change.
Oh. Ha. Whew. What was she? Assistant Attorney General? Sick, man. Sick.
All the time. But of course, that's not what's meant by the left. What do you think about all of about the left's words and definitions in the environment?
It's a great point, Katie. They don't stop. Climate change, allegedly, is everywhere. And if the American people elect a conservative president, his administration will have to eradicate climate change references from absolutely everywhere. And according to our intelligence community, the #1 threat facing our country today is, drumroll, climate change. Not Russia, not China, not AI, climate change. This shows how the federal government is all in on this issue. And climate change activists wield a lot of power. This is an issue to pay attention to as it has infiltrated every part of the federal government. Now, when I think of climate change, I immediately think of population control. Don't.
I'm dying. Not Russia, China, AI, Hamas. Now, when I think of climate change, I think population control. I'm brain dead, but pay no attention to that fact. I mean, conservatives have a war on facts. She's like, for some reason, our greatest national security threat is climate change. And it's like, yeah, because no one's anywhere near our military capacity. Nowhere near it. We have an irresponsible, unethical amount of military funding. That's why we're so secure that our biggest threat is climate change. It kills more people than foreign war. What do you mean?
I think about the people who don't want you to have children because of the impact on the environment. Perhaps not everyone will make that connection.
Kamala Harris just announced a $6,000 child tax credit where the government will give you $6,000 for the first year of your baby's life. And she announced a $25,000 down payment assistance on a first-time home. How is that? Like, I was talking to my dad and I kind of put it together. I was like, it's almost like Kamala Harris is trying to combat the anti-family narrative specifically with her economic policy, but like nothing else. She doesn't have any like actual interest in uplifting, like no fucking $15 minimum wage federally. Like, can we please remember back in 2020 where that was what Joe Biden was running on, and that's what Hillary Clinton ran on in 2016? Like, Are you gonna fucking look me dead in the eyes and tell me saying $15 minimum wage wouldn't be insanely popular? Like, how are we so behind right now economically? This is why people say she doesn't have any economic policy. I thought she was gonna say some shit like that last night. That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for the big fucking popular shit, not this fucking we have to build the most lethal army shit. God damn. So, like, I feel like back in the day, conservatives would say of Kamala Harris, she's trying to bribe you to have children. That's unethical or something. Like, infinite money glitch. You just keep having children and live off the welfare state. That's like the shit they used to say. But now they're all about, like, family values. You have to have children. And they're convincing you not to have children because of climate change. Like, yeah, that in a lot of people's minds is a reason not to have kids, but it also goes into material conditions and economic factors as well. Like, if people had the economic means to actually protect themselves from the effects of climate change, they demonstrably still have kids. Elon Musk has like fucking 5 million kids. He's a breeder because he has the means to do it and not have like any responsibility at all. Just, you know, he'll pay child support, but anyway.
But after spending time in the international space trying to protect life, I can tell you
this lady is such a
that
bozo.
this is part of their ultimate goal, to control people. Let me share a personal example of how,
like, having been in that international space, like, you went to Canada. What do you mean? You went to Canada for the G7.
The left seeks to permeate every dimension of life through their skewed terminology and definition. When I arrived at USAID, I had a career employee ask me how many children I had. I thought it was a bit odd of a question, but to be kind, I answered, and I said I had 3 children. And he actually said to me, "Oh wow, 1.5 too many for the environment." I smiled and I said very politely, if I could have 10 more children, I would. The policy.
Huh? That did not happen. 1.5 too many for the environment? Yeah, and then she got arrested and put in jail.
The book captures the essence of climate change. And I quote, "In the name of combating climate change, policies have been used to create an artificial energy scarcity that will require trillions of dollars in new investment, supported with taxpayer subsidies."
Which, this is such bullshit. So this is from Project 2025. Climate change policies have been used to create an artificial energy scarcity, which is bullshit, that will require trillions of dollars in new investment. I mean, the Green New Deal is trillions of dollars in new investment, but it's new investment in jobs. Creating jobs and training for those jobs so people can have new clean energy jobs. They don't give them fucking lung cancer. It is so, like, unbelievably, like, a good idea for everyone, like, working class wise, that it's nuts the Democratic Party hasn't even, like, come close to touching it. I mean, it makes sense. It's like a 1% anti-capitalist bill. Like, there's not already a lobby for green energy to, like, make it happen. That's literally why. So, you know, whatever. Trillions of dollars in taxpayer subsidies. That's literally what they want to give to fossil fuels. That's what drill baby drill means. To address a problem the government created and special interests themselves created. That's literally the fossil fuel industry, but whatever.
To address
That's fine.
a problem
I love projection.
that government and special interests themselves have created. Page 364, end of quote. Population growth, environmental changes, and weather patterns have all been intertwined by the left. They take or even make up a term and create, extend, and alter the definition to validate whatever ideology or position they want to ingrain and convince others is good, when in reality it's not. Often, as you just heard, they are simply not coherent or logical.
They convince you that it's good, when in fact, it is not. They are not coherent or logical.
Remember, our intelligence community identified climate change as the #1 threat to America. So even if...
What would be the threat? Like China, Russia, AI, like those are just not threats directly to like the lives of American people. You know what I mean? Climate change is Texas floods all the time and it kills people. Texas froze over too.
If you do not work at the Department of Energy, no matter where you work, because of the
California
Biden
wildfires as well. I mean,
administration's executive orders and policy priorities, you will have to look for climate change language and get rid of it.
Bethany, when you were talking about how the left has co-opted so many words and weaponized so many words when it comes to abortion, and that's something that political appointees in the next administration are going to have to really look at. This idea that it's a right. There's many phrases that included rights. Is there other places where rights are used as a catch-all and they actually, it means something else?
Okay.
by rights, they actually mean not rights, I guess. I hate when the Democrats are always talking about giving people rights. They don't mean that. They mean something else different. They mean killing babies, not rights. They mean wrongs.
Katie, that's a great question. And in fact, number 3 is human rights. Human rights in border security. So rights, rights, rights. The left is always coming up with new rights. In the
And the more, the worse the country is. You could say the same thing about, I don't know, the founding fathers. They made a Bill of Rights. They're always coming up with more rights. The Civil Rights Act, bullshit. Gay rights, no. No more rights, less rights.
Trump administration, we countered human rights with unalienable rights. The careers went absolutely crazy at USAID. But thankfully, President Trump had established a commission on unalienable rights at the State Department, and we would just point back to the commission. Sadly, our founding documents were not sufficient, but thankfully the commission was. The Department of State's Commission on Unalienable Rights was charged with providing the U.S. government with advice on human rights grounded in our nation's founding principles and the principles of the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Why 1948, you hag? (1948) such a like miserably racist time in American history. I hate these people. That's what they mean by make America great again. Bring it back to 1948.
Now, I'm going to turn over border security to you, Katie, as it deals with legalese.
And we all know that border security is a major issue, and the differences between a conservative presidency and administration and the current administration couldn't be more stark than in this area. So getting the words very precise and correct is crucial. The left has co-opted language and definitions as it relates to immigration. Illegal
Okay, that's nuts, dude. That's nuts.
Immigration is one of the most devastating challenges America faces today.
That's literally what... I mean, Republicans came up with the term illegal alien. That's exactly weaponizing language against undocumented people. Like, what do you mean?
When you factor in all of the secondary costs...
Like, conservatives are generally the reason you have to do this fucking rhetoric shit, so it's so funny that she is, like, blaming it on the left when it's a symptom of having to navigate a very right-wing, primed voter base because of our media. Like, it's pretty astonishing. Like, that's why we had to start calling it climate change, because there were senators that were coming into Congress with a snowball and being like, how global warming if I had the snow in my hands? So it's harder to make that point when it's called climate change. That's like literally the reason. Obviously, it's more accurate to what's actually going on as well. But like...
and effects of illegal immigration, including illicit drug and human trafficking. The left knows the American people oppose illegal immigration and understands its effects. So they have
that's just a lie.
Years using language designed to both conflate illegal immigration and legal immigration, the latter of which most Americans support, and soften the idea that illegal immigration is, in fact,
Americans don't know shit about immigration.
Illegal.
It's crazy.
It is a good bet that the left has focused group tested the language it uses to cover up the horrors of illegal immigration. For example, when describing illegal immigration, the left likes to use words and phrases like undocumented immigrants and migrants. These terms are designed to sound softer and take the edge off the fact that these people...
Yeah, it's supposed to not be racist and call them fucking aliens.
People are illegally in the United States. It is important to note that they specifically avoid using the word alien, which is the terminology used in federal law. To be clear, alien is not a negative or pejorative term. It is a legal term of art.
No, it's not. It's just a legal term, and we only ever use legal terms when talking about politics. Only. Like, in the legal context, it's neutral. But in the modern context, it is negative, obviously. But it's also dehumanizing, which is, like, the point.
It simply means that an individual is not a citizen of a particular country. Language matters here for a lot of reasons, but primarily because citizens of the United States have rights that others,
I thought the left was all about rights.
including foreign nationals,
Now you're talking about
who are
America
illegally
rights.
on our
No gay rights, no trans rights, no civil rights. America rights, though. Hag.
our soil do not. If I had to guess, I would say that the left's attempt to wash away the term alien stems from their disdain of actual law, since they want to avoid discussion of what federal immigration law.
It's because I hate the law. That's why I don't call immigrants illegal aliens. Not because it sounds stupid and racist.
Actually requires, which is
I hate the law.
everything they refuse to do, and their interest in washing away the overall value of citizenship. Remember,
What is the value of citizenship? It's your fucking spawn point. There is no value of citizenship, you fucking white supremacist. Like, that's insane.
Citizenship
The
places
value.
a focus on nationality
Disgusting.
and sovereignty. The left has bought into the globalist vision of a borderless world, and their language choices reflect that. The left loves to say that illegal aliens are undocumented. Not only is that terminology not used anywhere in federal law, but it is clearly designed to soften the concept of illegality by making it seem like it's just a technicality.
I mean, it's good, because it is. What do you mean? No human being is illegal. They're trying to say it's illegal to be here. I disagree. America has always taken undocumented people. It's always just let people in. That's just how it's been. That's America. Just because there weren't Fox News cameras recording every single person crossing the border, you know, forever. It's just a new thing. All of a sudden, it's a new problem.
In other words, if you are undocumented, it makes it sound like you can be here legally, but you're missing a few pieces of bureaucratic paperwork.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's literally true. Yeah. That is literally what being undocumented means. 100%.
That is simply not the case. If an alien has not gone through the appropriate process for obtaining a visa,
And that isn't paperwork. That's not bureaucratic paperwork. The process, that's I guess a fitness test, psychological test, power, I don't know, spice level.
to enter the United States or otherwise followed United States law to enter the United States, they are illegally here. Period. Hard stop. Calling
Yeah. And that is an arbitrary definition. What do you mean? It's like they're illegally here and they're a criminal. Bro, Elon Musk overstayed his visa. You want to retroactively deport his ass? I wish.
illegal aliens, undocumented immigrants, is the intellectual equivalent of calling someone who breaks into your house in the middle of the night an undocumented homeowner.
Dude, that's an insane analogy. Someone crossing the border, that's not your fucking territory. That's not your land. That's nuts. Entitlement, bro. Disgusting. Also, that happens in Israel all the time. That happens in the West Bank. So, I don't want to fucking hear that shit from any Aryan conservative hag. No, I don't.
It is inaccurate and it is designed to be inaccurate. The term migrants or migration are just as deceptive. The left likes to use migrants and migration not only because it sounds gentle, but it also creates confusion. When people hear these terms, they know deep down that migration is seasonal and circular.
What?
They think of birds or butterflies. They fly south, they fly north, and so on. And
I don't think that at all. Is she implying that it's like people who say migrants think it's only temporary?
historically, we have had foreign nationals come into the United States for seasonal or agricultural work and then return to their home countries. It would be reasonable and accurate to refer to those individuals as migrant workers because they ultimately return home. But make no mistake, the current mass illegal immigration we are seeing as a result of the Biden administration's intentional actions is not migration, and these people are not migrants. It is an orchestrated invasion being led by the Biden administration in conjunction.
Dude, it's literally 1984. Like, an orchestrated invasion led by the Biden administration. Okay, you're right. They're not migrants. They're invaders. My bad. Excuse me. Invaders. Marauders. Barbarians.
With the Mexican cartels. The bottom line is,
yeah, of course, in conjunction with the Mexican cartels, Joe Biden's best friends.
we win or lose political fights based on language. If you let the other side of the debate set the terms of the debate, you've already lost. In the context of immigration specifically, we have to start using more accurate language to describe what is going on and pegging our language to existing law.
Oh God, Charlie Kirk is speaking at the Trump rally. Ew. Ew. His face is so small. I'm not even unmuting his nasty ass.
If we can take back...
Wait, pegging?
Start using more accurate language to describe what is going on and pegging our language to existing law.
Nice.
If we can take back the language here and elsewhere, we will win more of these fights. So Bethany, I mean, these are some great examples.
Bethany.
And another one that comes to my mind that has been complete...
No, she's anti-sex ed. She doesn't know what pegging means.
Co-opted by the left.
And doesn't want anyone else to ever learn either.
Is gender. And
She pegging
I know
on my
you
law
have so
until
much
he becomes super racist.
experience in the history of your professional life in
Wait,
dealing
what?
with this. Where are we today on this issue and the language and the words and the definitions? Let's talk about
The language and the words and the definitions of those words.
the word gender. The word gender
Let's go.
is no longer a polite way to refer to biological sex, male or female. The word now is completely toxic. It's no longer being used to mean male or female, but now how people identify, which is where we get this idea of gender identity.
Always has
Katie,
been.
did you know that there are between 72 and 1,000 different kinds of gender?
No way. 72 to 1,000? One joke? No, this isn't a joke, chat. This isn't a comedy show. This is a training video. I don't think this is a joke.
We should never use the word gender as
No, I literally think she's serious. Name 4.
conservatives. It's not specific and it's nonsensical. Instead, use the word sex or biological sex or male and female. And I don't care where you are in the administration, you will deal with the word gender. Speaking of sex, the next phrase that we're going to talk about is sex assigned at birth. Now, I just told you to use the word sex, and you may think that sex assigned at birth, that sounds
Sexo.
great. Well, actually, it's not.
Oh,
it's the left's
that's
attempt
woke.
to
Yes.
change biological fact and to try to normalize their belief
That's
that
funny.
biological sex can change. Unfortunately, many folks, including solid conservatives,
Yeah, it's also used for intersex people, but those don't exist. I'm sorry, biological sex literally can change though.
Conservatives have accepted this and don't understand the danger in using this term. In fact, some conservatives have even taken this term and changed it slightly, gender as revealed at birth.
There's too few intersex people to care. What's funny is that there's more intersex people than there are gingers in America. She is rarer than an intersex person, but you don't fucking see it because it's none of your business.
Left is infiltrating our conservative organizations, Christian schools,
when are we
and
legislating against gingers?
even churches. We must always be on guard. And when a new term is introduced, ask, what is the genesis for this new term and why was it introduced?
Assign ginger at
If you
birth.
see the term
AGAB.
sex assigned at birth, delete it and replace it with biological
Delete
sex.
it.
The next
Yeah, this is talking about writing legislation, which the Heritage Foundation does, by the way. Writing legislation, whether it's, or just like communications in general, but it's for legislation.
issue under gender is pronouns.
Let's
Don't
go.
fall into the progressive left's trap in regard to pronouns. Don't use them in email signature blocks, on LinkedIn.
You don't
and
have
absolutely
pronouns.
Do not ask people what their pronouns are on your first day on the job. When I was at USAID, managers were giving training and were told that when they have new staff or have a staff meeting,
Government mandated transphobia. That's awesome.
they should go around the room and ask everyone what their pronouns are. Katie, if that happened to you, what would you do?
I would kill myself, Bethany. I would sacrifice myself for Donald Trump. I would self-immolate in protest.
like a Tibetan monk.
I think political appointees, Bethany, great question, need to expect that they are going to be tested by career staff the day they walk in. So that question, every political appointee should be prepared to deal with and answer, whether it's in a training. I don't think it'll take that long. It probably will be the first couple days on the job. So
She didn't
a
answer the
political
question.
appointee
She didn't say what she would do if she was in that situation.
is empowered. They are empowered because they are absolutely put in the position, whatever level it is, in order to implement
She just started
the
talking.
president's agenda.
Okay.
And that is the business of a political appointee and should be the business of all federal employees. So the answer is simple. We're here to implement the president's priorities and agenda. We are not here to discuss pronouns.
The next topic.
Oh, that's what she would say if she was asked. She would go over all that fucking lame shit. Great.
Is gender affirming care. Gender affirming care and what the Biden administration is promoting is absolutely infuriating, especially as for parents. We need to be protecting our children from these harmful, sterilizing puberty blockers.
Here's my theory. Do you think it's like a good excuse for a conservative parent to feel like a good parent? Because protecting your kid from becoming trans, if they're cis, is the easiest thing in the world. You just don't do anything. So, like, do they automatically feel like, oh, well, I'm protecting my kids by being super transphobic and, like, posting all the time or something? Like, what is the actual protection that you're doing? You know? Also, puberty blockers are not sterilizing. Yeah, that's just a lie. Protecting themselves from the woke left. Yeah, but like how? By just being like bigoted?
Cross-sex hormones, and permanent genital mutilation. That's what...
That does not happen to children. Just doesn't. It never happens. I'm so like disgusted by this.
Gender-affirming care is. Not care at all.
I mean, we just watched the Lad Bible clip. I'll play it again.
Morally right to perform this type of surgery? I was waiting for this question. It always comes up.
He said, is it morally right to perform this kind of surgery? This is a gender surgeon.
Of course it is. These are patients who experience an
Woke
immense
surgeon.
level of distress. If you don't operate on them, we think about 1 in 5 will commit suicide. Well, don't operate on them. If you don't offer them appropriate support, counselling, and
1 in 5 is
surgery.
20%.
So the death rate's about the same as anorexia nervosa. Are we going to stop treating anorexics? Don't think so.
I think so. No, I don't. We're going to stop treating anorexics? Yeah, no, we're not fucking going to do that, no. Wow. Wow.
The idea that gender is fluid is evil, and it is a major initiative of the Biden administration. It's layered into each and every office, document, task force, and funding priority.
Okay, this is paranoia. This is brain disease, dude. This is RFK brainworm in there controlling you, making you transphobic.
Perhaps most commonly known are the changes to Title IX, giving institutions, schools
This has been
control
blocked,
over
by the way.
children and their gender preference, working against parents.
It just protects the kids, man. The Protect the Kids party wants their kids to be outed so they can beat the fuck out of them when they find out they're gay. Like... Making a teacher a mandated outer of a child betrays their relationship entirely. It will make kids permanently unsafe. That's not how schools should be.
Mandating boys compete against girls. This is all done with words. Words matter. Change the words, change the culture.
Like,
now,
that's how you get kids homeless. That's how you get homeless high schoolers. Is out the fucking queer kid to his homophobic family. It's really fucked up. And then they die. In a lot of cases.
Katie, I know that you've written several wonderful pieces on equity, and you've done a lot of research on this. And the Biden administration has infiltrated equity into everything. What are your
DEI,
thoughts
baby.
on equity for the next administration? Well, it's
Well,
a
not the
little
diversity part, just
heart-stopping.
the equity and inclusion.
Bethany, and it's going to take a lot to rewind where we are right now with this, with the left's definition of equity and how that's layered into all federal government documents. Roger Severino states
What's
it
your
perfectly
definition? What's
in
the
the
difference?
Project 2025 Mandate for Leadership book. Quote, under President Biden, the mission has shifted from promoting equity in everything we do, end quote, for the sake of, quote, populations sharing a particular characteristic, including race, sexuality, gender identification, ethnicity, and a host of other categories, end quote.
Promoting it.
Equity no longer means all men are created equal, the cornerstone of our U.S. Constitution, but rather now mandates the government to dispense with unequal treatment in order to achieve what they believe to be equal outcomes. This creates divisiveness, not equality.
Divisiveness is not the opposite of equality. Divisiveness is a political buzzword used to mean like liberals are mad. Divisive. It's like, it's nothing. Are we talking about equity or equality? It doesn't matter. Same thing.
There is no unification under these principles.
To these people, same
It is
thing.
more of a competition of what class is more of a victim. So
Is that how the world is? Like, what is the material example of this? This is just vibes.
That particular class can receive the preferential treatment being handed out and mandated by the Biden administration. It's important to note that the very first executive order that President Biden signed just moments after his inauguration on January 20th of 2021 had to do with equity. The left applauded as Biden announced his #1 priority, which is advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities throughout the federal government.
That still means like poor white communities too. Does she not know that?
As part of that executive order, within 90 days, every single agency had to file an equity action plan with the White House. If you want to see or view what you will be up against, take a look at those plans. They're all online under the Office of Management and Budget. Since that time, 9 more executive orders have been executed by the Biden administration
about diversity, or I'm sorry, equity. About
the
it.
latest to date is to further advance racial equity. This entails
the latest bill is to further, the latest to date is to further advance racial equity. God, the right doesn't know how to construct sentences. I've done this with Ben Shapiro before. Sometimes you just like slow down what they're saying and say it out loud, and you're like, that doesn't mean anything.
New positions and responsibilities to be embedded into every single agency and office in the federal government. And there is also a directive that all funding that is given out by the federal government prioritize unequal treatment of the American people. The noxious...
Dude, it's so aspecific. It's so vague. Like... You're prioritizing unequal treatment. How?
All funding that is given out by the federal government prioritize unequal treatment of the American people. The noxious tenets of critical race theory and gender ideology should be excised from curriculum in every single public school in this country.
So Katie, this is a lot to absorb.
It's like they cut her off. Like, where did that even come from? We weren't talking about public schools, were we?
Every single agency and office in the federal government. And there is also a directive.
Oh, like brain aneurysm.
That all funding that is given out by the federal government prioritize unequal treatment of the American people. The noxious tenets of critical race theory and gender ideology should be excised from curriculum in every single public school in this country.
So Katie, this is a lot to absorb.
Yeah, and you can't teach wokeness in public schools. Just to close out, in conclusion, we need to eradicate wokeness from our public schools.
You suggest that we tackle the problem. I know you were the head of a grant office at DOJ and you had a lot of paperwork. What are your suggestions?
Well, I found that developing a process for each type of document was
8 cubed, your TTS didn't work, and I'm glad it didn't, because when you do all caps, it spells each letter in Italian, and it would have been a huge mess. It was too long. We just got saved from 9/11.
Crucial to reversing the words and definitions from the Obama administration. Here's an overall strategy to implement.
It would have been better than this.
First, look for any OMB, that's the Office of Management and Budget, White House Office of Management and Budget, guidance. You'll want to instruct career employees that you, whatever level you are, You want to be informed of all OMB guidance and how it is being implemented internally. Oftentimes, careers will just get an OMB circular or an OMB advice, and then they just go along and they either ignore it or they don't put it in. You want to be involved in the process. You want to say, every single thing that comes in, I want to make sure that...
How long is this? It's like 50 minutes. We're almost done. We're like 2/3 of the way.
It is actually being implemented. This can easily be handled at the senior advisor or
How
even...
much did they pay her for this? I wonder if she even got paid. I wonder if she even got paid.
special assistant level.
Whoa. Oh, they didn't read this. Instruct career employees. All right, great.
The second thing you need to do, and quickly, are look at guidance documents. Now, I've talked about this in other trainings.
This is the first
Guidance
one.
documents are simply a federal career employee's interpretation of a statute, of an appropriation given by Congress, of a rule or regulation, and how it's going to be implemented. A guidance document is not binding. It is simply, in some ways, just their opinion. The problem with a guidance document is that it has a tremendous amount of authority. Because if you are looking to an agency to find out what they're looking for your grant, or how your grant program will be implemented, or what rules they have around it, you're going to look at those guidance documents. They end up with a tremendous amount of authority. It really ends up being the career's
1.5.
agenda being forced onto the American people. A court is the only real institution that can give us a definitive interpretation of any kind of grant program, appropriation, or rule. So most likely, the Office of Management and Budget will come out very quickly with a plan to take down all the guidance documents that are currently up that reflect the Biden administration's agenda. So
Great.
you'll first want to look at that process.
Okay, so look at them. Not binding. OMB Canon should come out with a plan. It's not really training you on how to do anything. This is a terrible video. I haven't learned anything. Just go look at the guidance documents, I guess. How to identify and replace misguiding language. OMB should come out with a plan to do it. Okay. That's a good plan. Sit around and wait.
The second thing you're going to want to do, sort of the second layer, is to absolutely look at things that may not
This got leaked by a leaker named Robert.
appear to be guidance documents, but are. For instance, one of the documents on our website was supposedly done by a Rutgers, professor, and so it looked like it wasn't actually career guidance. But when you really dug into the document, it was not part of any kind of grant program, and it really was just a career who asked a whole bunch of questions, and a Rutgers professor said yes. So it really, in the end, was a guidance document, and we brought it down. Another really frightening example when I was running the Office on Violence Against Women was a provision in the Violence Against Women Act about gender identity. And if you identified as a woman and you showed up at a woman's domestic violence shelter, you had to be accommodated. There were lawsuits, of course, about this as predators used that in order to gain entry into a place where there were vulnerable women. Seemed to me to be exactly opposite of, the intention. Yeah, the intention of the Violence Against Women Act. In any event,
That's insane.
it was directed toward just the Office on Violence Against Women programs. It was in the Violence Against Women Act. But in the Obama administration, the entire grant-making component of the...
I saw weird stuff about the Kamala speech. I mean, I covered it already. I did it very briefly. I was doing it alongside the Fox News coverage. But, I mean, yeah, she said we're going to build the most lethal military. She brought back the border bill. Said we'll always unconditionally provide Israel the means to defend itself. It basically translated to me to no weapons embargo. I think it's Jover. She's an institutional Democrat.
The Office of Justice Programs, which I later went on to run, the head of that office actually wrote a guidance document that said that the provision
in the Violence Against Women Act regarding to gender identity was intended to apply to every single DOJ grant program, that it wasn't limited to the Office on Violence Against Women. There was absolutely no indication that this was true, but you can see that just by getting that particular legislation passed and the way that the careers then interpreted it, created a complete change in culture across the Department of Justice. The next step will be to read every single executive order. I would suggest that, starting with an assistant, a special assistant, a senior advisor, that you get every single executive order and put it in a binder and have that binder for the principal and make sure that it's flagged for them. There will be a lot of executive orders that come out, and some of them actually, and know this, repeal other executive orders. So you need to then pull the executive orders that are being repealed so you are very clear about what needs to be redacted. Now let's go back to that OMB tip.
And so they're telling you to redact all language regarding gender and wokeism and all that
I gave. And just like that, you need to be part of the process that the careers are using to implement executive orders. During the Trump administration, I can tell you that executive orders were signed, fully executed, where all the guidance was given. You gave an example of this, Bethany, to our office, and I later found out that it was just simply ignored. It's not worth, the price of the paper it's written on if your careers are not implementing what the president wanted.
Read every single one. Be part of the process.
I think you can expect that equity and all of the equity executive orders under Biden will be repealed early in the next administration. This is going to require a very detailed plan to execute the eradication of the dictates in the equity orders. For instance, there's a gender advisor position created by one of these executive orders. That position has to be eradicated, as well as all the task forces, the removal of all the equity plans from all the websites, and a complete rework of the language.
Yeah, these are like the people that take away like gender from the official CDC website. You know what I mean? Like, these are the guys that are trying to do that job. It's like the most like pointless, nothing, like fake job, bureaucratic busy work. But it's for the purposes of outright fascism. It's so nasty. Who to vote for then? Like, I understand the sentiment, but it's either her or Trump. She's vastly better than him. Not voting for her doesn't do any good. I mean, not voting for her doesn't necessitate. I mean, I'm a California voter, so it doesn't matter either way. But not voting for her doesn't translate to a vote for Trump. That's not how it works. But, the most I can do is make my grievances known in my political analysis because, my takes are just like how I feel. I don't think it's right to be a war hawk. I also think it's a losing position. My criticisms are mainly about putting the election at risk for no reason, backing away from important policy that's really popular, and following through on what is already creating a lot of momentum in her campaign rather than taking a back step and moderating her positions for this like fake moderate Democrat that doesn't exist. Literally, Kamala Harris could come out tomorrow and like say, I'm going to tax corporations 80%. What the fuck do you think your liberal mom is going to do? Vote for Donald Trump? Fuck no. They're going to use that same shit. They're going to be saying that same shit. You never hear that shit to moderates. You always hear that shit to people who want justice, to people who want fucking equity or who want an end to the fucking genocide. It's like, it's ridiculous. Anyway, have you seen this? Yes. She was trying to be a candidate for people who want actual change and then backtrack. Yeah, I mean, just commit to the popular positions. You never hear like moderates being the ones to be like told, "What you want Donald Trump to win? You're trying to pull Kamala Harris to the right economically, and you want Trump to win because that's demonstrably unpopular." 80% corporate tax rate. What are you gonna do? Fucking Jake Tapper would be pissed. George Slopadopoulos. There'd be a meltdown in the liberal media. What are they gonna do? Vote for Trump? Ridiculous. I mean, it's mainly for donors. If we're being real. It's appealing to the donors that like the moderate policies.
In internal and external policy documents and grant applications, which leads me to grants and rules and regulations.
Headshot.
Well, grant and grant programs are funded with your federal tax dollars, and they are appropriated by Congress.
Don't be
So
rude.
You are told how much money you have for what particular program. And typically your appropriations language will just give a very brief description of the program. And that's the direction that Congress has given the agency. Every single grant has conditions. You want to think of this like a carrot and a stick. You can have your federal money in order to support your program,
If
but
you're
only
not
if you
woke.
agree to certain conditions, which are built into the grants.
Yeah, if you don't have any mentions of gender in your
When
document.
I began at the Office on Violence Against Women, our grant applications were 75 to 110 pages long. Pages and pages of guidance that had no statutory or congressional counterpart, and tons of conditions. The conditions that you would need in order to receive the money, and you would need to continue to live with those conditions throughout the time of your grant. For instance, to receive grant money, certain programs would have to show a partnership with an LGBTQ support group. There was no language in the appropriation for that grant that an LGBTQ subgrantee was mandated. The career said it was best practices, and it was an Obama administration priority. This condition on many grants funded a lot of LGBTQ organizations. So we removed that language and we removed those conditions as we wrote the grants moving forward.
Yeah, cool. So you admit that the ones that require an LGBT member end up being LGBT organizations, because that makes sense. And so you're like, and we cut funding for that qualification. So we cut funding for LGBT organizations in Congress or whatever. Like, great, cool, awesome.
Rules and regulations also need ultimate political sign-off and a tremendous amount of political involvement. Your careers may draft the initial documents, the rules and regulations, but there should be multiple political edits on any final proposed rule or regulation. The left is excellent about holding up process. So you want to expect and prepare for thousands of comments coming from tons of left-supported groups on any rule that you put up. So expect that and have a plan to deal with those thousands, tens of thousands of comments. In order to move the president's agenda, if you are prepared to deal with the comments that are coming in, then you aren't going to let them delay the rule because they have to be responded to, each one of the comments. The careers will want to follow the system that's currently in place for handling comments or conditions or how grants are written. You are empowered as a political appointee to adjust these processes as long as you are meeting all legal requirements. So you may have to deal with pushback, but really look at your process and change it.
Okay, great.
A tip here, in addition to the sheer volume of guidance and conditions
URL
to grants
MX Convincing Points TBH.
Nuclear war is good, not bad. I don't know what that is.
and explanations of proposed rules, is to ask careers to explain a grant program or the need for a rule in 2 sentences. It is astonishing how difficult it is for a career who works in the policy or grant space to actually accomplish this. And finally, use your common sense.
Great.
Even if you see something that isn't directly
No,
addressed
last point, guys. Use your common sense.
by an executive order or an OMB circular
We're so
or directed by your
close.
agency head, you want to use your common sense to redact the words and definitions which are weakening our nation. As we have discussed, certain words and phrases used together have hidden definitions. A really good example is social emotional learning. That's actually the new buzzword for CRT, or critical race theory.
What?
Here's a tip. When you see phrases,
What was the buzzword?
good example is social emotional learning.
Social emotional learning is a buzzword? First of all, that's 3 words.
That's actually the new buzzword for CRT, or critical race theory. Here's a tip. When you see phrases, any phrase like this, one that sounds innocuous, ask your careers to identify the origin of that phrase. Where did it come from? Why are you using that phrase particularly? What does it mean based on the
And
original
if it comes from the Bible, that means it's good.
intent of those words. And then I would highly recommend you start your own research. As a last note,
Yeah, these are the homeschooling Andes, by the way. I pray for their children. They're so stupid.
She scares me. She looks like a taxidermy.
Tetracore, thank you for the tier 1. I think anyone who advocates for homeschool should be like checked in the head. They should be checked out. They should be investigated in their brain. Someone should go into their brain and figure it out. Figure out what's wrong with it. You guys see what I'm saying here? It's like brain investigated. Seeing this video is genuinely scary, knowing that people will fall for this propaganda. This is the same shit that Hillary's doing to turn so many people against the Jewish people. The fact that I have some Polish family members, we have Holocaust surviving family that are falling for this shit is so hard. I'm sorry. I mean, fascism never changed. It's just always existed. It's just, I think, found a lot of leverage in the modern conservative movement because, you know, it's built on top of it.
To read a lot of documents, know how your careers are implementing the president's executive orders, OMB directives, and be very involved in that process. I can't stress enough the need to control all documents. Create a system where nothing goes out, nothing is published, nothing is put on your website without review by a delegated political or the principal of any office.
This is straight up like 1984 shit, I feel like. You have to have the political overseers review your document to examine it for woke. Make sure you do this.
Ask lots of questions and do not make assumptions. And finally, if a career employee rushes in and says it is an emergency, and I think a lot of people who are an assistant, chief of staff, maybe senior advisor or special assistants are going to have careers just descending on them, talking about how it's an emergency that the principals sign something. That's a red flag. Right away, it's a red flag. By the time you get into your position, you will realize that the government moves very, very slowly.
Yeah, nothing is actually an emergency. Grumpy ass, thank you for the gifted sub, by the way. Kicking off a hype train, thank you. Nothing's ever an emergency. If someone says that it's an emergency, that's a red flag. You need to stall the government.
Think about your clearance process and how long that took. These documents need to be read even more carefully. If a career thinks they can push you to sign something by giving it to you at the very last minute, that will become the norm, and it will hinder your ability to actually go through a process, read things, edit things.
Yeah, the government moves slow, so create more gridlock. Move slower.
And make sure that they are completely in line with the president's priorities and agenda. The president's agenda will be in peril in your office if you allow this emergency kind of process.
Katie, that was great. Thank you for taking us through that process.
Thank you, LED
Do you
light.
see? The monster is in the attic, and it is layered in virtually every document in the federal government.
So
Grant
delirious.
applications, rules, regulations, internal and external policy documents, guidance documents, tweets, speeches, and panels. Every one of these phrases or words that are not corrected by being redacted or rephrased is a failure of the presidency. As the Heritage Foundation's president, Dr. Kevin Roberts, boldly and courageously states in the Mandate for Leadership, the next conservative president must make the institutions of American civil society hard targets for woke cultural warriors. This starts with deleting the terms sexual orientation and gender identity, SOGI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI.
Sexual orientation, that's interesting. Wow. Where'd that come from? That's interesting.
Gender equality, gender equity, gender awareness,
Soggy.
gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights, and any other term used to deprive Americans of their First Amendment rights.
We're deleting the term abortion? And regulation? Wait, no. We're deleting all the terms related to abortion. That's just like, what do you mean? Like, what? That's like an important thing.
Out of every federal rule, agency regulation, contract, grant, regulations, and piece of legislation that exists. And the next conservative president will only be able to do so with your help. Are you up for this challenge? We think you are.
Dude, what is she doing with her hands? Are you up for this challenge? Dude, these are literally cyborgs.
Together, let's conquer the monsters in Uncle Sam's attic.
This is freakish. Yeah, the left wants to control your language and then fucking goes in depth for an hour about what words you're supposed to be deleting from legislation. Like, they're the ones talking about erasing these terms permanently from all grants and federal like applications and shit. Holy shit, that was rough. Okay, it's more unhinged than I ever thought. What is this? Yeah, these are unedited.
Hello, I'm Matthew Spolin, Vice President of Hillsdale College. I'm at our Washington, D.C. campus, where I'm also the Dean of the Stephen Amy Van Andel Graduate School of Government. I'd like to speak to you today about our common purpose, about America's common purpose, the things that are inherently American and that are the heart of American conservatism. In the eyes of
God. This just is like a solo session, I guess. This man is a fraud. Is this real? This is Dick Stroker. This is a parody account. Hey, Bay JMB, thank you for the prime. The 4 months.
Love you, Ethan.
Thank you so much. It has been 3 hours. I can
I
chill.
see you hiding down there.
Oh my God.
What does yada, yada, yada mean?
Senator John Kennedy. Or no, Phil Kennedy, whatever his name is. Jack Kennedy, I don't know. Jerry Kennedy. He's a creep. I hate that guy. He showed up. Who did that? LED light. Thank you for the 50 bits. Don't do that again. Don't find any more creepy Republican clips in the sound thing. He's one of them. Yeah, call a crackhead instead of a police officer. He said that. But listen, chat, we have a hype train going. It's the best time to subscribe. Thank you for that. It's the best time to subscribe is during a hype train. It amplifies the stream and the algorithm. It's fun for everybody. You can subscribe for $5.99 or a Twitch Prime that's free. If you link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you can basically use it and supports the stream. You don't see any ads on the stream for a whole month, which is a pretty fair deal. Whoa, LED light, thank you for the gifted sub. And Barry Bear, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Filling up the piss meter. The piss meter that will dictate chat choosing my next tattoo. We will come up with a whole stream picking the tattoo, designing it, and then we'll vote out of a number of ones that we make or come up with. Whoa, Tonto Corazon, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Gifting helps a lot. That's really nice of y'all. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's take a Gordon break. Oh wait, is Trump talking? Trump is going live. I'm waiting for him. Are you a vamp? What, like from Metal Gear Solid 2? Chat, we gotta start that soon. I'm torn between continuing Conscript, that World War I game, or starting Metal Gear Solid 2 tonight. God save us, Gordon. I'm so stupid. It still worked. Ronald Reagan puss. Holy shit, we got a level 5 hype train. You guys are juicing it. Thank you so much. Ronald Reagan puss. Thank you for the gifted sub. Smell it. Smell Ronald Reagan's puss. Chad, I'm so excited for Sparking Zero. It comes out in a little more than a month now. Should I play that Star Wars game? It's gonna... Okay, I've lowered my expectations for the Star Wars game. The one that comes out in like a week. Here's the thing. It's gonna be terrible. I think it's gonna be fine. I think it will meet... Yeah, Star Wars Outlaws. I think it will meet a very reasonable to low expectation. Listen. Those games are hit and miss. This is a unique game. Wait, is the game ranks out on it? No, it's not. I like game ranks. I'm a game ranks fan. Those guys are great. The season pass stuff got me concerned. Yeah, I'm not gonna like pay into... I'm trying to pay the least amount for the video game, you know what I mean? You should play Fallen Order. I'm a Fallen Order stan. I have it installed. I could play that on stream sometime. Or wait. No. I have Jedi Survivor. I don't like Fallen Order as much. Jedi Survivor, I'm a fucking stan. That game fucks. It's way better than the first one, in my opinion. It like outdid itself times 10, I think. It's a little shorter than I wanted. I remember being really sad, but I did play like 50 hours of it. But I got like 90% completion or something. Just play one of them. Yeah. I could play Jedi Survivor sometime. Yeah, do not pirate any video games. No, I will not. It is annoying that it's... You can't even buy Star Wars Outlaws on Steam for some reason. Oh, LED Light, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, by the way. Thank you so much. 9 days ago, 3 weeks ago. I'm trying to find a good, here's like IGN.
Yeah, but you don't have to pay me to hang out with you.
It seems impossible that Star Wars Outlaws is the first ever open world Star Wars game, but indeed it's true.
See, it's unique because it is an open world Star Wars. I just wanted that. I've wanted that since I was a kid, so that's part of why I really want to play it.
With that first comes plenty of expectation, but also lots of excitement, particularly when the studio handling the effort is Massive Entertainment, the talented developers of The Division. Speaking personally, I confess that...
Like, people shitting on it, like, it is still made by like a decently competent studio, at least in terms of like gameplay loop. I don't know.
I don't often get hyped up for too many open
Damn,
world...
this has 38k dislikes, bro. People hate IGN. Gaslighting? Oh my god, bro. Everyone's such a liberal.
Games these days, outside of those made by Rockstar, as those can be counted on to raise the bar every single time, but I have been plenty hyped for
This is all I care about. I want to shoot stormtroopers and blow them up and then fly to a planet and blow other people up. Like, I don't care. What do you mean? Why are people bitching about this game? Because it's woke or something? Like,
Outlaws. After all, it's set...
That's all my expectation is. Hey. Like, part of what kind of pissed me off when I was playing Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga was like, why is this a Lego game instead of just a regular game in Star Wars where you like play the movies as like a fucking character in the movie? Like, why is there just not like an action Star Wars game other than like Jedi Survivor? It's like the only fucking one. I guess 2 if you count the other one, but you know, Fallen Order is not as good. Like, there's the older ones. There's like Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy. I like those games, but they haven't exactly aged super gracefully. They're really janky. But I don't know. It's crazy that there's not like a game that comes out every fucking year like this. It's Star Wars. The bar's on the fucking ground. Like, you can do whatever you want. Just do anything. I don't know. I don't understand. Force Awakens, I mean, sure. But it's like it's not an open world game. I don't know. People wanted like Star Wars GTA, and it's like, I don't know. I still expected like constraints. I didn't expect you to just be able to go around killing people. People be like, it's called Outlaws. It's like, it's still a fucking Star Wars game. You're not playing as like a Sith Lord murdering people in the street. Even you're like a scoundrel. You're like Han Solo. You're not like a bad guy.
After The Empire Strikes Back, you play as a Han Solo caliber scoundrel instead of yet another Jedi, and you've got an awesome alien creature pet named Nyx by your side at all times.
I don't know about the awesome alien creature
Titan,
pet.
the SMP has cancelled you. You said Gordon Break. This is Star Wars Break.
Okay, Star Wars Break and then Gordon Break. It's a short video, okay? It's only 9 minutes. We'll get to Gordon after. Wait, is Trump live? Oh, fuck, Trump's live. Trump break.
We understand it. Millions and millions more votes.
Oh.
But those two are nothing like the spirit that we have now. It's amazing. And that's because we've seen how bad government can be. That's why it's combinations of a lot of things. But the job
He's
they've done
golden,
in
dude. He's
destroying
golden
our country is
Freddy. What is this
unbelievable.
quality?
People
Oh my
have seen
god,
it.
this is not
And
720.
because of that, there's never been anything like this. Right, Carrie? Right? Our movement is not about Democrat versus Republican. It's about patriotism and common sense.
Our Brian Chung has more on what the...
With a party of common sense, we want fair elections, free elections. We want strong borders. We want a great military.
I need to see him in high quality.
We want great education. We want to... That's why we're welcoming support from millions and millions.
Texas internet.
Of disaffected Democrats, and they are joining.
He looks like a burnt chicken
wildfire.
nugget.
Now it's a little different than it was. You know, we had somebody. I was up 18 points, and they said, "Joe, you can't
This is
win.
Arizona.
You're getting out of the race." No, I want to go and give it a shot. No, Joe, you're getting out of the race, Joe. And if you don't do it the nice way, we'll do it the tough way, Joe.
True, Nancy Pelosi did
And
say
he
that.
said, okay, and now I
My
have
queen.
a new opponent. This never happened before. We spent $100 million and a lot of time on defeating him. And as soon as he was gonzo, it all started with the debate. The debate. All
The
that
debate.
time, all that effort. A friend of mine said, you did a terrible job in the debate. I said, why do you say that? Everybody said I was brilliant. He said, no, you got him out of the race with that debate. It's all right.
He still did a bad job.
We have to do what we have
Come
to
on.
do, right? We have to do what we have to do. And now we have somebody that, in theory, should be easier to beat. In theory, because she's a radical left Marxist, and everybody knows it.
Awesome.
But we're welcoming the support from millions of disaffected Democrats, independents, moderates, old-fashioned liberals who still believe in things like, little things like borders. I was there yesterday. That's a scary place.
That's a scary place.
Sir, it's about time that you get out of the sun, sir. We're going to have to get you out of here, sir. Let's get the hell out of here. She was the border czar. She presided over the worst border in history. Not American history, world history.
Oh, nice. World history.
Democracy, liberty.
The worst border
and of course,
in the
always
world.
the right of free speech. We don't really have free speech right now. The press. Look at
Kitchen
all of them.
nightmare.
Look at all
Oh,
of
sorry,
them.
sorry, sorry.
Look
That
at
was so
that.
loud.
Wow.
Dude, he looks awful.
Man. That's a lot of press.
I typed
That's
in-
a lot of fake news.
I typed in Kitchen
That's
Ramsay.
a hell of a lot of.
Dude, he's like dying. I typed in Kitchen Ramsay on accident. But we got that queued up too. Kitchen Ramsay.
Party of free health care for illegal aliens, communist-style price controls, defund the police. All her life she wants to defund the police.
God, is he okay?
A little while ago she defund the police. All her life she wants to defund the police.
Is that a censored episode?
A little while ago she changed, didn't she, huh? Banning gas-powered
Someone linked this
cars
one to
and
me.
sex changes for minor children without parental consent.
Dude, what?
How about that one? How would you like that?
How do you like
that? A little while ago she changed, didn't she, huh? Banning
Why is it all
gas-powered
like
cars and
this?
sex changes for minor children without parental consent. How about that one?
There's got to be a better. New York Post.
banning gas-powered cars and sex
dude.
changes for minor children without parental.
He doesn't look like he's in the box anymore.
How about that one?
Is the internet just dog shit over there? Like what?
Without parental consent, can you imagine your kid comes home? Minor children without parental.
Does he just look like that?
What? How about that one?
It's not
How
me.
would you like that? Without parental consent, can you imagine
How do you
your
like
kid
that?
comes home without parental consent? What happened to my...
The Hill?
Because in Chicago,
What happened to parental consent?
they were burning flags all over the place. You burned...
Okay, this is not the right one.
You burned the American
Dude,
flag.
is it just... It's got to be him.
Constitutional to do that. I think it's constitutional. You burn the
I
American
think it's
flag, you
constitutional.
go to jail for 1 year. Nobody's going to be burning the American flag anymore.
He just looks like this?
Our opponents worship the deep state. We want to obliterate the deep state. Slight difference. Our opponents...
Hassan has a different one. You
Join
can see
with
it.
warmongers and neocons to wage endless wars. These wars.
Which one is he watching?
That America is strongest when America is at peace.
I guessed. I literally guessed it was Right Side Broadcasting. I was right. I'm the GOAT.
We didn't have any wars.
I'm the GOAT.
Except we wiped out ISIS very quickly.
Yeah, he's not in the box this time. I think he knew how bad it looked.
To beat ISIS.
I don't want it.
I did it in 3 weeks.
He's brave. It's also an indoor arena. It's rare because Donald Trump has a lot of unpaid arena fees around the country, so he's not often in arenas.
Want to fire you if you don't obey, you get fired.
The box is for
we
outside.
oppose these mandates as a fundamental violation of our God-given rights. We don't want the mandates. We don't want the mandates. They want to arrest their political opponents and silence those who disagree.
It's true.
We reject censorship in all forms, and we believe in freedom, open debate, and fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. Our opponents slander us as a threat to democracy. Trump is a threat to
LED
democracy.
light.
No, they're...
LED light. Thank you for the gifted sub, by the way. Thank you so much. There's an ad happening right now, so only subs can see anyway.
Talking point for them, right there.
You're fired.
It's a talking point. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. And those guys say it too, because they're the same thing. They're like a part. They're a subsidiary.
Ivermectin, we got you covered with the Contagion Emergency Kit, full of ivermectin apple flavor.
Got 14 million votes in an unconstitutional coup. And they appoint a nominee who never got a single vote. And when she ran against this guy, and I'm no fan, he was the worst president in the history of our country. He let in millions and millions of people through her. Let in millions of people.
Through her? She was the board
here from jails and prisons and mental institutions.
Yeah, that's real, chat. That ad is real.
But they threw him out.
What do you mean?
You know, they ran against each other for the
Real
primary,
ivermectin
and
ad.
she never even made it to the first state, the great state of Iowa. Never made it. And now she's the one running. A little strange, isn't it? You see, that's really a threat to democracy if you get right down to it.
Don't be rude.
In our movement, we know that democracy does not mean rule by the Democrat establishment. It means rule by the American people. Tonight, I'm very pleased to welcome a man
Not many cheers for Iowa
who
now.
has been an incredible champion for so many of these values that we all share, and we've shared them for a
He's
long
gonna pull
time.
up some bozo nobody knows about.
I don't think too many of you people have heard of him. He's very low-key.
Predicted.
He's a very low-key person,
I see the fucking
but
future,
he's
man.
highly respected. He is a great
admitted it.
person. I've known him for so long, for
Oh, is
the
it
past
RFK?
16 months. Robert F. Kennedy
Oh,
Jr.
he was being sarcastic. Get ready for the worst speech, baby. Yeah! Woo! The fucking fireworks! Oh, yeah, baby. QAnon is going insane right now. Dave Grohl is probably pissed. Yeah, I legit think Dave Grohl would sue for that. Dave Grohl's gonna tweet something or like put something on his Instagram story like tonight. Watch.
He deserves it.
He's so funny. He hates these guys. He's such a dad. That's how you get the Foo Fighters to come out for Kamala Harris, is play that shit.
For the past 16 months, Bobby has run an extraordinary campaign for President of the United States. I know, because he also went after me a couple of times. I didn't like it. And I mean this sincerely. Had he been allowed to enter the Democrat primary, he would have easily beaten Joe Biden, but they wouldn't let him in.
The Epstein brothers.
They put up rules. I've never seen rules like you had to have 65% of the vote in order to run, you know, little things like that. His candidacy has inspired millions and millions of Americans, raised critical issues that have been
Did RFK leak the heritage tapes? No, different Robert.
And brought together people from across the political spectrum in a positive campaign grounded in the American values of his father, Robert Kennedy, a great man, and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy.
We love to see it, folks.
And I know that they are looking down right now, and they are very, very proud of Bobby. I'm proud of Bobby. You want to know the truth?
This is beautiful. The Epstein brothers.
And I don't think I've ever introduced anyone that got applause like he just got. I must tell you, I don't think it's true.
The Foo Fighters that was such a legendary moment.
Anybody that got applause like that.
You'd think I played that, to be honest. Like that, it sounds like a joke. I can't get over it.
Amazing.
Chat, Sons of Liberty tonight. We'll start it. We'll start it.
Soon
it's a long
after
intro,
I
but we'll start it.
I can't even believe I have to say this. Nearly assassinated in Pennsylvania last month. Bobby called me to express his best wishes. He knows firsthand the risks incurred by leaders who stand up to the corrupt political establishment. When you stand up, you bring on some trouble for yourself, but you have to do what's right. You have to do what's right for the country. I will tell you, we are both in this to do what's right for the country. That's one thing I can tell you.
You know, Bobby's seething right now. He's just waiting to talk, man.
He lost his father and uncle in service to our country, and Bobby himself was subject to repeated threats to his safety during the course of his campaign while being denied protection by the Harris-Biden administration.
Ooh.
And this is a tribute in honor of Bobby. I am announcing tonight that upon
he gets Secret Service detail.
I will establish a new independent presidential commission on assassination attempts. And they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination.
He cares more about the guy that shot him than the guy that killed kids in Sandy Hook and Parkland. Getting justice for victims of assassinations more than school shootings. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, dude.
Rigorous review of the attack.
Revenge for me.
Last month. But I tell you, I have never had more people ask me, please, sir, release the documents
on the
Kennedy assassination. And we're going to do that.
Awesome.
And I also want to salute Bobby's decades of work as an advocate for the health of our families and our children. Nobody's done more. Millions and millions of Americans who want clean air, clean water, and a healthy nation have concerns about toxins in our environment and pesticides in our food.
I wonder if he's gonna say.
That's why today I'm repeating my pledge to establish a panel of top experts working with Bobby to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic health problems and childhood diseases.
Oh my God!
Including
He's excited.
autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and many more.
Dude.
We want every child in America to grow up and to live a long and healthy life.
That's crazy.
So I just...
He's talking about autism with relation to vaccines.
Speak for a little while. I'll stand aside. I'm going to stand aside.
Dude, Trump is trying to get... He's milking this. He's trying to get as much media attention as possible to shift away from the Democratic Party and rebuild. Like, he wanted to sell out an arena. He wanted all this attention. Like, he wanted this moment to shift the narrative forward. Stop talking about J.D. Vance. Stop talking about the Democrats. We're talking about me, and now RFK's on my team. I'm building my squad. He's squatting up right now like Fortnite.
Please say a few words. Thank you.
Hit the gritty. Hit the gritty, Bobby. Bobby, hit the gritty real quick. Please, in front of everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, President Trump.
What if all of a sudden he sounded perfectly healthy? He's like, well, now that my campaign's over.
Thank you. A few hours after the assassination attempt at Butler, I got a call from a safe food advocate named Kelly Means, who's been fighting for many years to try to end the corruption at CDC and FDA and USDA.
The corruption at CDC. Okay.
And these institutions,
interrupt
these
this
regulatory...
Trump speech to bring you personal news. Today marks 1 year for me on HRT. Mamma mia booba booba.
Congratulations. Happy 1 year on HRT. Mamma mia booba booba.
That he'd been advising me for many years and on my campaign. And he told me that night that he was also advising President Trump. And he asked if I would talk to President Trump. And I said, of course. And about a few minutes later, I got a call from the president. And we talked. We had a very good talk. And then he invited me to come see him the next day. And I went to Minneapolis and saw him. We met again a couple of weeks later in Florida. And we talked about, not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything.
Is he crying? No, he sounds like that. He has laryngeal paralysis or whatever.
Issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food.
Some say it's because he did some kind of heroin. Some say it's he just his voice just did that.
Our children are now the unhealthiest, sickest children in the world. Don't you want healthy children? And don't you want the chemicals out of our food? And don't you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption? And that's what President Trump told me that he wanted. He also told...
President Trump told me he wants to take the chemicals out of the water that are making the frickin' frogs gay.
He said he didn't want any more $200 billion wars in Ukraine, that we could use that money back here in the United States.
God, he's a terrible speaker. No more wars in Ukraine, $2 billion that we can use that money in the United States.
And the safest, the best way to build a safe America is to rebuild our industrial base and rebuild the middle class in this country.
And to do that, you need $5.5 trillion in tax cuts for the 1% in corporations.
The middle class in this country. And he told me that he wanted to end the censorship because the whole basis of American democracy is the free flow of information. And we know that a government that can silence its opponents
Kid's Guide to
has
President
license
Trump.
for any kind of atrocity.
FreeTrumpBook.com.
And can you think of any time that you can look back in history?
Order the Kid's Guide to President Trump gift bundle from Mike Huckabee for free. Oh, Jesus. Order it.
They're
no.
always the bad guys. Because it's always the first step down that slippery slope to totalitarianism.
Prosecuting criminals is a slippery slope to prosecuting more criminals.
And don't you want a president who's going to protect America's freedoms?
I went to the website and it gave me a virus. Oh, shit.
And who is going to protect us against totalitarianism? And I want to ask you again, don't you want a safe environment for your children?
Get it for a video? That's not worth it.
Oh, you want to know that the
sucks.
food that you're feeding them is not filled with chemicals that are going to give them cancer and chronic disease.
And yeah, I support Donald Trump's deregulation of the EPA and FDA, dismantlement and rebuilding of the food pyramid to corporate needs. I support all that so our food don't got chemicals in it. Chemicals sound scary,
And
right?
God bless America.
Oh my God, how pathetic. Oh, give him a big hug and a kiss. Thank you very much. Great job, Bobby. Evil demon. Well, if this doesn't boost him in the polls, nothing will. This is kind of a Hail Mary, honestly. I don't know what else he could do. He's recruiting the Worm Man.
Wow, that was something, huh? That was something. Fantastic guy. You know, he did well, and the polls are good and all, but
6%?
you have to remember, we have sort of like a
6%.
two-party system. It was designed that way.
We have sort of a two-party
And it's awfully tough. And as well as he
Tough.
did, he'd be at 10 and 15 and 16 points sometimes. That's a lot.
Crazy.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
If he were in a regular system, like as a Democrat or perhaps as a Republican, but not against me, of course. But if he were in a regular system, there are a lot of people that maybe liked him the best, but they said, we can't vote. So with all of those votes he was getting, here's a lot of votes that he could have gotten. I think he's going to have a huge influence. We're leading now, but I think he's going to have a huge influence on this campaign.
Settle your back taxes today. Protect yourself from the IRS.
Actually, much bigger than you'd see in the polls, and those numbers are big to start off with, but Bobby and I will fight together to defeat the corrupt political establishment and return control of this country to the people.
I mean, this is literally more popular.
And all who supported
This is more popular than his JD Vance pick, so hopefully this gives him the boost that he, like, on his behalf, you know, hopefully it's the boost that he would have gotten from an actual VP
in
pick.
defense of liberty and safety, prosperity and peace. It's going to be an incredible coalition, and the relationship has been so good for so long. I have no doubt it's going to work and work well. But we have to win. We have to take our country away from these people that are going to destroy our country. We won't have a country left. So thank you very much. We need your vote. As you all know, this week the Democrats held their convention. You probably saw it, their party.
Oh, hell yeah, baby. Let's talk some
The
shit.
media says the big message from their convention was that we need
Why didn't he pick DeSantis? Ego.
from the failures of the
DeSantis
last
sucks
4
ass.
years. Do you believe it? They forgot. They've run it for the last 4 years. She was saying last night, we will stop the abuse. We will stop the high taxes. I said that you could have done it 3.5 years ago.
Stop the abuse.
In fact, you could leave that nice auditorium that you're in and go to the White House right now. You want to have a strong border? All you have to do is say to the incredible Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement,
say to them,
close the border now. You don't need bills. I did it. And we had the best border in history.
Trump say nice up, dog.
Put up that chart. Put it up. That chart. I love that chart.
I love it.
I love that chart.
He
Put it
loves
up.
that chart. It saved his life, that chart. He never forgot how the chart saved his whole life.
I love that chart.
I love it.
Not everybody realizes, but that chart is very meaningful.
Not everybody
Even beyond
realizes.
the numbers that
No,
are on the
everyone
chart,
knows.
it shows the least numbers of illegal immigrants pouring into our country. Again, prisons
Look at
from
it, Chad.
mental institutions, terrorists, where the bottom arrow is.
Terrorists.
But you know what? That chart is meaningful in many ways. Some people understand what I'm talking about. I love you, darling. I love you. I'm going to sleep with that chart tonight, Deb. I'm
Okay,
gonna
well,
sleep
let's take
with
it a
that
turn.
chart.
All right. Okay.
But isn't that a beautiful sight?
That's
Look at that. Look at that.
very
And then look
meaningful
what
to me.
happens.
I
When
guess
that was
that's
my
how he-
last
that's-
week in office.
that's how he expresses
and look
love.
what happens after I left. It's like a rocket ship. Look at that. Isn't that terrible? No vetting, no checking. We have no idea who they are. They just pour into our country by the millions and millions and millions. We need to turn the page of 4 years of calamity and failure. They have had calamity and failure. And say, Kamala, you've done a horrible job. You've been the worst vice president in the history of our country. Kamala, you're fired. You're fired. Get out.
You're
Get out.
fired. Get out of here.
Get out, Kamala.
He's nailing it, chat. This is his new thing. You're fired.
She's the only person ever to get a
Get outta
nomination
here.
of a party without getting one vote. She didn't get one vote. Hey,
He sounds so
maybe
nasty.
she's smarter than we think. You know, you could look at it that way. As vice president, Kamala cast the deciding
could
votes,
look at
causing
it
the worst
that
inflation
way.
in decades,
You're
costing
fired.
the typical American household $28,000. Think of this, higher prices. It was inflation. $28,000. As Bordazar, she
Think of
flooded America with savage illegal alien
Bordazar.
criminals who have been raping, pillaging, and killing our cities and
Okay,
our
man.
towns.
They're not
3 years
Vikings.
ago this
What?
week, she was the final vote
Oh my
on
God.
the catastrophic Afghanistan withdrawal. And we were withdrawing, but we were going to withdraw with dignity, with
Yeah,
grace,
he was gonna do it good,
and with
better,
strength.
more
We would have
better.
been out faster, but we were going to keep Bagram. But that was
How?
the most embarrassing event in the history of our country, leading to horrific
That's
war and
nuts.
humiliation all over the world. When Putin saw that, he invaded Ukraine. It brought
that
a
was
lot
why.
of people back because they said the United States is run by incompetent people. The United States is no longer respected. It's no longer strong. That's what they said. A lot of these things that you're seeing now wouldn't have happened except for
That's what
the
they
horrible,
said.
horrible event of Afghanistan. You know, I was dealing with the leader of Afghanistan, Abdul, and I said, Abdul,
is
you
it-
can't kill our people. He was killing our people.
What is he doing?
I had a strong talk with him. I'm not going to get into it exactly. We went 18 months without one soldier being sniped at or shot at. Not one soldier injured or killed.
Trump doesn't drink notoriously. He actually does
And
not
then we
drink,
had
so I
a
don't know what
tremendous
he's
election
on.
where we did probably 10 or 12 million more votes than we got the first time. You know, most presidents don't get as many votes the second time because people get bored, but they don't get bored with me. They get bored. No, they get bored.
They get bored.
Like
Had nothing to do
Barack
with the
Hussein
mail-in votes.
Obama got far fewer votes the second time, and he won. He won. Have you heard of him, Barack Hussein Obama? Remember Rush Limbaugh? Barack Hussein Obama. He was nasty to me. You know,
remember?
he was nasty. Michelle was nasty.
Yeah, talk your shit, King.
They're all nasty.
Do it.
Nasty people.
Nasty people.
They were very nasty. I was surprised. I thought he was, and I was sort of nice to him. I said, no, you know, I like him. Good. It didn't matter. They were nasty to me. And, of course, last night, Kamala mentioned my name, I think, 21 times. She didn't mention the border. She didn't mention inflation. She didn't mention anything but my name over and over and over again.
That's actually bad. That's actually really bad. I noticed that about the speech, too. It was very Trump-focused, and that was bad, too. We needed a policy-focused speech, and she did not give us
blamed me
one.
for the border. I haven't been there in 4 years. You saw it. I had the safest border, the best border we've ever had. She blamed me for the border. They lied so much. They lied about everything.
He admitted
she said
to
I was
sabotaging
involved with
the bill.
something called Project 25. I don't even know what the hell it is.
Dude, he can't say it. He refuses to actually say
No,
Project
they
2025.
really were nasty. And then they say
It's
to me,
deliberate.
Sir,
It has to be.
please stick to policy.
It has to be deliberate.
Don't stick to personality. You should be nice to people, sir. You have to be nice. I call them up. My geniuses, they get paid a fortune. Actually, not that much.
Oh.
But I call up my people.
Not that much.
I say, they're knocking the hell out of me, and you say I shouldn't get personal. I have to get personal, don't I? I have to get personal.
He's so evil. He's like the boss baby.
They get personal. They do it. But I'm going to do my best. So they're allowed to get personal with me, but I'm not allowed to get personal to them.
Knocking the hell out of me.
They call me names that are so bad.
This is the most
Our
juice
great
he's had
First
for a
Lady
bit.
says, but you're not that way, darling. They love our great First Lady, I will tell you that.
They barely did anything.
They do.
It was like 2 sentences.
But darling, you're not that way. I said, I know
Kamala
that.
talked too much about him,
And
but
if I say something just slightly out of order, like, she didn't do a very good job last night, please never, ever mention look or anything like that. If you ever say, she didn't look really great, that's the end of your political career, so I wouldn't say a thing like that.
What?
How about her opening where she said, thank you, 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 thank you. I said, what the hell is wrong with her, Deb? Debbie Lesko, she's a winner. Is that Sheriff Joe? Oh.
no, not fucking Joe Arpaio. Oh, Jesus. Fucking demon, dude. Hog. King of the fucking pigs. Just fucking waiting at death's door. You'll meet Satan soon, you decrepit
That's
fuck.
Sheriff Joe. Look at that. A legend. You know, Sheriff Joe's looking at these clowns where they have no idea what they're doing, where people come in by the millions. He had nobody come in. Remember, he dressed everybody in pink. Remember that, right? Is that right, Joe?
What?
They had to dress in pink. I mean, it wasn't the worst thing. It wasn't bad. I mean, you know, you got a lot of killers that had to dress. But pink underwear, pink undershirt, and a pink outfit. Because he didn't want them coming into our country. Do you remember Arizona when Sheriff Joe was at the border? You didn't have people coming in.
He ran a fucking border detention facility. At one point.
I think for the 1 year he had one person come in, but they got him.
Trump pardoned his ass.
Now we have 3 million people coming in through your border. Your border. Oh, through the whole thing, it's ridiculous. It's not. Joe, it's an honor. And I'll tell you, people didn't treat you right. You are a legend, and you did a job like nobody else. True.
They were like indiscriminately captured and detained brown people thinking they were immigrants. He was profiling
Great
people.
going, Joe. And we love your wife.
He wants everywhere to be like fucking Joe Arpaio world. He wants he wants that everywhere. He's 92, bro. Hitlerian.
And your wife she's proud of you. She's proud of you. Very proud of you. We're grateful to be joined tonight by the founder of Turning Point Action, a gentleman named Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Quirk.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Charlie. I hope your face gets bigger. Wish you well, folks. Pray for
What
Charlie.
a job he does. I said, Charlie, do me a favor. We got this thing won, but do me a favor. Make sure they don't cheat. The only way they can do anything is if they cheat like hell, and we've been victims of that.
The only way.
Make sure they don't cheat, Charlie.
He's
we don't
not
need the
gonna-
votes. We just want to make sure that they don't cheat. Hello,
not.
Sheriff. How we doing? How are you guys
Hello,
doing? Good. Thank you.
He's not going to accept.
We need every
when he
sheriff to
loses.
get over there, every law enforcement official.
He's not going to accept
Because we
losing.
got the
He's
votes,
just not
we gotta
going to.
make
It
sure
doesn't matter.
everything's on the up and up. Charlie and his
Can we give Charlie the
team of
inflation
people.
tool
I
in
mean, he's got
Gmond?
For his face.
hundreds of thousands of young people. It's actually quite discriminatory. Charlie, have you ever been sued by old people for not accepting them? He's got the youngest looking group of people, and they're warriors. They're unbelievable. The job Charlie has done
It's a
is incredible.
Turning Point is literally a grooming operation on
Charlie.
college campuses.
Thank you,
That's why they're all
Charlie. The
young.
job he's done is really incredible. Also with us is an incredible congresswoman who has decided to go onto a certain board. Do you know what I'm talking about? The most important board maybe in the whole country. And she's going to make sure everything's on the up and up. Debbie Lesko. Debbie, thank you, Congresswoman.
Debbie Lesko.
Thank you, Debbie. You make sure, Debbie. She just won a big election by a massive. Well, you won that election easy. She won it pretty easy. Another person who's a friend of mine, he's a warrior for a long time. He's great. He loves his state, he loves our country. Andy Biggs, Congressman Andy Biggs. Thank you, Andy. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Very cool.
And two other warriors, a young one and a little bit older one, but boy, they are tough. You don't get tougher than Eli Crane and Paul Gosar. Paul Gosar. Great. Thank you, Eli. Great.
Right.
Great. Beautiful. Great people. And the next congressman from Arizona's 8th District, Abe Hamadeh. Wow.
Wow. Why did he say it like that?
He's going to be good for a long time. He's a young gentleman. Great, Abe. Great job. Great job. Great heart. He went through a tough one. Arizona GOP chairwoman, she is doing a job. Gina Swoboda. Gina.
Swoboda.
She is doing a job.
She's doing a job.
And a very good friend of mine, the next senator from Arizona. I really believe this. Look, she's running against.
He's doing the thing where he's just talking about the local politics shit
I was gonna
again.
say, come on, Carrie, speak,
She's
but
doing
she
a
just spoke
job.
for half an hour. What the hell am I going to do here? But I will tell you, she's running against a guy who's a rubber stamp for. It used to be Biden. Now who the hell knows? I don't even know. Do we know who it is? Who? A rubber stamp for somebody. But Ruben Gallejo is horrible.
Whoa.
He's an open borders maniac. He's a defund the police maniac. He shouldn't be allowed to even run in this election against her because Carrie Lake is incredible. She's incredible. She's tough. She's smart. She's got heart. And she should be your next senator. I hope you win this sucker because you are winning. You're running against a guy that cannot carry your shoes. I'm being nice. You know the expression, can't carry her shoes. And you're going to have a big victory, and we're going to work together, and we're going to make sure we win this state. I say this presidentially, if we win this state, which we're expected to, we're leading and all of that, we win the presidency, and we have to take Carrie Lake with us.
He's got some juice behind him now.
Go get him, Karen.
He's not so tired as he was. That's for sure.
Go get him, Karen. Very important. And honestly, and forget, we all know Karen. She's been a newscaster for 22 years. Everybody knows her. She's just she's never had a problem. She's solid as a rock. This guy is a frickin' loser. He's a loser.
Ivermectin, got you covered.
So, with that, we'll go on. But good luck, Carrie. We love you. Special. Since Democrats didn't talk about Kamala's horrendous record last night, we will. For nearly 4 years, Comrade Kamala Harris. I use that term. I don't know if it's good. Is it good or not? Tell me. Let's do a poll.
Let's do a poll.
I love these free polls.
Let's go.
Instead
He
of
loves
spending
this.
$250,000 to a pollster that doesn't even poll, you know what they do? They take your money. They
They don't
say,
even
let's
poll.
see, all right, 49 to 51. All right. It's one of the greatest businesses in history. I get a free poll here. Do you like the name? She's a radical left lunatic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally, dude. Do you like the name?
She's a
Comrade
defender
Kamala?
of the police. She wants to defend all the
He's
things
doing
that we
a
talk
poll,
about.
baby.
Do I call
I love
her
that.
Comrade Kamala Harris or do I not? Ready? Ready?
They're gonna love this.
What do I do there? You tell me. You could tell me better than anybody. Okay, ready?
This is absurd.
I'll say yes or no.
Skibbity Kamala.
Yes.
He's gonna say no and then.
No.
That's
Comrade
funny.
Kamala Harris.
That's so funny. I thought some people were gonna say no for some reason.
Has overseen
That's
a
awesome.
nation-wrecking
He
border
nailed it,
invasion.
bro.
This is a nation-wrecking. It's an invasion. You know, one of the ways I built hundreds of miles of wall. I was there yesterday. I looked up and down. I said, man, I built a lot of wall. And we could have put up 200 miles more, but they didn't want to do it. And that's when I said, you know, I think they really want open borders. But we built much more wall than I said I was going to build. And you couldn't see the end of it yesterday. You couldn't see the end. We had a news conference, but it's
so
a
there's lots
dangerous
of wall.
area. It's a dangerous area because
Joe
of her.
Biden built a lot of wall
Because of
too,
him,
though.
but he put her in charge. You know, whether she's borders are, and that's what she was
Borders
called.
are.
Only recently did she say she doesn't have that. But you know what? She has been the worst manager, and the Border Patrol never even saw it. They never
she's
even
border
met her. She's in
manager.
charge of it. They never even met her.
Trying to speak to the
and
manager
you
of the
suffered
border.
the price. She's allowed at least 20 million illegal aliens into our country.
20 million.
Including millions
Dude.
and millions of unvetted
At
fighting
least
age
20
men
million.
from
That's
159 countries. You know, it's no longer just South America. They come from Africa, the
I
Congo.
told you,
They come
Jack.
from a lot of coming from jails in the
told you.
Congo. Let me tell you, these
I
people,
told
the nice
you.
thing, they make our criminals look like the nicest people on earth.
I told
That's
you
how
he was
tough
gonna
they
hit
are.
the Africa
They
line.
come from the Middle East. They come from
He
areas
was. I
that
think
were fighting.
you know
They
what?
come
I think
from
he was waiting for
enemy
Kamala.
terrain. They come from
He
all
moved
over
her to the
world,
right.
and they
She
do
goes to the
come
right.
from
He hits the fucking
South
Africa line.
America, but not
First
only
thing.
from
He
South
used to hit it a lot
America.
softer.
159
He used to
different
go around it a
countries in
little
the
bit.
last year.
Coming from a lot
And
of
they're
places.
totally
Sometimes he would say
unchecked
Haiti.
and unvetted.
No.
Every single year she's
Africa,
been in office,
Congo.
she has set
Fear
an
mongering,
all-time
dude.
high illegal border crossings record.
Like in the racist American mind, our immigrants have upgraded in scariness from brown to black. Like that's what he's signaling. Zimbabwe. Like he would say shit like that.
Nobody can tell you. You know, she destroyed San Francisco as the district attorney. She destroyed California. You know that. As the, this is a
she
woman that's going to
destroyed
take.
California.
She destroyed
You know that.
California. She had a policy. If you steal less than $950, you're allowed to keep it. You can go. We're not going to prosecute. So criminals are walking into stores, mean, nasty guys, rough guys, and they take calculators and they calculate. Let's say I want to get up.
Yes,
They
this is
walk
not
out,
true.
then they walk back in. The whole thing, this is who we're going to have running our country? I don't think so.
You know.
And nobody lies like
But
her.
wait, is she already running the country or not then? Like,
She's the one going to raise. You know, she said, Donald Trump is going to raise. You know why? She said I was going to raise it. Because I'm going to put tariffs on other countries coming into our country. And that has nothing to do with taxes to us. That's a tax on another country.
yeah, that raises the price
And
of
I
the
did
goods
it with
from that
China,
country. What do
and
you
we had
mean?
no inflation. You know, I had no inflation. I took
pay
in
that price.
hundreds of billions of dollars from China, and not one other president took in 10 cents. They were all, oh, China, we're afraid of China. We're afraid of China. According to a new DHS report, Kamala Harris also lost, and this is impossible to believe.
Impossible.
Listen to this. 325,000 migrant children are gone. They're missing. She allowed them to be trafficked into our country. Many of
Gone.
these children are now in sex slavery or they're dead, probably mostly dead.
Dude.
They will never see their homes or their parents
Probably
again. They were
mostly-
swiped out of their homes. They were taken out of their homes.
300,000 is insane.
300.
That is
This
just
is a
not.
government number. 325,000 children.
I need to look this
Sex
up.
slaves or they're dead.
Dude.
Many are dead. Hamas has so little respect
Hamas?
for Kamala and Joe Biden, crooked Joe Biden, that the hostages that they're talking about all the time, I believe they're largely gone. I believe they're largely gone. So sad. When you look at what happened, when you look at that attack on October 7th, I believe they're gone. And the reason they're not negotiating, you know, it says Hamas has decided not to negotiate because what they want back are the hostages. And I think those
There's no
hostages,
sources
for
on
the most part, aren't around anymore. And so
Yeah,
they
who
said,
did
oh boy,
that,
we
dude?
can't really negotiate because
my
we don't
God.
have the hostages. The hostages are largely gone. How sad.
Israel
How
shot
terribly
them,
sad.
some of them.
If they feared and respected Joe Biden,
Killed them
and
under
Kamala,
rubble.
they would never have killed those hostages. They
Yeah,
would
Israel
have never
wouldn't
attacked.
have.
They would never have attacked when I was president. Iran was broke. Iran was broke. I told China, if you
Insane.
spend any money on buying oil from Iran, you'll never do business in the United States again, and we're going to put a 200% tariff on you. And Iran was broke, and they had no money for Hamas, and they had no money for Hezbollah. You can check your numbers. Look at it. When my last year, they had no money. We had no terrorism. You know, for 4 years, I didn't have any terrorism. Do you notice that? None. And when they asked Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, very
I don't even know if
strong
that's
guy,
true.
what is the reason that things are so bad now? The Middle East is blowing up. Russia's blowing up with Ukraine. There's wars starting all over the place. Looks like bad things could happen in Taiwan with China. What's the reason? He says, you got to get Donald Trump back as president. You won't have any problems. That's what he said. It's true. It's true. They respected your country. They respected your leader, but they respected our country. Now they laugh at our country. Our country has become a joke. She's provided deportation immunity to the vast majority of criminal aliens living inside the United States and is
Immunity, bro.
importing
That's not
MS-13
true.
gang members, known as the most violent gang of them all, into our cities and into our high
The
schools.
scariest one.
Think of it, they're coming into our high schools. Kamala has set loose thousands of Venezuelan gang members who, according to law enforcement,
To do what?
have been given a license to shoot American police officers. You know that, right? Under
What?
Harris, ICE deportations are at the lowest level in history, the history of our country.
Oh, my God.
She
These are new
supports
points,
deadly
dude.
sanctuary cities. Now, of course, she's flip-flopping on everything. You do know that, right?
Yeah,
You know
domestic
that, Joe?
terrorism spiked under
She's
Trump, that's
flip-flopping on
true.
everything. Debbie, right? She's a flip-flopper. Andy, she's a flip-flopper. She flip-flops on everything. Because she was polled, she said she didn't do too well. That's probably why she was the first out of 22 people. I can't get over it. She was the first failure. And now she's running. Oh, we're going to beat her. I look forward to the debate, too. I do look forward to the debate. Look forward to it. She called for abolishing ICE. These are great patriots who are tough as hell. You need tough people. She's compared ICE agents to the KKK. She wants to repeal the federal law that makes illegal immigration a crime, making illegal immigration totally legal. It's okay to come into our country. She wants to release all of the thousands of criminal illegal aliens that are locked up in detention centers.
What?
And these are the toughest of them all. She wants to release them into our country.
Fucking God, bro.
We have detention centers for the toughest of them all. She says, we're going to release them. Now maybe they'll ask her tonight,
She
oh
said
no,
that?
I would never do that. She might change. She's changing and everything. But don't forget,
Huh?
if the election ever went haywire, if they can find a way to cheat enough and she wins, in quote, she wins, she's going to do everything that you wouldn't dream of, including no fracking. She didn't discuss fracking last night. No fracking in Pennsylvania.
Fracking.
I can't imagine she could do well in Pennsylvania. 500,000 jobs are involved with fracking, and a huge amount of their budget, everything's
Dude,
involved with
500,000 is
fracking.
nothing.
And she's against it. In her speech last
She's
night,
also
she lied
not.
about almost everything. She lied when she said, I was going to raise taxes. No, I'm lowering taxes. She's the one.
What?
She lied and said that, oh, this is the best.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
I'm going to be the one, and I was already there. I didn't touch your Social Security, and a lot of Democrats wanted me to. She lied when she said that I want to cut Social Security and Medicare. No, she wants to cut it because she wants to have the illegal immigrants coming into our country to go on Social Security and Medicare, which will destroy Social Security and Medicare. It's Kamala Harris who cast a tie-breaking vote to
No
cut
way he's
Medicare.
pre-firing denying the election. Dude, he did this in 2020. In the summer, in July of 2020, he was like, I'm not accepting the results if there's mail-in ballots. I'm not accepting the results if there's mail-in ballots. And Lord and behold, there was mail-in ballots, and he did not accept it.
Illegal aliens and make them American citizens.
And now he says the only way for them to win is to cheat. So he's basically saying, if I don't win, I don't accept it. Like he's telling you, Trump is the most predictable man of all time in the long term. He says exactly what he wants to do and does it for the most part, like in terms of like the campaign.
She took it out of your Medicare. She's putting it into one of the greatest ever, one of the great voices of sport. Stand up. Let's see if anybody knows who the hell you are. Good job. Hey, good man. He's done a good job. But she took it out and she wants to put it in. She put it into the Green News scam. She said the border was safe under her direction.
She's gonna do the Green News
you know,
scam.
They're the party of disinformation and misinformation. They'll say something 100 times. The border was safe. Did you see last night? The border's safe. The first time she said that was about 2 months ago, and she went like this. The border was
What?
safe.
I'm Brian.
She started choking.
I don't
Horrible.
remember this.
They are the
Horrible.
misinformation, disinformation. They lie. They keep saying the same untruth over and over again. And you know, you're not like in my business. You're not in this political business like these people. You're in other things. You're lawyers and you're carpenters and you're electricians and you're drivers and you're doing a lot of things. By the way, no tax on tips. Remember that? No tax on tips. No tax on tips.
Brian.
She tried that one, and yet in Congress right now they have bills to destroy people that don't. Do you see what's going on?
What?
It'll never happen with her. It's guaranteed to happen with me. No tax on tips.
What?
But actually, it's the most dangerous and unsafe border anywhere in the world. There's never been a border like it. No country ever.
Okay.
If a country had a border like that,
What
they
are they
would
doing in
fight with
Congress?
sticks and stones if they had to keep the
It
people
won't happen
out.
under him.
She believes that if you say things enough over and over again, even if they're stone cold lies, like Project 25, he believes in, I don't even know what the hell it is.
It's deliberate. It has to be.
I know it's a group of people that
Project
got together
25.
and they're slightly on the conservative side. And it's unbelievable what they do. It's really unbelievable.
Yeah,
She
slightly
would
on the
destroy our
conservative
country.
side.
If she was ever elected, our country will go down the tubes. We'll be in a depression like 1929. We will not have a country any longer. Yesterday, I was at the border with the victims of Kamala's migrant crime wave. One of them is here with us tonight. Michael Morin is the brother of Rachel Morin, who you know about. Rachel was a cherished 37-year-old mom of 5 absolutely incredible children, beautiful woman. Last summer, Rachel was out on a run when she was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal alien.
Oh, my
Who was led into
God.
America by Kamala Harris. Let her in. Said, let her in. The animal who committed this
Let her
heinous
in?
crime first killed another woman in El Salvador before walking across the open border. Just walked right in, no problem.
Pronouns.
He then attacked a
Too
9-year-old
confusing.
girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in cold blood.
God,
Michael, I
so
promise you in
gratuitous.
Rachel's memory, we will stop this invasion.
Republicans
and we will
love
keep
playing in the
these
blood of the
savage
victims they
criminals the
pretend to
hell
care about.
out of our country.
They just fucking make you
Thank you,
visualize
Michael.
it in the most disgusting
Please.
ways.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's shock tactics.
So sorry, Michael. So sorry. Say
Rest
hello
in
to your
peace.
parents and everybody, okay? Thank you. So horrible. We are so sorry, Michael. Thank you for being here. According to her own administration statistics on crime victims, Kamala Harris has presided over a 43% increase in violent crime. These are government numbers, by the way, including 58% increase in rape, 89% increase in aggravated assault, and 56% increase in robbery. During the riots of 2020, she encouraged her followers to donate to bail criminals, looters, and arsonists and killers. People died, including Sean Michael Tillman, a dangerous repeat offender who went on to shoot and kill a Minnesota man 6 times in the head. He shot him
Okay, great,
6
man.
times in the head
Jesus
and torso.
Christ.
And Kamala, let him out, let him go. While Kamala Harris was DA of Sanctuary City, San Francisco, 20 years ago, maybe the greatest city in the world. Today it's unlivable. She ignored the pleas of victims' family. Please, please let us do, please don't do this to us. And refused to seek the death penalty against an illegal alien MS-13 gang member, one of the worst murderers they've seen in years, who murdered an innocent man and his 2 sons and didn't even remember he did it. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as a non-violent crime. Comrade Kamala Harris destroyed single-handedly, with some help from the worst governor in our nation, Gavin Newsom, both San Francisco and California itself. He's a terrible governor. What a governor. For years, but you know,
She was the governor.
she might have
too.
picked a worse one. If you look at the numbers in
He was a
Minnesota,
terrible governor.
we hope we're going
She
to
was
win
a
Minnesota.
terrible
You know, it hasn't
governor.
been one since 1972, Richard Nixon. But we're doing well there, too. But the governor is horrible. You know what he did? He approved a bill to give tampons in every young man's bathroom.
Give them.
Right?
Like he doesn't know,
Think
right?
of that. This is what we have. This is our
I gotta grab some food, Chad. I'll be right
vice
back.
president, our potential president. Tampons in boys' bathrooms. For years, Kamala Harris has pushed legislation to strip police officers of protection, trying to bankrupt them and ruin their lives for doing their jobs. No protection, no immunity, no nothing. She even endorsed defund the police. I will never defund the police. I will only fund the police and fund them with plenty of money and pride. I will always back our law enforcement heroes in blue. We are pleased to be joined tonight by the president of the Arizona Police Association, Justin Harris. Oh, no, he's not a relation. Justin, are you a relation? Last name is Harris, spelled the same. I'm very concerned about this. I'm not really. But Justin Harris is a great gentleman who has a special announcement. Justin, would you please come up? Thank you. It's an interest. I'm not worried about it. Thank you, great, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm a little concerned about that illegal immigration chart you put up there. Was that a spike in immigration or the inflation?
Sort of both.
Kind of both, right? Wonderful job those Democrats are doing. My name is Justin Harris. I'm a veteran police sergeant here in Arizona with 25 years of experience in service. And I also have the privilege and the honor to serve as the state president of the Arizona Police Officers Association. The Arizona Police Officers Association is the largest law enforcement association in the state of Arizona, and we represent over 12,000 law enforcement professionals, the men and women that currently serve in our communities each and every day at the local, county, state, and federal law enforcement levels. We cover the entire state. And on behalf of the Arizona Police Association, we are proud to welcome President Trump to the great state of Arizona.
Ooh.
And to the wonderful city of Glendale,
His
home
tiny
of
little
Luke Air Force
thumb.
Base.
Look how small he is. Looks like Joe Rogan.
Folks, these men and women in Luke fly those beautiful F-16 Fighting Falcons of the 309th Fighter Squadron.
You're fired.
And those beautiful, beautiful F-35 Lightnings.
Mini me, I know.
Nothing like hearing those jets flying overhead, which that's the sound of freedom and American ingenuity.
Sound of Freedom is my favorite movie.
Also a special thank you to the Glendale Mayor, Jerry Wires, and the entire City Council for their unwavering support and advocacy for our police officers, active duty military, and our veterans. You're not going to find stronger advocates for our military, our veterans, and our police officers anywhere in the world other than Glendale. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Also, I wanted to give a special thanks to the men and women of the Glendale Police Department, the best and most professional police department in the country. Okay, thank you. With a special thanks to Police Chief Chris Briggs and the other 8 West Valley Coalition departments that allowed us to use their law enforcement officers here today to keep us all safe. Thank you, gentlemen and women.
The hogs are squealing today, you're right.
Law enforcement today is perhaps the most complex occupation on earth. It's an honorable profession of service and commitment to others.
The ivermectin ad? Yeah, I know.
Between good and evil, and to protect our communities, and we do so knowing the risk. Officers are required to make split-second decisions under the most uncontrolled, chaotic, and stressful situations, often at great risk
What does
to their
PNN
own
mean?
personal safety.
Like the news, like CNN.
Given the literally millions of contacts between officers and the communities annually, with a few exceptions, officers make those decisions correctly as trained.
All right, I'm over
and in
this.
accordance with the law.
I don't imagine that Trump goes on that much longer, right?
They're holding hands behind the podium in fuyoshing out.
I don't want to listen to the cops anymore. I want to finish this on the Star Wars
Promises
and
to
then we
have an
can watch
impact
Gordon.
On gameplay and not just follow our hero Kay Vess around being adorable. In other words, it's got a lot going for it on paper.
Don't worry, Nix. The next job will be better.
And while it doesn't seem like Outlaws will do any Rockstar-like bar raising, after playing a near final build of it for 4 hours across 2 different sections of gameplay, I can say it's still one of my most anticipated games yet to come out in a busy second half of 2024, and it feels very Star Wars in all the right ways. Me about Star Wars Outlaws is that I didn't get the sense that I was just checking boxes to inch closer to 100.
Leah517, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. I can get to Gordon. I want to stream this, I think, when it comes out. This looks fun. All I want to do is do funny side quests on planets.
For example, while wandering around the town of Maragana on the planet Toshara, I walked by an arcade minigame of sorts. I wandered up and played around and had a good time. I also stumbled upon a betting stand where I could wager on holographic horse races. I managed to bet on the right one by sheer good luck, which gave me a chuckle later when I discovered a data pad lying around elsewhere that gave me a strong hint on who to lay my money on. I also encountered a down on their luck gambling addict who begged me for money. I obliged, enabling his vice and leaving with a promise that he'd share in his winnings should he find himself back on Lady Luck's good side. Naturally, there's also a cantina, and I even saw a sabacc table, but I lacked sufficient funds at the time to buy in and play.
Someone told me that the Hutts are scrambling to get back something of Jabba's.
That's kind of cool.
All of these optional activities feel very natural on the planets and towns of Outlaws, and that's true in part because of the excellent art direction that makes every location.
I want to steal one of those and fly it around. Can you do that?
From the lighting to the architecture to the NPCs milling about, Massive has, based on what I've seen so far, done an excellent job of setting an authentic Star Wars stage. And I'd be remiss if I didn't add how the story of Star Wars Outlaws only supports and reinforces all of this. Kay is just out to make her way in an unforgiving galaxy, lying or double-crossing as she needs to in order to look out for number one. This plays out in occasional dialogue choices that pop up during cutscenes, adding a bit more player agency to what would otherwise be a mini Star Wars in-game movie. Will those choices affect how the plot ultimately plays out? I wouldn't bet on it, but there is a laudable faction reputation system that tracks how much, or little, each of the in-game syndicates likes you. Double-cross the Hutts and you'll harm your reputation with them, but increase your standing with the Crimson Dawn. Piss off a faction enough and they won't let you into their territory, meaning you'll have to sneak in and stay undetected if you want access.
What if I say no? Now that you know who I work for, I can't let you walk out of here.
But you're probably wondering, what of the moment-to-moment gameplay? In this, Star Wars Outlaws made me happy. This is a stealth game if you want it to be. And if you mess up in that attempt, I honestly like that you don't have a lightsaber to save you. You'll have to use Kay's blaster, which, yes, is upgradable, to get out of trouble, and that adds to the sense of danger because you're not a laser sword-wielding demigod. As such, the blaster battles felt like they had meaningful stakes, and the stealth gameplay had a bit of weight to it because I knew that I'd be up against it if I messed up.
That looked really janky. I don't care if it's janky, I think it's funny.
Comes lockpicking, and it's here too in the form of data spikes, and I quite like how Outlaws handles it. Each lock has a particular audio signature, and it's up to you to match that pattern by pressing the right trigger in time with the beeps. The longer you take, the more likely you are to be spotted. Similarly, the hacking minigame is also really fun. Here, you'll need to line up the right symbols in the right order.
Okay, I hate the way this video is formatted. I think that's part of why people didn't like it.
More potent A300 blaster rifle is across the room. Nix can go fetch it and bring it back and drop it at your feet without
weird little friend. He can like drop it on you. Get your little baby Yoda.
You leaving cover. I even like how Outlaws handles these larger weapons. They can't be reloaded, meaning that once you fire all the rounds, you just drop the empty gun and go back to your trusty blasters. This is likely a design decision to ensure that Kay never feels too overpowered, thus making sure the player is always on their toes in combat.
I kind of like that.
You live and die by your reputation.
Finally, you can't have an open-world Star Wars game without ways to get around that expanse, and in Outlaws, Kay has a speeder bike that, as you'd guess, can also be upgraded. You can win credits doing races, or just stop off along the way to your destination at some interesting-looking pit stop. The bike controls well. It almost feels like driving a boat in Wave Race 64 in that it's pretty fast and arcadey and maneuverable.
Listen, I liked the mini games in the side quests in Fallen Jedi, Last Final Jedi. What is it called? Jedi Survivor. That game had a lot of cool mini games and stuff, I think. And side quests. So this game, that's all I want to do.
Hardly handles like it's on rails. Complementing this is Kay's ship, the Trailblazer,
This
and
I'm interested
yes,
in, too.
it's upgradable. I got to do a bit of
Okay, I
outer
get it.
space ship-to-ship combat, and I had a good time. I'll need plenty more time in the pilot seat to really solidify my opinion here, but flying the Trailblazer made a good first impression.
Oh, that's it. We've lost them.
If there's one thing that concerned me a bit during my hands-on time, it's bugs. Outlaws went gold well before the preview event, meaning that if I wasn't playing the certification build, it was something mighty close.
That's
and while
awesome.
yes, there will inevitably be a day one
Dude, no, I want to see all the bugs. That sounds funny.
patch, as most games
It
have
comes out in a
nowadays,
week.
it was still disappointing to see as many annoying little, admittedly mostly visual and harmless, glitches as I did.
There's missions locked behind a $130 paywall? What is that, like the deluxe edition or something? What the heck?
Hopefully that day one update will knock out the bulk of them.
You know the rules. No credits, no sabak. And you already owe the Pikes a fortune.
Ultimately,
I wanna see
though,
the
I
funny
had a fantastic
glitches
time with
and
Star
clips.
Wars Outlaws. Open world games tend to be jacks of all trades, masters of none, and while I'm not sure Outlaws will master any of its gameplay components, it nonetheless not only does them all very well, but it does so with a convincing Star Wars sheen. And since there's somehow never been an open world Star Wars game before, it feels new, fresh, and most welcome. I'm glad
It's a pre-order bonus? That's the only way to access the mission? That's weird. I want to be a Jedi. I think it's cool. There's plenty of games where you could be a Jedi. It'd be cool if you could do both and like get options, but you know. What do you think of Eclipse so far? That game isn't real. That game's never coming out. They keep saying it's not canceled. I don't believe them. Eclipse and the Knights of the Old Republic remake. Neither of those games are ever gonna come out.
Hate in my direction.
Gordon is faced with a restaurant that is at war with its community.
It's just about money.
She's not in the right. She's acting like a bully. Owner Denise Whiting has become the most hated person in Baltimore.
I was afraid for my life.
What, death threats? But her huge public relations issues are just part of the problem.
There's one way to do it here, my way.
Because inside the walls of her establishment, there is trouble everywhere.
Your ego is huge. People don't like you.
The kitchen is run by a dictator.
86 the French fries.
Yeah, the pink chef outfit is crazy.
And the staff is ready to rebel.
You're a rude bitch.
Can Gordon institute a ceasefire?
We got a big issue here. It's not me you have to convince, it's the city of Baltimore.
And save this restaurant from a city that would prefer that it didn't exist.
The restaurant's gone. I'm sorry.
What is that?
Disgusting crap.
You're done. I'm done. I'm not.
Shut the place down. Get out of here. That is amazing.
I just can't thank you enough.
Hampton, Maryland, a proud community located just outside of Baltimore and home to Cafe Hun, a restaurant whose name has special meaning to the local population.
And what's your name, hon?
Hun is a term of endearment. When you're being friendly, that's what you say. You say hun. Baltimore people love the word hun. It's their word, you know.
Here, hon.
Opened by entrepreneur Denise Whiting in 1992, Cafe Hun quickly
Dude, that
became
giant
a
flamingo is
local landmark.
insane.
Cafe Hun hugs you when you get here. It's just food, family, and fun.
With her business doing well, Denise decided to capitalize on Baltimore's love affair with the word hun. She not only trademarked Cafe Hun, but the word hun as well.
Denise wanted to make money.
She wanted to sell her mugs, her t-shirts, her little knick-knack things.
No. She wanted to be the only person to sell them.
And it backfired.
Denise Whiting, the owner of Cafe Hun,
trademarked
she said she
a
would
horrible
go after
design.
anyone that uses the word Hun. Denise had Baltimore behind her, and then she announced that she trademarked Hun, and that ticked off a big portion of Baltimore.
That's awesome.
This thing gets spun in this crazy way. They lodge a boycott on the restaurant. I mean, now I'm the villain. I'm the bad person.
She's been canceled.
Since the whole Hun controversy, there has been a decline in business. But, you know.
You tried to trademark the catchphrase of, like, the area you're in. The fuck?
Dropped dramatically.
Since all this has started, Denise is taking out her frustration on her staff.
Oh, come on. Really? What is this supposed to be?
She can be very harsh. I'm surprised that I have anyone left in the kitchen, to be honest with you.
I want you to go downstairs and I want you to give me a roll of paper towels that are perforated. There's one way to do it here. My way. What's this, Dottie? Why is it sitting there? Is this for something?
When we have somebody that's not able to lead us, we're serving terrible food and it sucks.
Just a heart to decide. Do you want any of my gristle? No.
It's pretty much been hell. She's not helping in the kitchen. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's gonna run us down to the ground, and if Chef Ramsay doesn't come in, we're screwed. We really are.
I'm done. I'll go broke at this rate. It's not fair, and it's not right that these anonymous people that are out there trashing your business, and people are listening. Is this what I'm supposed to keep doing? Am I supposed to keep fighting for what I believe in, for what I've spent 20 years of my life just building?
After learning of the Hun scandal, Chef Ramsay stops by a local radio station, hoping to get a better understanding as to why the community has turned its back on this restaurant.
Today's best music, Mix 106.5. Have the best day ever. We'll see you tomorrow morning. It's JoJo and Reagan.
All right, that's a wrap.
Morning, guys. Hi. Is this a good time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
How are you? I'm Reagan.
Reagan, good to see you, man. Hi, JoJo.
JoJo, good to see you.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
Sarah, nice to see you all.
Good to meet you.
Likewise. Thanks for giving a couple of minutes of your valuable time. I'm dying to find out in terms of a reputation. Cafe Hun. How is the food, Reagan?
Oh, I've only eaten there 2 or 3 times, but the food is on the back burner.
Why?
When you talk about Cafe Hun, talk about Denise Whiting.
She had trademarked the term Hun, which is a cultural icon in Baltimore. I mean, it's a term of endearment.
Locally.
Locally. It's huge in this community. I mean, it represents friendliness, this welcoming.
Hun is a word that was in our vocabulary in Baltimore long before it was part of a restaurant name.
She tried
went
to
to a newspaper
trademark
and
it.
said, I own it. I own the word.
Locally, everyone's happy with the name of the restaurant, but they just weren't happy with her.
She made herself a
trying
villain.
To own something that belonged to the town as opposed to her, right?
Sure. She was threatening businesses with lawsuits.
The lawsuits? I mean, it went that far.
She had apparently, thrown out some cease and desist letters to people who were using it.
She demanded legal fees from somebody that was making tourist stuff with just the word Hun on it that didn't say Cafe Hun.
Oh dear. What's the feeling now? Has the business suffered on the back of that?
The people who were most offended were the people in that immediate neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, she's almost become the anti-Hun.
Yes.
Wow. Well, thank you for the insight. Yeah, I'm here to help turn that place around.
Let's turn it around.
Yeah, but it's gonna be, let me say, we've got our work cut out already. I haven't even been to the restaurant yet.
She even
I haven't
from
tasted the food
there?
yet.
Yes.
Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you, Hun. Good to see you.
Thank you, Hon.
Good to see you. Likewise.
Do you know how to find the restaurant?
Oh, shit.
Big pink flamingo, you can't miss it.
So they get what, like
It's a big pink flamingo on the outside.
like a full-size flamingo?
Oh, bigger than full size.
60 feet or so?
Oh, come on.
No, seriously.
So look for a pink flamingo.
What do you even do with that? Like,
Take care.
Gordon can't let her keep that. It's you. It's like 3 stories tall.
Restaurant with a flamingo.
What do you throw that away? Oh god, it looks like shit.
Holy mackerel.
Looks like hand sculpted.
Look at the size of that thing. Wow. Are you serious? Look at that. Wow, 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 wow. Hey, how are you? Hello.
Hello, Chef Ramsay.
How are you?
Welcome to Cafe
Very
Hunt. My name's
happy to be
Deborah
here.
Harris, manager.
Deborah, nice to see you. What is that? Greasy
I just made a dessert. Whipped cream.
whipped cream. Thank you for that.
I'm sorry.
I was just so excited to see him, I didn't even think about washing the whipped
Couldn't have been
cream.
too impressed with our capital. It looks like
How long have you been
shit.
down
I have been here 13 years.
Oh, wow. Wow. Well, you and I are going to talk later anyway. Can I
Yes.
can I meed the owner? Can I have a quick
Sure.
word? Please. Thank you.
Then I need Denise.
They're waiting for you.
You're waiting for me? Yes. Oh, okay.
Oh, this must be...
Like you to meet Chef Ramsay?
How are you?
I'm great.
Nice to see you.
Very nice to see you.
Let's go somewhere quiet, shall we?
Okay,
And catch up
sure,
and
sure.
spend a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Denise is she's not gonna be herself. I believe she's gonna pretend to be that perfect little darling, and I hope that Gordon Ramsay really can see through any facade she will put up.
Yeah, the pink jacket is so unserious. Oh God.
I know.
Why are you upset?
I mean,
She didn't even
business
say anything yet.
Pretty much was half of what it was last year. I've taken everything I have and put it in here. I mean, I completely evaporated my small IRA that I had. I sold a house. Everything's gone into here. My last 10,000 went in 2 weeks ago.
Oh my God.
I just didn't know what to do anymore.
So what happened? How did it start going badly?
The problem is, I federally registered the Hun as a trademark.
Right.
Federally.
Years ago. Somebody picks up that I federally registered Hun and starts saying that I have stolen something from the city of Baltimore.
Right.
The newspapers, radio, television, they've belittled, demeaned. I have people scream at me from across the street, just horrible things.
It's got that bad.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was afraid for my life.
You felt that threatened?
Yeah.
For your life?
Yeah.
What, death threats?
Well, people wishing me dead.
Why would they want to be so vicious to you?
Relax.
If they don't know me.
I find it hard to believe that it's just because you registered the word Hun and you've done nothing else.
Nothing else.
There's nothing else that managed to piss off anybody else.
I'm not aware of anything else I've done.
Did you not sue anyone?
I never sued anybody.
You didn't sue anybody?
No.
Did you threaten to sue anybody?
No.
I've done my homework before
Took
I got
until 2022 for this one to close. Damn.
I did. You know
See,
what?
you're not
Thank
being
you, Joe
fair.
Biden.
Well, I did a cease and desist.
You did
I did.
enforce a legal letter threatening to sue someone using that. Now, you've been very devious.
You know,
I'm trying to get to the bottom of it, but I'm not going to extract blood out of the stone. I want to work with you, but make it very difficult for me when you don't tell me the truth.
Coming up, Gordon sees the dark side of Denise.
Can I have everybody's attention?
No, I got 3 steaks sitting here.
I really don't care, Greg.
And when she pushes the staff too far,
Oh, God, we're all going to get fired right now.
they start pushing back.
You're a rude bitch, and I'm tired of it. People don't like you.
Oh my God. Got her.
After being disappointed by Denise's cover-up
bitch.
of the PR problems at Cafe Hun,
Time for lunch.
Gordon can now begin to focus on the food.
Hello,
Hello, Chef.
and this is
Hi, I'm Janet.
Janet. Nice to see you, darling. How long have you been here?
Almost 20 years.
20 years, wow. And this is...
Wow.
Lynn, nice to see you, darling. How long have you been here?
8 years.
Wow. Look at you.
Ramsay.
And this is...
Wow.
Amanda, love the hair.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Notice how JD Vance did the same thing in that donut shop, and he was like, "How long have you been here?" And they're like, 2 years, and he's like, "Okay." Okay. Good. Gordon just goes, "Wow. Very nice. Wow.
Nice to see you.
I do this myself in the bathroom.
Wow.
The key is hairspray. Hairspray,
Wow, wow,
hairspray,
wow.
hairspray.
Excellent.
Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you very much indeed. Wow. Ooh. Amanda? Sorry,
Oh my
Denise.
God.
2 seconds.
That
Who's
picture's
that on the front
insane.
cover there?
That's Denise.
Is that Denise?
Yes, that's Denise looking wonderful.
Looking wonderful.
Wonderful.
Oh, wonderful. Sorry. Wow.
Denise thinks that she's a rock star. Everything's just in your face, Denise.
Right, what would you recommend?
The Big Bay Club. It has our shrimp salad and crab cake.
Well, let's start off with that, shall we?
Okay.
And I'll go for the much better Dems.
What's wrong with my restaurant? I only have like weird pictures of myself all over the menu. You telling me that's not making people hungry?
Much better than mom's meatloaf.
As in better than mum's at home?
Better than your own mom. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, great. What else? Got to go for the Balmer fish and chips.
It's Balmer.
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 Balmer. So it's something like Baltimore. So you're saying it quickly. Balmer.
Balmer.
It's Balmerese.
Balinese.
Balmerese.
Oh, Balmerese, right.
Say the word Balmer.
Balmer.
Yes.
Thank you, hon.
Hun.
Hon. Hon. Hun. Hon. Hon.
Hun.
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 Short for honey.
Honey. Love it. Amazing. Thank you, hon.
Looks like a YouTube poop. Hun. Hun.
Fish and chips meatloaf.
Hun.
Now it's in the kitchen series. Okay, and that's for chef.
All right, that's it. All right, we can go on the big bag.
You know, I used to just say, you know, serve good food and the people will come. This is what it should always taste like. This is perfect. Well, we continue to serve good food, but the people don't come.
Big bag?
Is that my big bag?
Yes.
Are you taking that or you want me to take it? Go ahead. Tower of seafood.
Holy mackerel.
Big Bay Club.
What's in there?
This is a layer of shrimp salad, a layer of lump crab cake, bacon, and lettuce and tomato.
Thank you. How the hell do you start eating sandwich this wide? I mean,
Way too
honestly,
big.
Squashing it all down. I surrender. I'm to break it down.
Gordon's like a 6'3" guy
Deconstruct it.
too. He's not like a small person.
Wow. The crab is delicious. It's a very pleasant surprise, let me tell you. Got this nice layer of crab and then these stone cold shrimp underneath. Horrible. Amanda? Gross. This bit here, I mean, they taste like they're a week old. Do you mind? God, they're ghastly. Taste of the fridge.
It does have a weird aftertaste.
That's horrible, that aftertaste. It almost tastes like they're tainted.
Yeah.
That's a mess. I'll leave that one, darling.
Shrimps are bad. Nasty shrimp.
They said the shrimp tastes, they had like a weird aftertaste to it, like almost tastes like the refrigerator. What's the matter? He said they taste like they're old.
A lot of the menu items are crap. It's Denise's recipes. It's the way she wants it done.
I don't understand. This is perfect.
Denise never thinks she's wrong.
This is perfect.
And that's her biggest downfall.
You got fries for me? Crispy, please. They're a little dark.
Nope.
Denise. They're a little dark.
It's good enough.
Are we happy with this? I'm taking this, Denise?
Just take it.
Denise does what Denise wants to do. And she won't listen to me. She won't listen to anyone else.
No, I shouldn't have gone out like that.
It's aggravating.
English style fish and chips.
Wow, English style. Holy mackerel.
House cut fries from fresh potatoes.
And what kind of fish is it?
Codfish.
Codfish.
That breading looks terrible.
Is it me or is everything just greasy?
Ew.
No?
Yeah.
Dry as fuck.
Okay, great.
That's English
Thanks,
style.
Thank you. Horrible. Fries are not even crispy, they're just full of fat. All the batter's soggy. Doesn't even stick to the fish. It's dreadful. What a shame. Amanda? It's dry.
Fish is dry?
Well, the whole batter just sort of, it's almost like peels away from it. Those
Looks
fries,
so
what a
dry.
shame.
You don't like the fries?
Well, it's just all soggy. Look at my fingers.
Yeah.
Ew.
When you have fish and chips, and the tastiest thing on the plate is the tartar sauce, it's a big disappointment. I love fish and chips. What a shame. Wow.
Sorry, Chef.
Look at my fingers. Smell it.
The cooks are doing the best that they can with the way they've been told to do things. So it's Denise's fault.
What's wrong?
Greasy fish, dry, the batter's just falling off of it. And instead the fries, they were mushy.
Really? That's weird.
Denise squeezed it and all this like grease was all over his hand.
French fries, you know, you get some potatoes that are one way and some potatoes that are another way, and I'm having a problem with the consistency of the potatoes. I mean, it's just making me crazy.
Right. Do you have the meatloaf?
Coming up.
Like now.
Thanks, Dustin. Jeez. And this one is?
And the meatloaf?
Thank you.
Much better than mom's meatloaf.
That is a very bold statement.
Thank you. Thanks, Chef.
Yeah, it is. What the fuck?
It's like a flamingo turd just landed on my
It's a
plate.
crazy name for a meatloaf.
Wow. Rocky's raw. It's dreadful. What a shame. Damn.
Chef?
Damn, that was disappointing. It's the actual flavour
Of the meatloaf?
yeah. And the demi-glace is just so thick.
Oh, not Gordon's stick bug. Yeah, French fries are hard to fuck up.
Sometimes it can be runny. Today it's actually thick.
Well, it's just marred everything like a big, thick varnish that just tastes
Yeah.
of nothing. Whose recipe is this?
I believe it's Denise's.
Denise's, yeah. Better than Mum's meatloaf. Thank God my Mum's not joining for lunch today. Thanks, darling.
Yes, sir.
Wow. And will you ask someone to taste that broccoli? The broccoli's
I will. Yes.
And the
Yes,
mash is
chef.
cold.
Yes, chef. Okay, he wants you to try the broccoli. So the broccoli is almost raw. The mash is cold and the demi-glaze is too thick. And the meatloaf is bland.
Boom, roasted.
Okay.
Every time he had a comment or a criticism, it's pretty ridiculous. I've
Got
been here
him.
for 20 years. I had to have done something right. Maybe he's not the answer.
Are we done?
You've done nothing right. That's why you called him.
Go through the kitchen. Can you go and say hello and meet everybody? Hi, guys. Hello.
Oh, hello, Chef Lindsay.
This is Greg. Greg.
I'm the sous chef.
You work under Denise?
Yes.
Do you think she's gonna listen to anything he says?
I hope so.
I don't think she will. She might snap, freak out like the Wicked Witch.
This is a comfort food restaurant, right?
Yes.
And when I think of comfort food, I think of meatloaf and excitement. That's bland. And the Big Bay seafood sandwich.
Snip, snip, snip,
Crap,
SM
delicious,
e
but underneath you've got
LLT.
these stone cold shrimp. This horrible aftertaste. Fish and chips. The fish is overcooked. The batter is just falling off it. And you hand cut those fries.
Yes.
They're cooked. Dreadful. Do you season them and taste them before they go out?
We do not season the fries.
You don't season fries.
No, we don't.
Is this you?
Yeah.
You told them they can't season a fry. Fast food joints season fries, for God's sake. Does no one care?
I mean, there's not much to say, you know. It's what we have. It's the menu that we have laid out, and it's the recipes.
Do better.
We can.
Do you enjoy cooking that?
I don't enjoy cooking our menu food, truthfully. It's just dull. I mean, when we do try to change things, you know, it's always, oh, I don't like it like this, you know,
Who doesn't like it?
Denise.
So you're telling me you can do better than what's on the menu? I thought the problems were on the outside. You've got them on the inside and the outside. Combine both, and I'm amazed you're still open.
I know that we have a good product, and I'm not going to let anybody get in my way, including Chef Ramsay.
What the fuck?
There's
no way that's how she responded to that.
Discovering that Denise's food might be as bad as Cafe Hun's PR.
Fucking flamingo.
Chef Ramsay is anxious to see how the kitchen handles a busy dining room.
Do this.
How are you all tonight?
Word
the
has
chef
spread
is
that
the
Chef
owner.
Ramsay is in Baltimore, and the dining room is full for the first time in a year.
You got fish and chips working?
And the kitchen is now dealing with a flood of orders.
Got asparagus for that, and I can give you out your hair.
Yes.
Let's start falling to the table. Let's get there.
Mac and cheese.
All right, can you fix that asparagus so it's all nice and neat?
You know, I got 3 steaks sitting here.
I really don't care, Greg.
Damn.
When Denise comes in her chef clothes, it's like having a hurricane in there. She just goes hectic and, oh, I want this done now, I want it done this way.
All right, I want everybody's attention. Can I have everybody's attention? Debbie,
Yeah, this place
I need
only
your
closed in
attention.
2022.
Hello?
Yes.
This is asparagus, all right? I'm tired of seeing the asparagus dumped in a bin.
This is
all
asparagus.
different kinds of ways. You know, you start with the small things.
We always get little lessons from Denise, and it's frustrating because you just can't stop. Then
asparagus.
everything backs up, and it just causes a lot of problems.
This is
Cut off the
asparagus.
ends, and you blanch them.
You hold the asparagus and see where they break at so you know where to cut them. That's how.
Okay, all right.
Greg, table one, you've been waiting a long time. I really
Everybody's been waiting a long time. I don't have time to stand around and watch her do this when I have other, jobs to do.
I feel like I'm on the Titanic.
I need that crab dip up for 22.
Telling him how to cut asparagus in the middle of service.
Despite
For
Denise
what?
slowing down her kitchen with an asparagus lesson,
All right, I'm taking the app for 17. That plate is very hot, and then your wings will be right out.
some of the dishes still manage to make their way out to the diners.
There's a pool of grease underneath the chicken.
Cafeteria would be the way I would describe it.
There's like a hair. I can't believe there's a hair. Like this.
jerky's just like crumbling apart. This doesn't really taste good at all.
What's wrong with that?
Overcooked, and they said that looked like mush.
What is that?
Turkey with stuffing. They did not like this. I'm getting something else.
Oh my God.
All right, this turkey, we're not serving it anymore. 86 the turkey. Any turkey on the board, 86 the turkey.
I thought I was medium, didn't I?
Yes, you did. Okay, I'll get it medium. Table 5 wanted a medium steak.
What's wrong?
It's a well.
5 wanted medium, this is well.
They're medium, Mitch.
Give me those steaks. I don't want to use those steaks. Give me.
Fuck it, we don't have table 52.
Give me all those steaks. Put them in there.
Please alert all servers that we have no steaks. None of the orders I have no steaks for.
Are you serious?
Yes. Took the ones we had, threw them out.
Threw them out. All this? He threw them all out. That's the whole table. Denise threw them out. There's nothing I can do.
Table 52.
Denise threw them out.
This is
She
something
threw
that
them
Denise normally
away?
does. 86ing things.
86 biscuits, you guys.
They don't like it.
86 the pot pie. 86 the catfish.
Instead of fixing an entree, in the moment, she pulls the entire food item from service.
86 the steak. We don't have steak.
Okay.
We don't have to redo everything.
Oh my God.
This shit clean. Fuck me. I swear to God.
You guys?
86 the restaurant, bro.
86 the French fries.
Oh my God.
Wow. Fish and chips without the chips.
We need to find out about all the tables that have French fries on their tickets that are not getting French fries.
We are out of fries for the fish and chips. What would you like?
Sweet potato.
86 the sweet fries.
86 sweet fries. We have nothing to serve after 86 every menu item.
Die.
What the
Why are we
fuck?
86 in the sweet fries?
86 sweet potato fries, we got the motherfuckers cooking.
I don't get it. I'm in pain here.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Okay, as my nightmare continues, we're out of sweet potato fries.
I was sweet potato fries.
Yeah. Denise kept pulling stuff. And I'd have to walk to the table and tell him the food's not there. I can only apologize so many times to somebody. I'm embarrassed by it.
That sucks.
Want a hug? No, I'm all right.
As the menu items keep dwindling,
Folks, we're out of pot pie. I'll take it off your check, honey. I apologize.
the diner's patience is dwindling as well.
What about these?
They left.
They left?
I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything
No.
That's
so
crazy.
dysfunctional. I've never seen a kitchen work so backwards. You can't.
Like, why do you even own a restaurant if you, like, have this little confidence in your food? You can't even, like, fix something that goes wrong. You just take it off the fucking menu. That's so insane.
Customers waiting an hour for food and then 86 it. Find out the total amount that we comped.
I will.
Would you
I
please?
will.
Thank
Yes.
you. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck was all that about?
It's a shit show.
Honestly.
Yeah.
And is she always like that?
Yes.
How'd you concentrate
Don't
like
be
that?
rude.
You can't. And you really can't.
Why was she 86 and everything in the middle of service?
I could not tell you.
I've got 601 in voids and 150 almost in discounts. So that's $750 total.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that is ridiculous.
It is.
That's nuts.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Chef.
Crazy.
Gordon Ramsay has got to get through her thick skull. If she doesn't take his advice, we're not going to make it.
I don't know where to start. I mean, that was a disaster. Do you know we comped $800 worth of food?
Okay.
You stop the team in the middle of service and show them how to put asparagus on the plate? We're focusing in all the wrong areas. How can you let it go this far? How can
And
you...
somehow I got derailed. If I
Somehow.
could simplify the menu down to something that's really manageable and we just
Oh my
do
God.
wonderfully simple, delicious comfort food.
Okay, listen, I've
So-
got to stop you there, because
Yeah,
you're
somehow
confusing.
it got derailed.
Before
Somehow.
you can talk about anything else, you've got to get the basics, right? You've got to get the core, the foundation. Because I think you've lost the plot.
Okay.
I just want to make delicious food.
You need to sit down and have a think. Because what this restaurant hasn't got is a clear direction. And restaurants run from the top. It starts from the top. And when the leader's gone, the restaurant's gone. I don't know where to start. I'm sorry. Jeez.
Can we get these mats out of here?
Clearly, Denise is in denial about how she mismanages the restaurant.
Take a seat, please.
So this morning, Chef Ramsay decides to pull together a staff meeting before she arrives.
Okay, right, that was a tough one yesterday, yes?
Yes, Chef.
And the only way we are ever
Wow,
going to
wow.
move forward is if we get out in the open. What's bothering you in the way that Denise is running the restaurant?
He hasn't even gone in to smell the
Basically, when
fridge
she's
yet.
not here, it runs quite smooth. But when she comes in,
The whole morale of the restaurant just drops.
She doesn't even have to say anything, but we know something's gonna happen. We're afraid of what she's gonna do.
it's awful how she talks to the people. She goes
my
up front
God.
to the girls and tells them they're stupid, or she gets up to my face, tell her to fix her hair.
Put a flower in your hair. That's why the customers aren't coming in, because you haven't got a flower in your hair.
She's getting too carried away.
She focuses on a lot of the superficial things. She micromanages.
It's insane. I mean, really insane. Last night, she went 86 crazy, right? Yeah. Nearly a dozen items. 86 the fish and chips, 86 the beef. Is this normal?
Yes. She doesn't take responsibility for anything.
So why aren't we standing up to her?
We're all afraid to tell her anything negative.
She'll fire them. She'll fire them, Gordon.
Fire them?
She told a couple of us, if you say negative things, I don't need you with me.
Is 86
I
just
appreciate
throw
your
out?
honesty.
No, it's take
However,
off the menu.
you need to get that message across to
They don't
Denise.
serve it for the night.
You've got to start standing up for what's right. And I want you all to do that.
You're
right now.
fired.
Oh my God. We're all gonna get fired right now.
You're fired, idiot.
This morning, Chef Ramsay has heard an array of grievances about Denise.
She's getting too carried away.
We're all afraid to tell her anything negative.
He knows full well that for this restaurant to move forward, the staff needs to come clean with their boss.
Denise is coming. We're all gonna get fired right now.
Oh my God, you're so scared of her.
Come over, please.
That's terrifying.
Right. I saw a lot yesterday.
You're
and
out
I
of
wanted
it,
to
but she's
catch
saying
up with the
that, so she
team.
just
And some
didn't
of the
have to
crap
serve
they've
it.
had to
Yeah, yeah.
endure and tolerate, it's actually quite horrific. I'm amazed that they're still here. I'm now going to ask them to open up and be honest with you.
I didn't think we were gonna have to tell her to her face what we thought.
Debbie, please.
Denise, you're a rude bitch.
Got him. Rude
And I'm
bitch.
tired of it. I feel like I don't even know you anymore. You're just too mean with the employees. You're talking to them like shit.
Denise, you're the negative in the restaurant. You make me feel like I'm not good enough.
Denise, I feel very unappreciated. I do anything you ask me, and you come in and scream at me. What is going on? Do you not trust me?
Oh, Janet, I trust you.
How do I know this? Unless you tell me.
Wow. Thank you, darling. Greg, please.
Terrible. You're coming in, you're screaming, you're a hindrance on the lawn, you're a hindrance, in the prep.
You're controlling everything, and yet you've got a brigade, front and back of house, that are loyal and hardworking and can get the job done.
Denise, your ego is huge, and you think because you're Denise Whiting, you can do anything. You have to stop feeling sorry for yourself, that nobody likes you. We've already established that. People don't like you.
There is tough love, but this is so important. Debbie, what's the matter?
I'm just afraid about this place going out of business.
LED light, thank you for the gift sub.
After all I've put them through, I'm just so humbled and so grateful that they're still with me. To lose this business
Everyone's too mean.
would be for me to lose my soul.
Oh my God.
And
Why do you run it so bad, man?
I appreciate everything that everybody does here. I love each and every one of you. I've just been off. And I know that. I know I've come into the kitchen and I've been difficult. I'm sorry that I've been a bit overbearing. I'm gonna step back and let everybody do what they do so well. And I can only say that this is the beginning of a new day.
When did he go in and smell it?
She seems sincere now, but I'm a little doubtful about what she's going to do as far as changing. Very doubtful in a way. Sad to say.
Thank you.
Just do the remodel after.
Now that Denise has recognized the morale problems of her restaurant,
Hi, ladies.
Chef Ramsay knows that he needs her to fully understand why the community continues to be upset with her.
I put together a select group of people that I'd like you to hear from.
Okay.
Okay?
What an honest man's society is healing.
I have a white sedan over there. I am drunk and I'm driving. I just want to let you know that. And I am a threat.
Alright, do you mind providing me with your ID?
It is a fake ID.
That's awesome. I am a threat. Listen, chat. I think I'm gonna end it tonight. I got stuff I should work on, and I'm already getting tired. Tomorrow, though, we'll get started on Metal Gear Solid 2. Catch up on what Republicans are saying after all the Trump nonsense from today. It'll be a good time. Do not despair. I'll be back. Much to do. Good night, chat. Have a great time. See you tomorrow.